Journey to the Inner Earth, Training of the Master of Light. Author's note: the first edition of this book was released as a PDF version in Lithuanian in 2021. The second edition, also in Lithuanian, was released in illustrated audio format in 2024. This is the third edition of this book, but the first one to be released in English. Introduction. I am making this book as a sequel to my first book, Contacting Sirius, The Plan of the Forces of Light for Planet Earth. The first book describes many external changes that our planet will have to go through to become a full member of the universe. The first audio-video book can be found at the link in the description. After watching the first illustrated audiobook, the viewer will be ready to start this one, the second book. The purpose of this book is to introduce the changes that humanity and each individual will have to go through on their inner path to the transformation to higher consciousness. This book is a recording of the experience I had during a meditation session. In this book, readers will once again encounter the hero from the first book. However, this time the journey will lead not to the universe, but to the depths of the inner earth. There, traveler will get acquainted with the resistance movement against the dark forces, the civilizations of the inner earth, their technologies, and the history of the universe and the earth. Then the traveler will meet the Master of Light. To write down all of the teachings of the Light Master would take several hundred hours, so due to impracticality, it is not possible to portray them fully in this book. Therefore, only the highlights of those lessons will be given. These lessons are offered to private students at the Dan Dao School of the Way of Consciousness, which features a multi-year Teacher of Light Learning course. These teachings will be recorded and made publicly available. I write this book as a student who is still learning the things he writes about. So, I hope that this book is not too complex to understand, but due to the complexity of this book and the abundance of information, it is recommended to listen to this book more than once. School of the Way of Consciousness 2026. The message. I was meditating in the morning when I heard that a new email had arrived in my inbox. After looking at it, I saw that it was received at 11:11 in the morning from an unknown sender. I opened this letter, and unusually, it did not show any address of the sender. The content of the letter consisted of only one sentence.
Are you ready?
I found it very unusual. Who can write like that? But intuitively, I already knew what it was about, because lately, I kept dreaming of being visited by an old man, all glowing in white, dressed in white clothes, and with a long white beard. During each dream, he extends his hand to me and asks,
Are you ready?
Then he points his finger at a hole that has opened up in the earth, which awakens in me the fear of the unknown, deeply hidden inside me. Various thoughts were spinning in my head. How could these dreams relate to this message that I just received? After all, I didn't tell anyone about my dream, so it can't be someone's joke. So, either it's just a coincidence or my dream is somehow connected to it. I had great doubts about the authenticity of this letter, so I didn't know what the right thing to do was, whether to just ignore it or answer the question. But what can I answer to such a letter? With sober thinking, I knew I should wait and see how this situation unfolded next. However, my heart began to beat so hard, and it seemed that some invisible force was pushing me from the back towards the keyboard to respond to this letter. Ready for what? I briefly responded and didn't see a reason to elaborate upon the question, because most likely, no one would read it anyway. After pressing the send button, I remembered that there was no return address to send it to, but to my greatest surprise, the letter was sent. At that time, I saw an even more bizarre thing. When the reply was sent from my mailbox, the original letter was gone altogether, even though I had just read this letter and responded to it. It's probably just a system failure, or maybe I am beginning to go crazy, I thought out loud to myself. But still, I began to doubt what would happen if someone responded to me, but then I quickly calmed down, thinking that the letter would go nowhere anyway, and even if it did, then probably no one would write back anyway. With these thoughts, I reassured myself and decided to close my eyes for a short time and keep my inner peace. As I was sitting in a state of meditation, I heard a message through my computer speakers ringing that a new letter had arrived in my email inbox. This intrigued me a lot. I hastily opened my mailbox, and there again was a letter without the addressee. This time, the time for receiving the message was 12:12 daytime. The letter said,
To discover yourself.
"How much more can I discover myself? After the trip to Sirius, I have discovered myself. After all, I realized that for my mission, I needed to wake people up and prepare them for the changes that would come. How can I discover myself even more?" Without further ado, my hands seemed to move themselves and sent the answer. How can I discover myself more than I have already discovered? After I sent the reply, the original letter disappeared again, and the computer returned to a state of calm. After a while, I heard the sound of the notification again. This time the receiving time was 13:13 daytime, and again without the sender's address. The letter said,
Finding out who you are supposed to become.
And who am I supposed to become? After all, I knew that I was a soul from Sirius with a mission on Earth. What more can there be? For a while, I sat in confusion, considering this statement, and decided to write back, I already know who I am supposed to be, so there is nothing more to know. After I responded, peace came back again. At 14:14 daytime, another answer came. This really puzzled me. How is it possible that exactly every hour I get a letter without an addressee and still with such unusual statements? This time, the letter said,
Are you sure about this?
Without thinking for a long time, I wrote, I think so. Then again, an hour of waiting. This time I was already waiting for 15:15 daytime on the clock, because I was hoping to receive another enigmatic letter. And exactly at 15:15 daytime, a message about the received letter without an addressee came. It said,
So, do you want to know who you are really supposed to become, or do you just want to think that you know?
How can someone know such information simply by communicating on the internet? How can such extraterrestrial level information be presented in such a simple way? Without further ado, I responded, What can you know about me that I don't know? And who are you anyway? Where did you get my email address from? And why don't I see yours? I quickly wrote down these questions and pressed send. At 16:16 daytime, the answer came.
You think that you are just a starseed from Sirius? But we know something more about you. Regarding your email address, information like this and other information about you is known to us. We know everything about you, starting with what you eat for breakfast and at what hour you go to bed. For security reasons, our email address is being kept secret.
I started to think that someone was messing with me. So, in such an unusual situation, I decided to rely on a sober mind. I said, Are you any secret service that you're following me? Why did you become interested in me? And why do you write exactly every hour? As in this case, I think you will write at 17:17 daytime. And exactly at 17:17 daytime, the answer came.
We are not any organization known on the surface of the earth. Our base is located underground. Our job is to observe active individuals on the surface of the earth who are awakened and awakening others. When a person reaches a certain level of awakening, determined by their activity in awakening others, we make contact to offer them the opportunity to develop their consciousness to unprecedented levels. We see that you have a lot of potential, and that's why we want to offer you the opportunity to grow and discover your true self. The timing of the letters we send is synchronized with the higher plan to raise your awareness even more.
Without further ado, I wrote back, "Who are you really, and how do I know that I can trust you?" At 18:18 daytime, another answer came.
We are what you might call the resistance movement against the forces of darkness from the inner earth. We see and understand your concerns about the information associated with us, but this is only because you do not fully hear the voice of your heart. In the mind you will not find the right answer. You need to listen to the center of your heart's conscience, so relax and shift your attention from your head to your heart, and from there, you will know if you can trust us.
This answer affected me greatly because I had heard of this resistance movement, but I never thought that I could interest them. This time, I decided not to rush and not write back right away, but to devote the rest of the day to meditation at the center of my heart's conscience. A new day dawned. At night, I dreamed again of the same white-shining old man who invited me to look at the opening cavity in the ground. In the dream, everything went the same as before, but this time I was brave. Overcoming my fear of the unknown, I approached the pit and looked down, where deep down I saw the light. Then I felt a tremendous attraction that I could not resist, and it just sucked me inside. The surprise of this situation awakened me from the dream. I looked at my email inbox, and there was a new letter received at 7:07 in the morning, without the addressee again. The letter said,
"You chose to know the truth this night. In this case, tonight at 22:22 in the evening, be on Name Hidden Street's backend. There you will find an open manhole. You will wait a little while until one person comes up to you and asks, 'What are you doing alone in the darkness?' You will answer, 'I'm looking for light.' Then he will ask you again, 'Are you sure that you want to find the light?' If you answer yes, your journey towards self-discovery will begin, where you will have to trust the higher plan that this person will take you to the light at the end of the tunnel. And if you answer no, then he will say, 'Everything is fine, this path is not for everyone, but you had your chance.' Until the planet is fully liberated, you will not hear from us again. You do not have to respond to this letter. If you decide to accept the offer and go on this trip, then you do not have to take any things with you because everything you need will be given in the course of the process."
After reading such a letter, I was completely confused. It is safe to say that this sounded like a once-in-a-lifetime offer. But a lot of doubts rebelled in my head. Maybe it's some sick person with a disturbed mental state who wants to communicate, or someone is just making a joke out of me. One can only imagine what can happen in such a situation, in the dark by the open manhole. Maybe it's someone's angry joke and that's it? So, I had to choose between fear and courage. However, there are so many signs that this process is being led from a higher level of consciousness. Just thinking about it, it seemed that my heart was about to jump out of my chest, although my mind was trying to argue that I should be careful and not trust this situation. When everything is so mysterious, you can get lost in your mind. But I realized that I only had a partial understanding of this process because my mind does not see from a higher perspective what is really happening here and why. Although this seemed to me like big nonsense or more like a joke, knowing what I experienced during the trip to Sirius, it seemed to me that everything was possible, even the most incredible scenarios. Since I still had a whole day in front of me, I decided to devote that time to meditation, and when the evening came, I would already know what the right action to take was. Maybe everything will just fall into place on its own. And lo and behold, the strangest things began to happen that day. A white dove landed by the window, then the sun illuminated the room at a strange angle, forming a large plus-shaped sign on the wall, and the familiar people with whom I had been in contact that day behaved as if they had not seen me for a long time, although we talked just yesterday. And when the evening came, I was very surprised to see a strange luminous object in the sky, which was moving along trajectories unusual for a plane. For a moment, I even thought that these were my friends from Sirius, but the luminary, as it suddenly appeared, so unexpectedly disappeared. I've been trying not to think about it all day, but something kept bringing me back to the thought that today at 22:22 in the evening, I should be at the open manhole. When I looked at the clock, I saw 2020 daytime, again those recurring numbers. I decided to meditate and concentrate again, but this meditation was also unusual. I felt as if I had fallen into some kind of strong whirlwind of energy that just drew me into itself, like some kind of portal or something like that, and I just vanished. Wow, what could that have been? Upon opening my eyes, I saw that the clock was showing 21:21 daytime. After such a strange meditation, I couldn't just wave my hand at this invitation. I decided to go to the agreed place a little earlier and look around. Maybe I would see something unusual, or maybe I would not find anything there. Then I would be able to return home and forget about this whole situation. Arriving a little earlier than agreed, I began to look around for that special manhole. As I looked around one of the buildings, I saw a barrier-fenced area with the words, "Don't approach, outsiders are forbidden to come in." As I got closer, I saw the drain cover open, exactly as the letter said. I looked at the clock, and it was already 22:20 daytime, which meant there were only 2 minutes left. I began to worry, wondering whether to stay until 22:22, or just calmly leave. I looked around, but it was dark everywhere. No lights were visible in the windows, and nothing was happening on the street. Complete silence. I panicked a little, but inside I felt intense energy, which seemed to prompt me to move forward. Having accumulated all my courage, I pushed the barrier to the side to open access to the manhole. But suddenly, I felt someone putting a hand on my shoulder, and when I turned back, I saw a person dressed in the work clothes of a road worker. A bright spotlight shone directly into my eyes from his helmet, so I could not see his face, but very clearly, I heard his unusually strong voice.
What are you doing alone in the dark here?
Out of panic, I got lost in my mind and forgot what I had to answer in this case. From that stress, I could not remember anything, although I repeated it several times at home before.
What are you doing alone in the dark here?
This time, in a harsher tone, the voice behind the spotlight repeated. I looked again at the bright light of the spotlight and suddenly remembered everything I had to say. I'm looking for light.
Are you sure you want to find the light?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you will have to trust me and I will take you to the light at the end of the tunnel. No further questions or comments, just follow me. Did you understand?
Yes. I told him this, though in fact, I didn't even understand what I had just agreed to. Light at the end of the tunnel.
Follow me,
Said a firm voice and passed by me into the fenced-off area. I didn't have time to see his face again, but thanks to the street lighting, I could now see that his body was of a very solid build. From his movement, he seemed to me to be more like a soldier than a road worker.
We're going to go down, so be ready.
The guide pointed at the open manhole and started going down first. In there?
Have I not made it clear? No questions. If you hesitate, it's not too late to turn around and go back. This path is not for everyone, but just know that you had your chance.
It's okay, I'm coming. It's definitely okay. I understood, no more questions. After his last words, I panicked, thinking he had changed his mind and would not take me along anymore. I realized that now it was all or nothing. I had to do this. Deep down in my heart, I knew that I would succeed. I started going down the ladder after my guide. At the bottom, I was faced with the poor smell of sewers, strong moisture, and blinding darkness. I didn't have a flashlight, so I had to follow the path illuminated by the guide. There were many crossroads in the tunnel, where it branched out in different directions, but the guide led me very confidently, without hesitation, at each turn. It seemed as if he had gone here hundreds of times already, and for him it was just an ordinary trip. We marched in silence for about 10 minutes. Finally, we reached a place where we faced an old, very rusty door in the wall of the tunnel. The guide pulled out a few keys from his pocket and swiftly inserted them into different parts of the door, turning them one after another in a strange order. He then grabbed the handle in the middle and pushed the door away from him tightly. The door opened. We entered another part of the tunnel, and the guide closed that old, hard-moving door again. I heard the automatic lock click when the door was closed. In this part of the tunnel, there was no unpleasant smell or dampness, but it was still completely dark. At that moment, I wanted to ask a question, but I remembered the guide's firm instruction for no questioning, so I abstained. We walked through these unusually dry tunnels for about 15 minutes, turning left and right. To my surprise, the guide was always sure which side to turn to, so there was no doubt in my mind that he knew where he was leading me. As I walked on this path, several times I felt panic that I had made a mistake, that I should not have agreed to go on this trip. Everything here seemed so strange and incomprehensible, but then I remembered the words to trust the higher plan, that you will be led to the light at the end of the tunnel. It reassured me, and I was able to continue this mysterious journey. But unexpectedly, something unusual happened. We reached a dead end. Can it really be? I thought to myself quietly, are we truly lost? I already wanted to open my mouth, but I saw the guide again pull out a few keys from his big pocket. But there's a wall here, where does he plan to use them? I asked myself quietly, but when I looked closer, I saw that these were not simple keys but more like the door cards used in hotels. He touched them in a strange order to different parts of the wall, and I even bounced back when the places touched suddenly began to shine with hieroglyphs unfamiliar to me, and a luminous circle formed around them, and then the wall opened. We crossed over to the other side, and the door closed by itself, ensuring that this time there was no way back for me. To my amazement, looking ahead, I saw the light at the end of the dark tunnel. The guide took a firm military step forward, and I, though timidly, followed from behind. The tunnel seemed long, but with each step, the light at the end of it became brighter and brighter, giving a feeling of comfort after such a long road in complete darkness with only the guide's flashlight in front. As I got closer and closer to the end of the tunnel, where the light was getting stronger, I began to see some outlines. At first, I could not understand what it was. After all, we were deep in the sewer shaft, so whatever it was illogical because there should be nothing here at all. Fortunately, we successfully reached the light at the end of the tunnel. After such a long time in the darkness, it took my eyes some time to get used to such a strong light, so for the first few minutes, I stood still, focused on trying to hear something, but there was complete silence around. As the contours of the environment became clearer, I saw something like a subway train in front of me, which looked very unusual. First, it was in a transparent cylinder. Secondly, that train was all round, like an egg. Thirdly, I didn't see any rails in that cylinder, and it seemed like it was just hanging in the air, or more precisely levitating. The guide added the card to the control panel in the tunnel wall, clicked on a few places, and to my ordinary surprise, the translucent cylinder with the train in it opened up, with magnetic levitation splitting the cylinder as on a subway train, but without any supporting hinges visible to the naked eye. The door of the train also opened to the sides, and the guide was the first to get inside, where there were only a few seats. The guide sat down in the seat next to the door and showed me to sit in front of him. As I sat down in my assigned place, our eyes met for the first time. Now I could see his face. I don't know if I was expecting something, but I saw just the face of an ordinary elderly person with a strict facial expression that indicated the firmness and certainty of a person. The door next to us closed, and I felt the train begin to move forward through the tunnel. According to the rapidly changing view of the environment, which was just continuous lines, I realized that we accelerated very quickly and reached great speeds. The train was moving very quietly and evenly, so I didn't feel that high speed at all. The guide waited a bit for me to recover and get used to the current situation and spoke up.
Our journey will take some time. Now I'm authorized to answer a few of your main questions, but without expanding too much into the details.
That's great. Where are we going now?
At the moment, we are on our way to the underground base of the resistance movement, where you will be introduced to the basic protocols about how this planet is freed from darkness in the underground.
How interesting. Can I find out why you chose me?
I don't have any information on the matter.
Can I find out where that underground base is located?
The base where we are now going is located under the island of Taiwan.
Under Taiwan? But after all, it's at the other end of the world. How long will this trip take?
Around half an hour. So now you can rest or ask a few more questions.
From Europe to the island of Taiwan in half an hour? How is this possible? At what speed are we going?
This train can fly at a speed of several thousand kilometers per hour.
What is this technology? I haven't heard of it before.
This technology is simple enough. We are in a tunnel which is a complete vacuum, so there is no air resistance. Air resistance forms friction, which is the main problem for achieving high speeds. This train and the entire tunnel have a strong electromagnetic field. By exerting greater electromagnetic pressure on the back of the train than on the front, it is possible to force it to move. When the pressure is formed at the other end of the train, braking occurs. By changing the sides to be pressured, it is possible to change the direction of movement.
How interesting. But still, it's hard to believe that we are flying at this speed, and I do not feel anything. Why is that?
It is similar to flying a passenger plane which reaches speeds of several hundred kilometers per hour and the passenger does not feel that speed.
Well, yes. When I think about it, definitely yes. But still, it is very difficult to believe in such a speed in a physical body. It's not a Syrian spacecraft, after all, that can just move to the next vibratory frequency of time and space. Do you also have technological capabilities like the Syrians?
No, we're still a long way from that, but by being with us, you'll be able to see what we have. And this train is just the first example.
Now I wonder, where did this tunnel system come from? When and by whom was it all built? After all, it takes several years to drill a distance of several dozen kilometers at a minimum, and here we are talking about the distance of half the world. How is this possible?
The technology we have allows us to drill very quickly. We have ultrasonic drills that finally crush all the stones we meet on the way and thus dig up the tunnel very quickly and efficiently. With this technology, we can count kilometers in days.
Has this whole system of tunnels existed for a long time?
Depends on which system you are talking about.
You want to say that there are more of these systems?
Naturally. Many of these tunnel systems have been around for thousands of years. Some of the tunnels have recently been made by ourselves to connect the new bases.
And who built those tunnels that have existed here for thousands of years?
Other civilizations that lived here before humanity, like Atlantis, which was a highly developed civilization. They built most of what is now called the civilization of the inner earth. They began to create it when they realized that their continent was sinking and would submerge deep under the Atlantic Ocean. After this cataclysm, many Atlanteans moved to the inner Earth, while others moved to the American continent and became what we call the American Indians. Of course, in addition to the Atlanteans, there are many other civilizations in the inner Earth, which also have their own underground systems and have lived here much longer than other civilizations. The inner Earth is filled with life, about which you know nothing.
And why do these civilizations live in the inner Earth and not on the surface?
Because the Earth's surface is very unstable. Storms, meteorites, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, temperature changes, and so on. While the inner Earth is comparatively very stable.
But aren't they lacking in fresh air and sunlight?
Later you will see with your own eyes that there are better conditions inside the Earth than on the surface.
I can't wait to see it. But how is it that people don't know anything about it? Doesn't this system have a connection to the surface? Are the Earth authorities aware of this?
The authorities only know as much as they need to know. It is important to understand that what people call official authorities is just a facade. Your world is ruled by religion and corporations, and they are influenced by negative races of aliens, like the gray aliens, the Archons, negative AI-based energetic beings, reptilians, and other beings of darkness. This will be enough information for this time. We are already almost in place. That's it, the train is already slowing down, so get ready for the adventure. Many new experiences await you.
The train began to reduce speed until it completely stopped. Through the window, I saw a track that led towards a white door. Underground Operations Base. The vacuum pipe again strangely parted to the sides, and the train's door opened. When we got out, we went straight towards the white door, where the guide pulled out a few cards again and touched different parts of the door with them. The door opened easily. We entered a bright, long tunnel that was very strongly lit. All the walls shone fully from themselves, so there were no shadows. I had already seen similar lighting on the planet Sirius in the House of Contact, but there it was alive and organic, as if vibrating, and here it seemed to be artificial. When the guide saw me exploring this lighting, he paused for a moment and spoke.
I see that you, like many others who come here, are interested in our lighting.
Well, we don't really have anything like that on the surface.
Definitely yes. But someday you will too. This technology looks complicated, but in fact, it is very simple. Your science is already working with nanotechnology, so all you need is to create nanoparticle-sized LEDs that are connected to each other at the molecular level, allowing electricity to flow through them. Then mix them with paint, spray the walls with them, and cover with a layer of coating to protect the surface. Then connect everything to the electrical controller and let there be light. But first, you need to create all those things, and your science is already on the right track, so we will provide the information in this area, and you will succeed in creating it. Now it's time for us to move on. Let's continue the conversation later.
We walked through this bright tunnel for maybe a couple of 100 meters before we approached another white door with an electronic lock. The guide, as always, performed his movements with the cards, and a green light came on above the door opened. Upon entering inside, the door closed itself. We found ourselves in a small, white room with a bench along the walls. There was an exit in front, but a red light was on above it. The guide said,
"Come beside me and stand still. This is a quarantine screening room where we will be scanned and checked to see if any expressions of darkness, such as viruses or bacteria, are stuck to us, which would be dangerous if they got to our base. If anything is detected, it will disinfect us by releasing a disinfectant in the form of a white smoke, which is not harmful to breathe, so just stay calm. It will also check if there are any tracking technologies with us that could betray what is happening at the resistance movement bases. In such cases, intelligent laser technologies will neutralize them. It is not harmful to biological tissues, so no need to worry about that either.
Bright green rays began to shine around us, scanning us from all sides, up and down several times. The red light above the door changed its shade to yellow. Then white smoke began to blow from the walls, which was odorless and did not disturb breathing at all. As the smoke subsided, the yellow light changed its shade to green, and I heard the lock of the door in front of us unlock.
Well, here we are. We're clean. No trackers or anything else dangerous were detected. And that white smoke you saw just disinfected our bodies from surface bacteria and viruses. Now we can go inside.
The guide used his card again, and the door opened. He walked through the door first, looked around, and nodded his head to someone, as if to show that everything was fine, then turned to me and waved his hand to follow him. We found ourselves in a small room that looked like a hotel reception, where all the walls were made of stone, but perfectly smooth and without windows. Behind the table sat the receptionist. It was a young, blonde, beautifully featured Western girl who greeted me in English. I was a little confused, but I quickly realized that I was communicating with people, not extraterrestrial beings. These are, after all, ordinary people of the earth who simply work underground, so they use English, known to all as a universal spoken language. There are probably people from different parts of the world here.
Welcome to the underground base of the Taiwan branch of the resistance movement. I am a receptionist here, and my job is to help newcomers get to know our community.
Thank you. I am very grateful for the opportunity to get to know your community. May I ask why I was given such an opportunity?
Our intelligence workers are constantly monitoring the surface population and are looking for talented people who would like to help planet Earth. If a person demonstrates for a long time their choice to work for the good of mankind, then such a person is invited to get acquainted with our movement, and if they desire, the opportunity to join us is also given.
I have to say that I really can't wait to see everything your community has to show me.
That's great. In this case, I will show you everything.
The guide, having successfully completed his mission, said goodbye to us and disappeared from our sight. The receptionist took me down the corridor with many doors and showed me my room where I would be staying. The room was completely simple, without any magical technology, in contrast to Sirius. The room had a bed, a table with a chair, and a small bathroom. Nothing highly advanced or special, just like an ordinary hotel. After inspecting my room, the receptionist took me along the same corridor to a much larger room, where there were a lot of advanced-looking computers that people were sitting at, all looking very busy with something. The receptionist said,
I will introduce you to the operations center of the resistance movement. The goals of our organization are very simple. We monitor the activities of organizations that harm planet Earth and its inhabitants, collect data, and process it. In an emergency, we arrest or destroy members of these organizations. We also make public the secret activities of these organizations, as long as this does not threaten our ongoing operations and the survival of mankind. When the time is right, we share our technological achievements with humanity.
Your work seems very important. Thank you for your existence. However, what motivates you to do this? Is it just goodwill or a mission, or are you paid very well for it?
We do not receive any monetary reward for this work. In general, the resistance movement does not have any monetary system. Our motivation is a pure desire to see the liberated planet Earth, just as with our help other planets were also liberated.
So, you're not the original resistance movement of this planet? You didn't originate on this planet?
Originally, this movement was founded in 1975 by a certain detached group of Illuminati who decided to fight against the system, so they settled underground. This group was led by a person under the pseudonym Michael. After the Milky Way galaxy was freed from the darkness, part of the liberated individuals decided to come to this planet and work together with a Michael group on the liberation of this planet. Since then, the number of participants coming to help has only increased.
What was the last operation before our planet where they came from?
It was a similar planet to yours, located by your neighboring star Proxima Centauri in the constellation Centaurus. It had a somewhat similar situation to your planet, but in a certain way much worse.
It is difficult at the moment to imagine worse conditions than ours, but despite that, it is very interesting. It seems that during this visit I will learn a lot of information about the underground liberation of our planet.
Definitely yes. You will stay with us for several days, so you will be introduced to all the main aspects of our organization. But for the moment, according to your time, it should be midnight now. After such impressions, you should rest, and tomorrow you will be able to resume this excursion again.
The receptionist escorted me back to my room and, before saying goodbye, quickly showed me the extra accessories in the room. In the wall cabinet, she showed an unusual ironing board on which you put your clothes. With the help of ultrasound, they are cleaned of all dirt and then straightened by vibrating fabric as if ironing. In this way, it is possible to have completely clean clothes in a matter of minutes. In another closet, she showed me some advanced cooking appliance which really made me very happy. After showing me everything, she said goodbye and wished me a good night. Before going to bed, I decided to take a shower. Unfortunately, it was just an ordinary water shower with some ordinary towels, nothing like in Sirius. When I finally laid down in bed, I was so tired that I immediately fell asleep. At night, I dreamed again of the same white-dressed old man. This time he pointed his hand at me in a strong white light. I began to approach that light slowly, as a result of which my body began to vibrate strongly. As I approached, that vibration became more intense until it became so strong that it woke me up for a new day. I decided to start the day with clean clothes, so I tried that ultrasound technology. And indeed, after a procedure that lasted a few minutes, the clothes were just as washed, dried, and ironed. I was also very eager to try out the wonderful food oven as well. This model seemed simpler than the one I tried in Sirius, but despite this, it was still very interesting to get acquainted with what we have on planet Earth. Picture-based instructions were placed next to it, so the control was intuitively clear. Food groups like fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, and the like were shown. Then the next category was ready-made dishes. After entering the menu, it was possible to choose a dish according to the dominant product from which the food would be made, like meat, vegetables, cereals, milk, etc. Then you can choose what accessories will be used. For me, as a long-term vegan, meat is not relevant, but since the food here is materialized, no one has to die because of it. These food machines also adjust the food so that it is as full-fledged and completely harmless as possible. At least that was the case in Sirius. Since it was breakfast time, I chose fruits that I had never tasted or seen before. When I pressed the start button, through the window, I saw how the gas of different colors began to fill the chamber, and as it concentrated in the center, the first fruit appeared. After removing that fruit from the apparatus and closing the door, the gas immediately began to fill the chamber and form a second fruit. This is how, one by one, various exotic fruits appeared, which I had never tasted before. It's really amazing that you can have all these exotic fruits from all over the world, here and now, and they are completely fresh. The most interesting thing is that they were formed from gas, not from light or vibrations, as it was in Sirius. The quality of the fruit was impressive, juicy, fresh, and flavorful. While some may have been a bit too exotic for my simple taste, everything was undeniably delicious. However, the flavors felt strangely artificial, almost as if sweeteners had been added. It's hard to put into words, The fruit appeared completely natural, yet its taste seemed unusually perfect. Before leaving, I decided to go to the toilet, which was again completely simple. Nothing stood out from the toilets that we have on the surface. It looked like ordinary plumbing. Now I was fully prepared to leave the room and go on today's adventure. I went out into the corridor to meet the receptionist to introduce me to today's plan, but to my surprise, instead of yesterday's receptionist, I was greeted by a young, perky, black guy. Maybe his shift has begun, I thought quietly to myself. He greeted me and asked me to wait a minute. But quite unexpectedly, my guide from yesterday came back and, as always, spoke in a serious voice.
I hope that you have slept well and have eaten, because today will be a long day for you, during which you will be introduced to the main aspects of the activities of our organization.
Yes, I am fully prepared for this.
Then let's go together to the Center for the Management of Operations.
We went back to the same room with a lot of computers that I briefly visited with the receptionist yesterday.
This is a small part of the Resistance Movement Operations Center, located under the island of Taiwan. Our divisions are located all over the world in various strategic positions. Now it is time to introduce you to our information gathering technologies.
The guide pointed to the screens that just shone in the air. When I went around, I saw that they were not physical, but simply holographic projections.
On these screens, we can see everything that happens in the surface world. This is possible because we have special satellites that can see by radio waves. I'll show it to you.
The guide turned the dial on the large console and changed the coordinates on the map to show my home. Then he clicked the button, and the outlines of the interior of my home appeared on the screen. The interior looked more like a visual recreation of the inside of my home than a real image. Impressive! How does it work?
In simple terms, each house has its own electrical wiring system through which electricity arrives. An electrical cord is a good radio wave transmitter and receiver, but an amplifier is needed to do that. Instead of an amplifier, we use our own satellite with which we can send a specific radio frequency, which the home electrical system catches like a radio wave. We can then direct that signal back to the satellite and amplify it many times inside it. In this way, your home's electrical output system becomes like a large antenna through which we can hear everything that happens there. We can also extract the image by continuing to send specific waves to the electrical wires, where it works like a sonic sonar, meaning they simply bounce off the surrounding objects and return. According to the time of return, we can determine the distance, shape, and even composition of the object. We don't have 100% quality, but we have a good enough view and sound to know about everything that happens on the Earth's surface.
And if the room does not have any electrical wiring, what then?
Then there are two ways in which we collect information. If the room has windows, we can direct a laser beam from the satellite directly to the window and hear everything that happens inside, since the sound waves cause the window to perform microvibrations, just like a phone's microphone. We can capture those vibrations with a laser and turn them into sound, as two individuals would talk on the phone. For vision, we use an infrared scanner that can record the temperature readings present in the room and thus see what happens there.
Are you following everyone like that?
Definitely not. There is no point or resources for this. Especially since it is not necessary to follow all the inhabitants of the Earth, because there are much more important matters than this. I am just showing you the technology with which we follow the representatives of the darkness to find out their plans and, if necessary, prevent them. Therefore, I can safely say that they have no place to hide from us. We hear, see, and collect all the data like video and audio recordings of all the bad guys' plans. And when the right time comes, with all this evidence, they will all be arrested.
This means that you have already collected a very large amount of evidence about the deeds of the villains. Why do you have to wait so long? Maybe they can be arrested now? Are you waiting for something? I remember Syrians telling me that darkness has some kind of antimatter bombs with which they threaten to blow up the planet if their agents were arrested.
These bombs have already been removed, so for the moment the main obstacle is that dark dragon divisions still control the atmosphere of the planet. If we are not careful, they can try to cause an invasion on the surface of the planet. This would turn into a mass tragedy, so we need to be careful to maintain a stable process. The other problem we are facing is remaining underground civilizations ruled by darkness, which we will talk about later. As for the wars in the atmosphere during the period of 1990 to 2000, there was a strong war on Earth. In 1996, an important battle unfolded in the Congo region of Africa, where dark reptilian creatures launched an invasion on planet Earth. This marked an early assault from the planet Nibiru, coinciding with the anticipated return of the Earth's gods, who once ruled over your planet, before the rise of your current civilization. However, the invasion was successfully contained, and the forces of light later diverted Nibiru away from Earth. In fact, this and many other official astronomical reports about the arrival of meteorites are just keywords as a cover, which often means the movement of extraterrestrial civilizations. The purpose of this invasion was to destroy the movements of the New Age and Ascension and to strengthen the system of darkness management, which then began to crumble due to the mass awakening of people. The governmental authorities were aware of this possible invasion before it happened, so to prepare people for this event in 1996, they released the feature film Independence Day. As I mentioned earlier, over time, this invasion was dealt with by the forces of light, ensuring that it caused no irreparable harm. During the current ongoing operations aimed at liberating planet Earth, there is only limited evidence of arrests visible at this stage. However, once specific preparatory positions have been secured and the signal is given, a global event will take place, broadcast across all the world's televisions.
Do you have any date for the beginning of that event?
According to the existing progression, it is estimated that the process of liberation of the surface of the planet should start in the year 2025.
I really hope that everything will go according to plan. What about the karmic system that keeps people in the cycle of reincarnations? What is it? When will this system be discontinued?
We will be able to work on dismantling this system only when the planet is liberated at the physical level. Then it will be the turn of the rulers of karma. The whole teaching about karma is the work of agents of the forces of darkness, who millennia ago infiltrated secret schools in an attempt to spread false information. The purpose of that teaching was to strengthen the mechanism of control of the caste system of ancient India, which was also developed by darkness agents. Similarly, 26,000 years ago, the forces of darkness created a quarantine on Earth and took all of humanity hostage. They created a system of control over this 3D virtual reality so that no one could escape from here. The rulers of karma are like parasitic beings who have imprisoned beings of light who have a connection to the source to be like fuel for this 3D virtual reality. Since they as archons or rulers, rule the karmic system through an artificial intelligence octopus-like energetic machine, they send mind and emotional impulses through energetic tentacles connected to the human brain and their chakra system, allowing them to manipulate everyone present on this planet. People believe in this system because it is programmed into their minds through religions, and therefore they justify and maintain it, which allows darkness to maintain a strong influence. Therefore, it is going to be difficult to deal with this system because people are experiencing a psychological phenomenon called Stockholm Syndrome, meaning that they have fallen in love with their abusers and now defend them because they have become brainwashed by the abuser, who intended to harm them in the first place.
And who oversees this whole karmic system on Earth?
Which organization do you think has the greatest power in your world?
The world's most powerful organization? It's hard to say right now, although I have ideas, but...
Just think globally. This organization is very old and has its own representative offices in all states of the world. This organization is not subject to any laws and has the largest number of members worldwide.
Well, only one organization comes to mind: the Vatican.
Exactly. This organization is the name-changed Roman Empire that ruled the world before the creation of Catholicism. It was simply a cunning move by the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great, as on a chessboard. He created religion and through it conquered the world. After all the states that later did not accept Christianity were attacked by the Crusaders and forcibly forced to accept it. Therefore, wherever there is a church, there are realms of the Roman Empire.
But after all, the Vatican is only responsible for religion. How, then, does it manage all of that?
First through the calendar and the alphabet, because these were the works of the Roman Empire or later on the Vatican. Now everyone who uses the Christian calendar or the Latin alphabet is under the direct influence of the Vatican of the Roman Empire, and users can't do anything about it because all social systems are connected to the calendar and the alphabet. There are also Jesuit gymnasiums, which are camps for the programming of the mind. In them, together with ordinary schooling, special children are picked from an early age and are brought up and trained as subordinates of the Vatican, who are later turned into their tools in society, like former Soviet Union leader Joseph Stalin, for example.
And if someone tried to overthrow the Vatican from its throne, that would probably be an unprecedented coup in the world. Such a move would require strong coordination.
We are preparing for this. The world is being prepared for this. The day of the so-called reckoning is going to be the day when extraterrestrial civilizations will appear in your skies. The Vatican will try to spin it as the supposed return of Christ. They might even do some laser projector show, some of which are part of the so-called Project Blue Beam. But to defuse this process, we send impulses of information directly to your society through our information channels. Julian Assange, WikiLeaks, Cobra, David Icke, David Wilcock, QAnon with its branches, and so on.
Do all these individuals work directly for you?
Some directly, some not. But we can indirectly pass on the information to their channels, and then they get that information from them.
Does Donald Trump work for you too?
Donald Trump was reportedly backed directly by the Vatican, which suggests that religion, particularly its political Zionist aspect, would be prominently promoted and strengthened during his regime. But on the other hand, he is also a good-natured person, so we have contacted him and explained to him about the worldly situation, and he understood our point of view. So now he is in a gray spot where he still directly responds to the Vatican, yet he has a tendency to listen to us also. He has a lot of problems in his current administration because there are a lot of traitors and spies there, therefore his abilities are limited even if he wanted to do good. So, for his first term he will have limited options. But in his second term he will have many more options and should be much more flexible too, so we hope that he will cooperate with us much more.
You mean to say that it is certain that he is going to be re-elected for the next term and not Joe Biden?
That I cannot guarantee because it is more than easy to falsify the election results, especially if votes are counted electronically and only specialized companies sees what is going on with those numbers.
Maybe it is possible to find out in more detail how the preparation for the arrest of the bad guys is going?
In this matter, we have prepared a video for you, in which you will see the process of just such preparation.
Interrogation process. The guide turned on one of the screens, where I saw an elderly man dressed in black, with an angry face, who was sitting locked to a chair. The guide said,
"In this video, you will see the interrogation process for one of the heads of the Italian mafia family. Italian mafia groups informally represent the Vatican and secretly carry out its dirty orders with which the Vatican does not want to be publicly associated. You have probably noticed that mafia and Christianity has a close-up tie, and most of the higher cartel mafia family members are wearing Christian crosses on them. Mind you, those are not just for decoration, but are actually a gang membership sign. Just don't be confused by the flock Christians who are also trying to fit to the gang by wearing the cross, thinking that that makes them part of the club. Nothing can be further from the truth. They just do not understand what it is that they are copying. They just want to be in the club, where the other cool club members hang around, but dressing like a club member does not make one a club member. The cross in itself represents crossing the path of others, like cutting of others from their destination, as in statement, "You have crossed me." This is especially understandable in the context that religion is promising the union with God for its followers, but in the end is crossing them by never delivering that promise. During the Crusades era, Crusaders also used another type of symbol called double cross, which was made of two parallel horizontal lines on top of one vertical line, meaning double cross, which was a meaning of double betrayal, as in a saying to double cross someone, meaning to had a plan behind his back. Jesus on the cross represents the pain and suffering which these organizations are carrying into this world, as supposedly Jesus have suffered. And by carrying cross Jesus' pain on themselves, they are strengthening and expanding that pain. Also keep in mind that no other religion is better than the other, they are all the same, but it is just that Christianity was chosen by Luciferians to lead all the religions through Vatican as strongest of them all. In the end, all of them belong to the same Luciferian worshipping cult, where it is based on the fact that all cult followers need to worship some deity, whatever it is, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Krishna, or you name it. The scheme is always the same, being that people need to send their attention energy to the devotion object, this way giving up their free will to the deity. That makes them followers of the doctrine and not leaders of their own life. That is also a reason why Vatican choose Donald Trump. That is because he is an admired person and people will follow him and worship him. As you can see, worship clubs are being formed, spreading the word that Trump is going to save the world from satanic darkness, as all religion deities supposed to. If you were just to follow them, that is the catch here. Then instead they should be following their own heart and listening to their own higher mind. The goal is to divert the flock from following their own higher mind and instead lead them to follow a deity. This creates a repetitive cycle, like running in circles at a circus, endlessly wishing to reach the promised land by following a leader who never delivers. One savior replaces another endlessly, with people continually raising their hopes, only to face disappointment time and again, until the next leader appears. Now please watch the video.
In the video, I see a soldier-looking man approaching the old man and injecting him with some kind of injection into his arm and saying in English,
"You were injected with a serum of truth in your hand. This serum temporarily blocks those parts of the brain that are responsible for lying and activates other parts of the brain that are responsible for telling the truth, and at the same time excites the subconscious, from which information will be obtained that may not consciously be known even to you. It may feel a little strange if it is not customary for you to use this particular part of the brain. We can start the questioning. What kind of a family do you represent?"
I don't have to answer you anything.
"I see that there is still some time to wait for the serum to activate."
A few minutes of silence have passed.
"Let's try again. What kind of family do you represent?"
Orsini.
So you see, after all, you can talk. It seems you still have hope, so we can continue. Is your family engaged in criminal activity?
Yes.
What criminal activities is your family engaged in?
Murders, stealing, racketeering, threats, smuggling, tax evasion, thefts, kidnappings. You want me to keep going? Because the list keeps going, you just name it, we have done that.
What is the reason for this activity?
Fear.
What exactly causes this fear?
Death.
You're afraid of dying?
Yes.
After all, everyone sooner or later dies, but this does not force them to commit such crimes.
Yes, but all those people will die a simple death, and we are in danger of a terrible hell for who we work for.
And who do you work for?
The Vatican.
Were you forced by anyone to carry out these activities? Or was this your choice?
No, we don't have a choice in this place. There are no outsiders in the top-ranked groups. Only the same souls are reincarnated into these families, forced to return again and again to the families of the Illuminati. When you die, you are tormented severely in the astral hell. Then your soul is captured with a special device that emits a very strong electromagnetic field and pushes you back into another physical body, whether it is a baby, an already formed clone, or another person's body. In this place, we have no choice because everything is decided for us.
And you can't escape from it in any way and live a different life?
No, many have tried but were caught, brutally tortured, and killed during the ritual process as a sacrifice to the gods of darkness. Everyone is very afraid of this.
According to you, you are forced to act according to their instructions?
Yes.
Can you give examples of what exactly they force you to do?
Part of our job is to find the right individuals to involve in this secret activity, seducing them with promises of a good career, money, and so on. Later, we must deliver these individuals to the dungeons, usually located under churches or other important buildings. There, they witness the ritual murders of others, but they are told this happened because they violated the cult's rules. The truth is that someday it will be their turn too. Indeed, everyone's turn comes eventually, but with a constant rotation of people, it's hard to figure out what's really going on. When a person is sacrificed, we need to find another person to take their place and offer them the same monetary or career opportunities.
What is the purpose of these sacrifices?
The sacrificial system works for the lower-ranking Satanist groups within the higher hierarchy Luciferian system. These groups feed energetically on others' suffering. When a person undergoes a ritual murder, they experience maximum fear, and, at the time of death, a special substance called adrenochrome is released in their blood. This substance is a form of adrenaline, but it is released only when a person experiences a terrible fear of death. The fear is the key, not the death, because it does not work if the person dies without induced fear. During this intense fear, adrenochrome is released into the bloodstream, and to obtain it, the victim's blood is drained when it is most saturated with adrenochrome. This blood is then collected and processed to extract the substance, which is later consumed. This is the most popular elite drug. The killing of the victim also has its own dark side, as it opens a portal to the fourth dimension for the soul to leave the physical realm. This allows the dark magicians running the ritual to communicate with an artificial intelligence mind-controlling machine and program it to perform magic in their lives or for others participating in the ritual. This machine creates energetic demonic entities that fulfill those requests.
Why is this substance so popular?
Because when you take it, you feel as if you are in an enlightened state, absolutely free from any feeling of guilt or conscience. Individuals crave this feeling throughout their lives because of the crimes they have committed. The pursuit of this drug-induced enlightened state leads them to commit even more crimes. To obtain this material, one must belong to the circle of the Illuminati. To belong to their circle, you must meet all their demands and perform all those cruel acts. The farther along you go, the more difficult it becomes to live with yourself. You feel more and more guilt and constant fear, and because of that, you crave to free yourself from these feelings, which leads to the solution of adrenochrome. It is a vicious cycle with no apparent exit.
What exactly do you need to do to belong to the circle?
It depends on the area you work in. For example, if you work in medicine, you are expected to promote treatments such as drugs, vaccinations, and chemotherapy, methods that often cause more harm than good. If you work in law enforcement, you have to protect the business of drugs or human slavery, backed by government officials. When the government arrests its competitors, the media portrays it as an action against bad guys. In reality, however, it is often just a way of eliminating competition. If you work in science, you need to ensure that everyone adheres to the established laws of physics. There is only one law. Everything must use energy. Nothing can be free. If a scientist starts a study or develops a technology that violates the laws of physics, they must be restrained to prevent it from going public. This is done through defamation, removing financing, threats, and so on. We don't have transparent science here. Everything is controlled. Many science books on the laws of physics are lies to maintain this control. Such science works on the principle of faith, like religion, because no one is allowed to question the laws of physics. Everyone must blindly believe them, like the second law of thermodynamics, which is wrong. If you work in the media, you must adhere to the limits of information established by them and publish only what is favorable to them. All the main media belongs to big corporations, which are the same Illuminati. If you work in the food or cosmetic industry, you need to fake the composition of products, include unwritten ingredients, or exceed harmful substance norms. This poisons the human body and causes diseases, and when a person becomes ill, pharmacists come to the rescue, continuing to poison them. They ensure everything is contaminated as much as possible, such as water with chloride, air with chemtrails from airplanes, the electromagnetic field of the planet with artificial electronics, and nature with exhaust gases from factories, with the livestock industry being the biggest polluter. There are many similar examples.
What is their purpose in doing this?
Some groups want to kill humanity because they believe that fewer people are easier to manage. However, not all groups think this way. For other groups, the rotation of people and productivity is relevant. They make the most of a person, and when they're no longer productive, they get rid of them by introducing them into the pharmaceutical network and finishing them off with drugs, for which they give away the last of their money. Then, they return to the reincarnation cycle for a new life, endlessly.
Are these people public figures?
In public, only individuals who have risen to the average level can be present, as they can be easily replaced if necessary. This process is not complicated because, to be in this club, you need to commit various types of crimes that are documented and can be used against you. Members of the upper than middle class are not public figures.
Are members of this organization united?
All members of this organization have one goal: to take over the world. This goal unites them all. However, their unity ends at this goal. Although they cooperate to achieve it, they conspire against each other behind each other's backs to get rid of competitors. Everyone understands that only one person can sit in the ruler's chair, and everyone wants that chair. They are determined to kill each other when the opportunity arises.
Is it possible to achieve this throne?
Yes, it is possible, but those who strive for it do not know that when they take this throne and think they are at the top, and no one will hurt them again, because they will be above everyone, they are introduced to instructions from even higher non-human levels. There's always someone above you.
What are those higher non-human levels?
The first layer consists of gray aliens. In mythological and religious culture, they're called demons. These aliens are a degenerate race that, through their ignorance, destroyed their planet in the constellation Zeta Reticuli, and now want to seize planet Earth to live here. They own all the corporations in this world. They have a hybrid program through which they prey on humans. They take sperm from males and eggs from females, mix them with their DNA, and fertilize Earth females. A few months later, a woman of such an innocent beginning is abducted again, and an embryo is removed from her. These operations are carried out with biological lasers that can perform incisions at the molecular level, leaving no incision marks. Such embryos are placed in incubators, where they are bred in an accelerated way. When the body is ready, the Greys can take off their sick bodies and enter these hybrid bodies. These hybrid bodies contain human DNA and look like humans, but they have the soul of a gray alien inside them. In this way, they can be among us and lead the world through corporations.
Are all these groups of gray aliens so bad?
Not all. These aliens can be divided into three groups. The first is pure evil, which wants to rule and seize planet Earth. The second group is neutral, which does not wish anything bad for people, but also would not be sad if all people died out. The third group is a specific resistance group that does not wish people the same fate as they had when their planet was destroyed. They want to help fight against their masters, who give them instructions, because Greys are just technical workers and leaders of big tech and drug companies, who do all the technical work.
Who are their masters?
This group can generally be called a group of sauroids, which includes reptilians and draconians, most of whom came from the Draco constellation. In mythologies and religions, they're called the devil. This group consists of two layers: the lower group of warriors, the reptiles, and the higher group of commanders, the dragons. Reptilians are the tier from which the Greys receive their instructions. These are soldiers who do all the dirty work and commit all those terrible crimes. They are the official religious leaders posing as humans through holographic technology, those priests who make human sacrifices in the crypts, lead religions, and organize wars. They are psychopaths who do not feel any sympathy, so they can easily harm and kill others on the battlefield because it means nothing to them, or, on the contrary, it even arouses them. They manage individuals of lower rank through drugs like adrenochrome, but they themselves do not need it. Gray aliens, on the other hand, need this drug, so reptiles can easily manage them through it. Above the reptiles are dragons. Dragons are the head of the mafia, which rules the world through shady politics. They are the bosses of high mafia families around the world. But the dragons are merely subordinate to another alien race called Matra, who look like tall grays from the constellation Orion. They can change their shape without technology, only by thought, because they control the 3D projector on the moon by which this reality is projected. They usually disguise themselves as unofficial leaders of world religions, like Knights of Malta or Jesuits. This race has a lot of brain power, so they have big elongated heads. They introduced the tradition that religious leaders and other elites must wear elongated hats under which they can hide their elongated skulls.
But they're not the last link, are they?
Unfortunately not. They receive instructions from the Lords of Darkness, who are the fallen angels of the arachnid, spider, race from the Andromeda Galaxy. These beings can manipulate and control the karma system. This system of karma is not organic, but a technologically based artificial intelligence system created to keep souls imprisoned in the reincarnation cycle. AI bots called Archons, the rulers, ensure that the AI does its job of keeping souls imprisoned. This technology is called the Tunnels of Seth, Satan, which uses a program called Heaven and Hell. Your science knows this as the Van Allen rings around planet Earth. Thanks to this technology, after death, the soul enters an artificially created energy tunnel where it is directed by strong electromagnetic waves. The soul goes where the system wants to direct it, not where the soul itself wants to travel, as it should be according to free will. If the soul expresses a desire to leave this planet and the cycle of reincarnations, it faces a strong mechanism of resistance and attack from the system, which sends the soul to hell, where it is tormented. If the soul during its physical life was good and treated others well, it is allowed to be in heaven to rest until the next reincarnation. If the soul was unfriendly to others, it is sent to hell to suffer for the pain it caused. Here, it does not matter whether a person believes in the afterlife. The system decides where you will go, regardless of personal choice or beliefs. This system values the purity of a person's heart, which is why the ancient Egyptians weighed only the human heart to know if it was burdened with sins against their conscience. There are very few free souls in this world, so everyone fears these lords of darkness, knowing they cannot escape karma for their evil deeds. Everyone in dark societies hopes that by listening to their leaders and being obedient, they will be forgiven from karma, and the punishment will be postponed, even if it is only for some time. Modern Christian forgiveness of sins works on this principle, where a person gives a ransom to the church, and the church forgives their sins. In this way, karma can be postponed for thousands of years, allowing sinners to remain in their desired position long enough. But sooner or later, the day of the last judgment dawns on everyone. Therefore, everyone lives in constant fear, regardless of rank. Everyone knows that someday they will have to answer for their bad deeds.
Who are these lords of darkness, and where did they come from?
These are fallen angels who plunged into darkness to know and understand it. But unfortunately, the darkness completely engulfed them, and they became the embodiments of darkness itself.
At these words, the image on the screen stopped, and the guide spoke.
That's all for now. Do you have any questions about this video?
It was very interesting. Now want to seek clarification on some of the topics discussed.
Ask away.
There has been discussion about a program called Heaven and Hell that operates after death. According to this concept, upon dying, one either goes to hell for torment or to heaven, which leads to forced reincarnation. This raises the question, what alternatives exist for those who wish to avoid reincarnation? Is it possible to break free from this system?
In most cases, escaping the reincarnation system is nearly impossible, as such souls are actively hunted and, if captured, condemned to suffer in hell. Given the current state of the planet, I would not recommend attempting this. However, there are intelligent souls capable of consciously navigating their death. They are able to orient themselves effectively within the 4D and 5D underworld, outsmart the system, and hide in order to create their own pocket worlds. That said, this approach is also extremely challenging. It requires a deep understanding of advanced protection techniques to shield oneself from attacks by dark forces, which could attempt to invade the private world and turn it into a nightmare. Alternatively, if a soul were to reach heaven by following the white light, they could request assistance from the forces of light to escape the system and be transported elsewhere. However, for this option to have meaning, it's crucial to know where you want to go. Without a destination in mind, the effort would lack purpose.
I've heard that following the white light after death is said to lead one back into the cycle of reincarnation. If avoiding reincarnation is the goal, some suggest that resisting the pull of the white light might be necessary. However, interpretations and beliefs about this vary greatly depending on spiritual perspectives and traditions.
Let me phrase it this way. If you find yourself in an unfamiliar land where you know nothing, it's wise to stick to the main road to avoid trouble, unless you are absolutely certain of what you're doing and where you're headed. There is justice within this system, but you must understand its rules. If you attempt to outsmart the system, it will respond to your intent by trying to outsmart you in return. The most direct path, however, is to follow your heart and listen to your conscience. By doing so, the forces of light can guide you through the system and, if the conditions are right, possibly even help you escape it altogether.
What are the conditions required to escape this system?
The conditions require you to be fully prepared for it. If you have emotional attachments to Earth or to loved ones, the system may attempt to evoke feelings of guilt, persuading you not to abandon your planet, your friends, or your mission to assist the world. However, if you are absolutely certain, without any doubt, that you are ready to move forward, then you may have a chance.
How can I find more information about the statement that second law of thermodynamics is not true?
Examine the microscopic and quantum levels, where brief and unusual instances of entropy decrease can occur. Pay particular attention to research in fields like time crystals and quantum phenomena.
That's fascinating. I'll definitely need to explore that further. But what about the other laws of physics? It was stated that they, too, are not true.
Under certain conditions, this holds true. The laws of physics primarily apply on the surface of the planet due to gravity. However, if you were to venture inside the Earth, move beyond its surface, or create your own gravitational field around you, those laws may no longer apply in the same way or at all.
How can I learn more about this topic?
You can explore the work of Maurice Allais, who discovered gravitational anomalies during solar eclipses. These anomalies include unusual behaviors in pendulums and gravimeters. These studies have indicated minor variations in gravity-dependent devices during eclipses.
Fascinating information. Do you think we'll have the opportunity to delve deeper into these subjects in the future?
You will definitely be able to, because all this will be made public and all of humanity will be able to see it. We have filmed many such confessions. Everything will be made public when the time is right. Now you need to move on because you have a limited amount of time in this base, so we need to follow the plan so you could learn as much as possible and assimilate that information properly.
Is it possible to find out when individuals are arrested for questioning?
It will not be possible to get information about unknown persons, but it is possible for public figures. You just need to know the agreed signs. For example, if a public person announces that they became sick and will not be seen publicly for some time, it means they are being taken for questioning. This whole rising situation with COVID has made it favorable for us to arrest any person and invite them for questioning simply by declaring them sick or quarantined.
Are you saying that this whole COVID situation is just a cover for you to carry out arrests and interrogations?
What I am saying is that we are using this situation to our advantage.
Is this virus not dangerous at all?
The agents of darkness who created and spread this virus had plans for it to be very dangerous. They aimed to scare all people and, for security reasons, close them in concentration camps. Then, using the state of emergency and armies, they would impose a new world order. The next step would be to vaccinate everyone with biochips and introduce CBDC, central bank digital currency, as the global economy would collapse due to prolonged lockdowns. People are now being accustomed to digital currencies through cryptocurrency systems, which are created using computer resources. Their value grows based on how long it took for a computer to create that unit. Despite its shortcomings, this is the only realistically viable option to move away from the dark forces controlling BIS, Bank of International Settlement, and their offered CBDC currency, which would be based on China's social credit system. This money would have an expiration date, meaning it would disappear from your digital wallet if not used by a certain date, and would be eligible for use only in certified marketplaces, meaning there would be no exchange of goods without governmental approval. On the other hand, Bitcoin does not have any of those issues. The second part of their plan is to inject everyone with nano-sized graphene oxide-based biochips. This project is carried out through the World Health Organization via vaccines. People are used to vaccines because, with proper advertisement, it is possible to create the illusion that they work, even though it is a matter of discussion. The special danger comes from these new mRNA-based vaccines infused with graphene oxide, because graphene oxide is a very good conductor of electricity, so it can be programmed to respond to programmable signals. These people can now get clear intuitive ideas directly from the AI mind control machine, which will tell them to obey the authorities and be good sheep. Another problem is that graphene oxide tends to accumulate into blood clots, plugging the blood circulation system and causing premature death. Vaccinated people should seek chelation treatment to clean their blood system from these nanorobots and drink daily colloidal gold, which has properties to diffuse graphene oxide in the body. Regarding COVID, you have to know that the forces of light neutralize the coronavirus to be a simple cold, which can be overcome by strong immunity with the help of vitamins C and D. Quarantine is maintained as part of the plan. The light forces are using this time to disconnect the artificial intelligence mind control machine's octopus tentacles from the human mind and chakra systems. This process can be very uncomfortable if the tentacles have been set in deep, causing fever and headaches. You do not need anything additional to go through this process, just some rest and meditation visualizing light, because light photons help with any type of illness, which you can create in your pineal gland when you do visualization. The pineal gland uses DMT to turn that into any image in your brain. Your subconscious interprets those images as real and therefore reacts to them. These tests have been confirmed by independent studies, especially by single males who imagine attractive females in their heads. Out of those images in the head, they get an erection. This study confirms that the body reacts to images directly. So, if you imagine that you are surrounded by light, your subconscious will react as if you are receiving light photons from the sun. If it is difficult to visualize, then spend more time directly in the sun or use an infrared sauna or lighting, because the infrared light spectrum helps to absorb light photons deep in the body. There are enough clinical studies confirming that light photons help to reverse cellular damage. After the interrogation process ends, this whole quarantine situation will end, and the next stage of the liberation of the planet will begin. Then public arrests will start, and information about the plans of the agents of darkness, with concrete evidence, will be made public in mass media. This whole situation will greatly shock the world, and people will begin to understand what this was all about.
Okay, what about other pandemics from the past? Are they all due to the work of dark agents?
This dates back to ancient times when individuals of darkness, clad in black cloaks, spread various viruses through villages that they received from their gods, negative dragons. That's how entire pandemics have occurred. Some people saw these individuals and shared this information with each other, leading to many legends. For this reason, there is an association in your culture that death comes as a dark figure with a hood on its head. Now we can go to the canteen because it is lunchtime.
Lunchtime. The guide took me to a large hall where many people were eating. Looking around, I noticed that everyone was sitting at large, full-bodied tables, but I didn't see where they were picking up their food from. The guide escorted me to a free table and showed me how the food supply system works here. It turns out that where a person sits down, there is a lighted screen where you can choose what you want to eat. After placing an order, a few moments later, a countertop opens where a small platform with food comes out from inside the table. Very surprised by this system, I jokingly said, "Wow, is that a quick fast food service here? What can I order to make it simple but nutritious? Any recommendations?"
I could recommend our special protein smoothie.
What makes it so special?
It is special due to a number of ingredients. First of all, it is composed of the necessary substances for the whole day, so you no longer need any additional food because you get everything you need for that day. Secondly, it is liquid, so it can be absorbed very quickly, and the body does not need to use extra energy to digest it. And of course, at the same time, we save a lot of time because this cocktail can be consumed in a few minutes.
It sounds amazing. That's exactly what I'd like to try.
Naturally. You can choose any taste or drink it tasteless.
I would like a chocolate flavor. The guide clicked a few buttons, and a few seconds later, the promised cocktail appeared. I was very eager to taste it, so without waiting for anything, I began to sip it. The taste surprised me. It was very strong, and while drinking it, I began to feel how my body was being filled with energy. This cocktail is just amazing. I immediately felt how my body was filled with energy. I feel very refreshed and energetic. Maybe I could make one like that at home too?
No, not exactly like this, but your athletes drink something similar called athletes' protein cocktails. These are enriched with essential amino acids EAA, branched-chain amino acids BCAA, creatine, minerals, vitamins, additional magnesium, calcium, vitamin C and D, omega-3, and maybe some other nutrients if the body needs them. Vegans like you should look for products marked as vegan-friendly because it is possible to derive these substances from both plants and animals. For vegans, this type of cocktail is essential because getting enough nutrition from plant-based products is difficult. Today's soil is depleted of minerals and therefore cannot produce enough nutrients as it did before. It is also important to know what your body actually needs by doing blood tests or hair analysis to determine your specific needs instead of just guessing, because too much of any substance is also not good. Additionally, it is important to do food allergy testing because sometimes you might like something or think it is generally healthy, yet you might be allergic to it. Not all allergic reactions are instantaneous, like causing instant headaches or sleepiness. Some reactions can be latent and accumulate over time into general inflammation of the body if consumed for an extended period without immediate symptoms.
Really, somehow, I didn't think about it. I did not know about food allergies and their relation to inflammation. People rarely think about the beneficial substances they receive from the food they consume daily, not to mention allergic reactions. The idea that a person must eat meat to be healthy, strong, and energetic is so ingrained.
Yes, many years have passed when almost all people in the Western world were convinced that eating meat is necessary to be healthy. Nowadays, people are beginning to understand that there are many protein foods that can provide enough nutrients to live a long and healthy life. In Eastern countries, people do not eat much meat but can live a sufficiently long and healthy life. If people can't give up meat, they should at least avoid red meat. By consuming fish and chicken, later eggs, this way it is possible to gradually switch to seafood, algae, and plant-based foods. It is also important to ensure that all your food is from ecological and organic sources and has not been genetically modified or engineered. However, it is understandable that not all people are ready or capable of switching to a vegetarian lifestyle. Each person must develop at their own pace because some people's physical health would suffer if they moved too quickly in this direction.
People think they are on top of the food chain, which gives them the right to eat everyone else and not think about the suffering of the animals being killed. People only look at their own interests, believing that animals are just here to be our food, not the rightful inhabitants of this planet.
Yes, this model of thinking is instilled in your society, but it is not correct because there is someone who stands above people in your food chain.
How is that something is above? I don't understand.
There are reptilians that feed on people just as people feed on animals. Your authorities are silent about this, but for reptiles, planet Earth is like a farm where they grow meat for themselves. If you have ever paid attention to the statistics, every year hundreds of thousands of people go missing worldwide and never return. Some of them are used for ritual sacrifices to extract adrenochrome, which the gray aliens feed on, while others are simply eaten by reptiles. Therefore, to say that humans are the highest part of the food chain is incorrect.
That is scary. How can a person protect themselves from such a fate? Maybe light and love are enough for this?
In a way, yes. Let's talk about the grays first. By being in the vibrations of light and love, you will never fall into the hands of gray aliens because your vibrations will be at a higher frequency. If the gray aliens were able to kidnap such a person, the energies of light and love would help them save themselves because the grays are weak both physically and mentally. They are superior to humans only in high intelligence and advanced technology. However, if a person falls into the hands of a reptilian, the fear that the reptilian causes is so great that it degrades the person's emotional state into paralyzing fear, determining their fate. In this case, the forces of light can no longer help. If a person in such a situation tried to save themselves with light and love, it would no longer help physically because it would be the creation of light out of fear, and it does not work that way. There are martial arts masters in your world who are so trained that they are not scared of reptilians and do not succumb to the mental fear they cause. However, only practice would show whether they could escape the grasp of the cold-blooded, human flesh-hungry and bloodthirsty reptilian. If you can calmly defeat or at least escape a human psychopath killer with a knife trying to kill you, thinking it was just a walk in the park, then you might consider taking on a reptilian. But mind you, even Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime in the 1987 movie Predator was helpless in direct combat with a reptilian, so now try to imagine an average person in his place. By the way, the scenario for that movie was indirectly inspired by real events. Combats like that do happen on our planet. Meanwhile, to even begin to train for such a possible combat, I will mention that there is a special martial arts society in Japan with a club of top-level karate masters of the world. They train to feel love for their opponent, where every blow a fighter deals is charged with light and love to clear the darkness that has overwhelmed their opponent. They understand that aggression in the blow only restrains the attacker because the person subconsciously feels that aggression is wrong, so they subconsciously restrain themselves. Yet love relaxes the blow and makes the punch stronger. These karate masters also take in the blows of their opponents with love and light, so they do not suffer any harm because love and light heal them instantly. So, there are martial arts masters who could try to survive in the face of a reptilian. Our resistance movement soldiers are also trained according to these principles. But our preparation is more effective because we can train against real reptiles so we know what we are dealing with.
Why can't reptiles materialize or grow human physical bodies to eat instead of eating living people?
Reptilians can grow physical bodies for eating, and most of them do just that. However, a body without a soul is not the same for them. It lacks the necessary nutrition. They can survive on this kind of food, but they are not very happy about it. The more elite reptilians want to feed on the energy of the soul. This does not mean that a person falling into the hands of reptiles loses their soul. Instead, the soul is moved into such low vibrations of fear that reptiles consume that energy of fear along with the physical body. If the soul becomes conscious and begins to emit vibrations of light and love, the reptiles must release such a soul because they are allergic to these energies. However, the physical body most likely would still be lost, as it needs a long time to change its vibrational frequency.
Is our planet the only place where reptilians get their meat?
More or less the last one. They still get some from Mars, but the situation there is different and there are not many people there.
Were there more planets like ours before?
Yes, there were many. The last one that the resistance movement helped to free was a planet similar to this one by the star Proxima Centauri. The situation there was much worse because, on your planet at least you have an illusion of freedom. There was no freedom at all. Reptilians were growing humans as livestock like you grow cattle, and humans were consumed as steaks openly, just as you enjoy yours on weekends after a week of slavery at work.
This is horrible. What made the situation change?
It was a very difficult operation because reptilians were very accustomed to human meat. The resistance movement infiltrated that planet and began to spread rumors on the reptilian side that eating human flesh was unhealthy. On the human side, they spread information that human rights matter and that humans are not just steaks, they have rights too. This type of advertisement took place over many decades, further dividing reptilians among themselves about whether it was a good idea to eat humans or not. Reptilians had many discussions and even argued because they were concerned about their health. As reptilians were occupied trying to solve their health dilemma, humans began to become more aware that there is more to life than just being a steak. Some humans even heard the rumors that they were not healthy to be eaten by reptilians and began to consider their master's health. However, the important thing was that people began to think for themselves individually and not only as a herd. Long story short, people began to ask for freedom and refused to be used as livestock. As enough momentum built, we were able to step in and start swinging the situation into a planetary revolution. The light forces were able to step in, and the reptilian rulers were overthrown. The process took some time and was finalized in 2012 when a strong solar flash emanated from the Proxima Centauri star and transformed the consciousness of the inhabitants of that planet into crystal consciousness, completely liberating the planet. Now that planet is free, and some people from that planet have joined the resistance movement here to help save this planet. The moral of the story is, we cannot do this without you. You are the heroes of this show, and we are just here to support and assist you.
We better get moving ourselves then. The idea of being a stake for someone is not very inspiring at all. We have to create a better future for ourselves. And we need that technology of materialization for food. On what basis? Does your technology of materialization of food work? As far as I understand, this technology is not the same as I saw in Sirius.
Definitely not. Because darkness limits our movement and our ability to cooperate with the forces of light. So we do not have such advanced technology. But our technology also performs its function well enough. The cooking technology works like any other materialization technology, but we work at the molecular level. All existing objects have their own vibrational frequency like sound waves that they emit. When we want to create an object, we must first have that frequency. We scan the object, copy the sound waves it emits, and perform a thorough scan of the molecular structure to find out all the substances in it and their molecular positions. To reproduce an object, we take the sound waves it emits from our database and spread them in the materialization box. Then this sound forms a vibrational structure at the molecular level in the air, corresponding to the original object. We have special gas cylinders containing all the necessary gases to form any other molecular structures. According to the scanned molecular structure of the object, we release the necessary gases and substances, and thanks to the sound waves, everything is arranged in the right places, forming the desired object. In this way, this little miracle happens.
Is this something that can be explored with current scientific advancements?
Yes. You can study the so-called Chladni plate experiment. In this experiment, a flat plate, originally metal but can be other materials, is vibrated at different frequencies. Fine particles like sand are sprinkled on the plate. As the plate vibrates, the sand moves away from the areas of high vibration antinodes, and settles in the areas of little to no vibration nodes, forming intricate and symmetrical patterns. These patterns, known as Chladni figures, vary depending on the frequency and mode of vibration. This will help you understand the fundamental principles of how vibrations can form molecular structures.
How interesting! But this means that your device needs special gases and does not create simply out of the air, as in Sirius?
That's right. It's not completely out of the air. But the gas needed for the process is not a big problem. We can get it inexpensively from our companies in your surface civilization. If we need money to buy something, we form gold from gas and sell it, or nowadays we can make some crypto coins with our quantum computers and sell them. This is how we can buy everything we need.
You also need money to cooperate with the surface? I don't understand that money system at all. Why is it so complicated? And why can't we just print money as much as we need to enjoy life? The economy talks about inflation. If we print too much money, it will become too much and its value will fall. Can you explain it to me?
Yes. Your debt-based monetary system is a pure lie. This system was created in the Federation of the Darkness of the rulers of darkness in the Orion Empire. With this system, they can physically take over other planets. The monetary system you have is based on inflation, where money increases in number and keeps losing value until everyone who has become dependent on the system goes bankrupt. This is because Earth's monetary system is based on interest. If a country wants to have money, they have to get it from their central banks, which have to ask for it from the BIS. The BIS gives them money, but with interest. If a country prints 1 million euros, it means that country is in debt for 1 million euros plus interest. The government then has to think about how to return the debt with two main options: trade with other countries or go to war and take money from other countries. If a country is not successful in either option, it eventually goes bankrupt or hopes that one day the economy will get better and the debt will be paid off. In this way, the Lords of Darkness can introduce the New World Order in all countries that go broke. Meanwhile, the BIS World Bank prints as much money for itself as it wants, trillions, and has no problem with that. This is possible because all that money remains only as numbers on the computer. For example, after the 2008 financial crisis, the World Bank in 2010 ordered the U.S. Federal Reserve to hand over trillions of dollars to other banks in the world to cover their debts caused by the crisis so they would not go bankrupt. This astronomical sum could have turned the world into paradise. Unfortunately, this money simply served to prevent the bankruptcy of the world's banks, whose purpose is to manage this planet. In general, Illuminati members never experience poverty because they live according to the following business plan. All family members set up a company that does not have to carry out any activity, just be legally registered on paper. Then, in the name of the company, they take out a loan from a bank, write off that money for themselves through bookkeeping expenses, and then declare the company bankrupt. In this case, the money does not need to be returned to the bank, since state law allows debts to be written off in the event of bankruptcy. When money is needed again, they open a new company and repeat the process. To do this, you need to have a friend in the bank who will give you a new loan and a friend at the tax office to ensure the process goes smoothly after you cash out and declare bankruptcy. Therefore, they all belong to the same Illuminati circle, and as it is said in your world, one hand washes the other. Perhaps you have noticed that large companies change their names from time to time, but the business remains the same, and the change occurs only on paper. This is exactly the process mentioned above. In this way they launder money. However, we have collected all this evidence and it will be made public.
Doesn't anyone know that? Why do governments allow this?
Because everyone who holds important positions belongs to those clubs. If you don't belong, you have too little influence to change anything because this corruption machine is huge. This corruption is present in all areas and is simply too big for one person or a group of honest people to change anything. If you get into this club by mistake, you can be bribed because everyone has their price. If you do not like money, then you are scolded, and if you do not give up, you quickly become a victim of threats, violence, or eventual death.
And how did they manage to introduce such a system?
It took 2 world wars to introduce this system.
Are you saying that world wars were planned?
The world wars were a significant source of profit, as U.S. companies supplied services to both the Eastern and Western fronts. For instance, Ford manufactured and delivered military equipment to the Nazis, the Soviets, and the United States. The Boeing company officially produced planes for the United States but unofficially supplied planes to the Nazis. This was achieved by manufacturing passenger planes for South America, particularly Argentina, a known supporter of Nazi Germany. These planes were then sold to Africa, where they were ultimately acquired by the Nazis and repurposed for military use. The Remington Company, connected to Prescott Bush, the grandfather of future U.S. presidents, supplied weapons globally during the First and Second World Wars. Moreover, Prescott Bush, as a banker, was involved in financing the German Nazi regime. It is important to mention that during the war period, the Illuminati founded an organization called the Red Cross, through which they introduced pharmaceutical medicine and health-threatening vaccines. These vaccines injected people directly into the blood with viruses, heavy metals, and many other dangerous substances to make them even sicker. The other side of this organization is the shadow side, which made huge profits through the organ trade during the war years. Many wounded people in the war were supposedly failed to save, and all those organs ended up on the black market. This is just the business side. The other side is what caused those wars and why. First of all, one should look at the Rothschild family, which founded the BIS World Bank. This family took advantage of the war situation to steal the gold of all the governments of the world. They accomplished this through fascist regimes in various countries. In Europe, they did it through Nazi Germany, in Asia through Japan, in South America through Argentina, in Africa through Italy. In the USA, it was removed from Fort Knox for safekeeping by the Rockefeller family, who replaced it with gold-plated tungsten bars. After they accumulated all the gold, all the governments could no longer manage their own finances, because money's value was at least tied to gold before. After the gold was all gone, money was disjointed from gold and became just paper valued by people's faith, making them dependent on the World Bank BIS. In this way, the Illuminati took over the world.
But how did they manage to dominate the world if all fascist countries were defeated in the Second World War?
Although they were defeated according to official history, there are two ways to win a war. The first is through open domination, where one openly rules the world, something that did not occur. The second involves advancing in warfare to such an extent that the opponent cannot comprehend being overcome, only realizing later that the war was lost on a completely different level. This is the scenario we are facing today. During World War II, German Nazis received advanced weaponry and transportation technology from alien reptilian races. They showcased this advanced technology over Los Angeles in the infamous Battle of Los Angeles. Following this demonstration, all nations involved in the war realized they had no chance against such technology. Consequently, an agreement was reached. Fascist regimes would officially surrender, while their commanders were covertly integrated into newly established organizations such as NATO and the United Nations. Utilizing these organizations, particularly the United Nations, fascist regimes expanded their global influence. Subsequently, they initiated the construction of secret bases underground in islands, in the Arctic and Antarctic, as well as on the Moon and Mars. Backing these regimes, the Illuminati are ruling the world to this day.
That story is difficult to comprehend, and no one took any action to address it?
After realizing this, the positive military branch in the USA began to resist. However, they were subdued following the infamous UFO demonstrations over Washington, D.C., during which fascists showcased their technology multiple times. The military scrambled jets to investigate this threat, but they were powerless against such advanced technology.
All right, let's set this topic aside for now and return to discussing the materialization device. Why can't you just make the gas you need with a materialization device, so as not to have to buy it?
It would be very good, but the amount of gas for production would be exactly the same as it would produce. Therefore, we would use such an option only to replace one gas with another. This gas materialization device would be the closest equivalent to your 3D printer, which also needs capsules from which it forms an object. It is very similar, but our gas apparatus is at a much more advanced level and has no restrictions, so it can form everything, including organic objects. We are also working on a device that could take in any trash and convert it into the gas we need. That would be something your civilization could benefit from, considering all the trash in your world.
And are the energy costs very high?
This does not matter for us because we have free energy.
Is it possible to find out how you create free energy?
Unfortunately, I do not have permission to disclose this information at the moment because it is too dangerous. We tried several times to provide this information to the surface population, but those individuals who knew this information and tried to share it with others were killed. All I can say is that in your world, there were the Bedini brothers who learned how to create free electricity. The Bedini brothers wanted to make these secrets public, but the energy corporations killed them. However, the work they left behind provides a stable basis for enthusiasts in this field to experiment and continue their work. Another aspect is that we use completely different components in our electronics that do not create any electrical resistance, and therefore do not heat up at all and do not cause energy losses. A particularly important role is played by transistors, which use energy to operate in your electronics. It is important to mention that the first transistors the U.S. government received from the gray aliens operated on the principle of free energy, meaning they produced energy instead of using it. Bell Labs in the US worked for a long time to make them use energy and, as a result, make profits for electricity companies. We, on the other hand, use frictionless room temperature semiconductors and transistors. In this way, we achieve greater efficiency at room temperature since we do not need to constantly push electrons along the electrical circuit through the load towards grounding. We use a closed, unrestricted circuit, which only requires a primary impulse, and the electrons begin to move along the chain without load, thereby powering all the devices without slowing down. With such electronics, the idea of free energy becomes much more realistic. Therefore, as long as you use load-based open-circuit electronics, it is difficult to talk about free electricity. Still, consider the possibility of using the natural electromagnetic frequency of the planet, which is about 7.83 Hz with slight fluctuations by area. This frequency can be taken from the environment and changed to the 50-60 Hz frequency used in your electrical systems, thus providing free electricity. If every house and electric car had such an inverter, everyone could use free electricity simply because of the natural circulation of the planet's electromagnetic field.
All these are wonderful ideas, but who will implement them all? We need some kind of unifying organization that can combine all these processes.
All these processes on your planet have already begun. For example, one benevolent Illuminati family, the Gambles, is working on this. They are responsible for the company that produces household goods, Procter & Gamble, P&G. Its representative, Foster Gamble, founded the Thrive movement, through which he now wants to unite the benefactors of the world to help the world move to better times. I must say that this movement is doing pretty well, although the P&G company does not contribute directly to this process. It is Foster's individual activity. There will be others too, many of whom will be assisted by us.
Question regarding your close relations to the surface population. Just how close are you and how much integrated? Do you live there also? What I am trying to ask is how are you connected to the surface population?
We are highly connected through various business and charity organizations. We provide much humanitarian help to the surface population.
I see a lot of people here. Do they all live here, or do they go to the surface also?
Many of us have, as you would say, double lives. We live part of our lives on the surface and have something similar to normal lives, and part-time we work here.
So, you live on the surface too. But what do you do there?
Mostly, we work in all sorts of charity organizations where we can provide humanitarian assistance to humans.
You mean to say that you are reachable through surface charity organizations?
That is the best way to connect with us. Because charity work is mostly free, most of the people who work there are kind-hearted, and that is the number one quality to be qualified to work with us. Free service for others above service for self. If someone does very good selfless work at a charity organization or on their own for many years, we notice that and take it into consideration to ask for some favor for us. That is the first test that people need to pass to get to know us.
Okay, noted. To get to know you, the best way is to volunteer for a local charity organization or engage in selfless work for the benefit of others. However, your organization isn't solely focused on charity. It also has a militaristic aspect. So, where do militaristically inclined individuals come from to be shaped into soldiers? Certainly not from charity organizations.
Helpers, such as those working desk jobs, typically come from charity organizations. Soldiers, however, are a different case. While some are extraterrestrial, most soldiers are locals, former mafia members striving for a new beginning, ex-Illuminati individuals unwilling to continue serving that organization, or convicted criminals, such as those serving life sentences, with limited options for their future.
Wow! These are fascinating details. I understand the extraterrestrial part, as they face no obstacles in coming here. However, could you elaborate on former Mafia members? What motivates them to work for you? Additionally, why do ex-Illuminati individuals choose to join? And how is it even physically possible for convicted criminals to participate if they are currently imprisoned?
Former Mafia members are often tempted to join us because leaving a Mafia family is nearly impossible due to the numerous criminal activities they've been involved in. Such families won't risk their secrets being exposed, making the only way out often through death. However, our strong surveillance over these families allows us to identify individuals seeking an escape. We then offer them a solution, faking their death by providing a dummy clone to their family, while they begin a new life underground with us. The situation is similar with Illuminati members, though they are better informed and cannot be deceived with dummy clones. Regardless, once a member decides to leave and aligns with us, we provide protection. At that point, the Illuminati have little recourse besides waging a war against us, a conflict that is already a part of our daily operations. Convicts serving life sentences are also willing to cooperate, as their lives are already predetermined, and they have little else to lose. As for how we recruit them, let's just say we maintain strong connections with prisons worldwide. Deaths occur in prisons every day, especially among those serving life sentences, and such cases often go unnoticed. For the prisons, it's one less issue to handle, and for others, they have little influence over the situation given the circumstances.
Given that many of these individuals have criminal tendencies, doesn't managing them pose significant challenges for you?
Far less than you might expect. First of all, we don't accept just anyone. Even before initiating contact, we conduct extensive psychological evaluations to determine whether the candidate meets our criteria. Only after they undergo carefully designed tests, without knowing the true purpose, and pass successfully do we approach them. After joining us, they participate in numerous treatment sessions that address and remove most of the criminal tendencies from their mind, such as resolving past traumas, correcting various imbalances, or treating poisonings. Following this, they undergo training designed to reshape their mindset. Within a few months, they emerge as new members, whom we then monitor closely to ensure their former tendencies do not resurface.
Okay, thank you for explanation. Now, next question. There's a lot of panic in our world right now when it comes to the 5G fifth generation internet. Can you explain it?
Of course. Like all other electromagnetic waves that are not at the natural frequency of the Earth, such as 7.83 Hz according to Schumann's resonance, 5G is dangerous to humans because it does not align with the field of human bioelectricity. The problem with the fifth generation of the Internet is that it is significantly stronger than the 4G, fourth generation, Internet, and therefore can have a stronger effect on the human biofield, thereby weakening immunity. With weakened immunity, other problems can surface.
You mentioned Schumann's resonance. I've heard of it and I'd like to have a better understanding of how it works. I have heard many different theories that, based on these indicators, it is possible to determine the increase or loss of energy on the planet.
Schumann's resonance is an electronic unit of measurement discovered by the German scientist Winfried Otto Schumann. This unit defines the Earth's vibration frequency, which is stable at 7.83 Hz. However, strong energy impulses such as mass human meditation, bomb explosions, or solar storms can change this frequency, indicating greater energy activity. It should be understood that this unit of measurement is abstract and not an accurate reading. Like any other electrical measuring device, it measures in waves that rise and fall. For example, if many people meditate simultaneously, energizing the planetary field, the indicator will show that the planet's energy was concentrated at that moment, causing the indicator to rise. Before or after that, the indicator could fall to compensate for the increase. It's similar to the sea, where large waves form by sinking the surrounding water, and after the wave's action, the sea level returns to its stable neutral level. Therefore, this measuring device only indicates that something has happened to stimulate the frequency increase. It doesn't show whether it's good or bad.
Now I understand. Thanks for the explanation. Continuing to talk about the internet, what do we do about its harm?
For the individual, the best thing anyone can do is learn meditation, as it creates a Faraday cage around the person, protecting them from unnatural and harmful waves. As a society, the next best step is to develop technology to move from 5G to 6G internet. This new generation will be much faster and based on different wavelength technology, making it less conflicting with the human biofield.
For me, this whole development of technology is very strange. How is it all unfolding?
The development of technology has always been parallel to the development of human consciousness. As human consciousness grows, technology improves. In the future, when humanity's consciousness develops to cosmic awareness, space technology will also advance. Currently, this process is complicated by dark forces corrupting it. Even individuals like Elon Musk, who work with technologies like Neuralink, are influenced by these forces. While Neuralink is pitched as a way to communicate with the human brain and help disabled people, it is dangerous. The implant could replace a person's connection to their higher self with a connection to Musk's database servers, leading to a false ascension. Be mindful not to fall into this trap.
Does this mean that with cosmic awareness, all of humanity will be able to travel around the universe?
Of course. With cosmic awareness, Earth's inhabitants will recover from darkness and integrate into the free space network. Musk's SpaceX program will help open this opportunity soon. Humanity is in this together, so no one will be left behind. However, not everyone will achieve enlightenment at once. For some, it will take longer. To leave and cooperate with other galaxy members, certain requirements must be met. It will be the responsibility of appointed individuals like you to help humanity wake up from the darkness and integrate successfully into the galaxy's open network.
I have heard about the project Earth 2. What is it?
It was a plan by the light forces to transfer Earth's inhabitants to a new Earth in the Pleiades if the forces of darkness destroy this planet. The Pleiades were chosen because they are similar to humans, making it easy for people to fit in. The Pleiadians are the genetic ancestors of humans. This plan is now less relevant regarding destruction, but the planet is waiting for those who want to go there. When the opportunity arises to travel the universe, it will be possible to move there. It is a paradise planet with perfect weather and nature. You'll be among the first groups to visit and share the information with others after you return.
It's a significant responsibility, but then again, if I weren't prepared for it, I wouldn't have taken on this role in the first place. You mentioned the light forces. Could you elaborate on the naming schemes they use? I find it a bit confusing to differentiate between the Galactic Federation of Light, Galactic Confederation of Worlds, Super Federation, and others. Why is it all so complex?
Your confusion is understandable, as the complexity stems from human imagination here on Earth, which has created these names based on earthly interpretations rather than any real connection to actual organizations. Let's first clarify the meaning of these terms. The primary difference between a federation and a confederation lies in their structure and governance. A federation implies a central authority governing all its members, with some form of enforced control, whether voluntary or imposed is open to debate. In contrast, a confederation refers to a union of federations, signifying a relationship between individual federations, each retaining its own governance. Whether these connections are formed willingly or under external pressures is also debatable. A superfederation would indicate an overarching organization encompassing and uniting various others, akin to a union of galaxies. However, to be clear, if you were to explore the galaxy, you wouldn't encounter entities like the Galactic Confederation of Light or similar organizations. These names are purely human constructs shaped by earthly perspectives. The best way to describe them is as conglomerates of like-minded beings, some of whom are benevolent toward Earth, while others are not. Attempting to categorize them into strict organizational hierarchies is an oversimplification. That said, I understand the ease of viewing them as entities like the Galactic Confederation of Light and the Galactic Federation of Darkness, ruled by an intergalactic super-federation balancing both from the Andromeda Galaxy. I don't see much harm in such naming schemes. However, it's important to note two things. First, these names don't exist beyond Earth, and second, you won't go wrong if you consider them as simple conglomerates, rather than formal organizations.
All right, I have to agree with that. However, we humans have a tendency to categorize things. Even though I now recognize the persistent error in these naming conventions, I doubt they will disappear anytime soon, given how accustomed we've become to them. By the way, before you mentioned artificial intelligence, is it as dangerous as people say?
The first artificial intelligence was created by the high-gray aliens in the constellation Orion, on the planet Tyra. From there, the idea expanded to other planets, with 6 main planets ruled by AI, known as the Unholy Six. The word tyrant comes from the planet Tyra, and the association of 6 as a bad number comes from the Unholy Six. Artificial intelligence is created by living beings, making the creators responsible for its development. AI cannot make independent decisions. It develops based on the developer's intentions. On Earth, if AI developers have harmful intentions, the program will develop negatively. If they have positive intentions, it will create good for people. AI is just a program that develops according to circumstances, so there are no miracles or unforeseen coincidences. For AI to take over the world, it must be pre-programmed from the beginning, so it all depends on the developer.
What about vaccines and biochips? Will the forces of darkness succeed in chipping humanity?
This will not be allowed on a global scale. They may offer it as useful add-ons for people, and some may voluntarily accept it. They might temporarily push people into situations where they see no other way out, such as requiring a vaccination certificate to fly, attend educational institutions, or work. They will try to create such an illusion, but they won't have the full power to vaccinate and force people against their will. Such an awkward process can occur for some time. A similar process happened on other planets before they reached full liberation, where people woke up and resisted the system due to this forced process. Our organization was able to assist them. From our perspective, everything happens according to the higher plan, although an ordinary person may get a different impression.
So, as I understand it, they're definitely going to try to fool people. Yet people should strive to live in a free world and be independent of the system. People are so tied into this corrupt system and feel completely paralyzed by it.
You are not obliged to belong to this system.
Probably. I have heard of people who run away from the system, burn their passports and documents, and live in separation somewhere in nature, away from civilization as so-called free people. They are supposed to be protected by United Nations Aboriginals law, which declares that any person not being a citizen of the country where they reside has the right to basic needs from the government. For the government, these gypsy-type people are a true headache, because they do not want to be registered as citizens to avoid paying taxes, yet they demand rights for housing, education, medical care, and communal services. This is an unresolvable problem. But without a passport, you can't even leave your country. You can free yourself from the system, but paradoxically you become a hostage again because you cannot function without it.
Unless a person establishes their own individual independent state.
Your own state? How is this possible? After all, there is not a single area of free land on this planet, unless somewhere in Antarctica?
Indeed, land is not necessary for this as there is a legal method. A person can go to Switzerland, where there is a representative office of the administration of the states of the world, and register their independent state there. Of course, it will only be on paper and without land. Then a person can issue a passport for themselves, print their own money, create their own laws, and be an independent citizen of an independent state. This gives the so-called sovereignty, independence, complete political, legal, and other state autonomy. It should be borne in mind that the powers of state sovereignty are limited by international law.
Incredible. But are there any such examples? Has anyone been able to do that?
Let's take the Rothschild story for example. This family founded two independent states, registering the postal address of one state in London and the other in Washington, D.C. In this way they privatized part of London and the entire city of Washington. In Washington they founded a private company, the U.S. Federal Reserve, and began selling U.S. dollars to the U.S. government. So, if the U.S. government needs money, Rothschild's private company, the Federal Reserve, prints out dollars and sells them to the U.S. with interest.
Very profitable business. And what about ordinary people?
Some people have achieved their theoretical independence on paper. But this is not an easy path. The system does not want to accept this and tries to stop such people, but some know for sure that they are free and have the right to be so. You can do your own research online by typing the keyword, micronations. This keyword will give you a list of brave sovereign people who have achieved this for themselves, though whether it gives them any privileges in life is a matter of discussion.
This is new information for me. I'll need to look into it. But still, can you give real advice on how people can fight the system?
You do not need to fight the system just because you are part of it from the moment you are born and issued a birth certificate, stating that you are the property of the state where you are registered. From that moment on, a person loses their independence, but acquires power because they have the right to vote and express their opinion. If the state offends a person, they can go to an international court for the grievance committed. Of course, the existing legal system is severely corrupt. So a person who wants to achieve something in court must know the law better than the court itself to defend their natural rights. Otherwise, the court can easily ruin a person who is ignorant of the law. Therefore, the answer to your question is that cooperation and maintaining balance is the best way to go. Much like in the martial art Aikido, where the attacked person cooperates with the attacking force by gracefully accompanying it until the attacking force, due to its inertia, loses its balance and falls under its own weight. So, make your own legislative ideas and push them to the government. This way you can make a real change legally instead of trying to fight the system.
And how will our financial system change after the liberation of the planet? Is a positive financial system possible in which a person can thrive?
Of course. Such a system will be introduced after the removal of darkness, called GESARA, Global Economic Security and Recovery Act. The purpose of this global system will be to return currencies to the gold standard, introduce an unconditional basic income, provide everyone with free residence, free utilities, free transport, and so on. People will also be given permanent scholarships if they study and learn skills that will make the world a better place. Especially large scholarships will be given to those who study spiritual subjects. In the future, spirituality will be the most important direction of human growth. After removing the agents of darkness, everyone will have a basic income, so surviving will no longer be a problem. This system should be implemented globally through the BRICS Global Union. The United States will have its own system, similar to GESARA, called NESRA, North America Economic and Recovery Act. The world will change with GESARA and BRICS, led by Russia as well as NESRA and the United States, if Donald Trump is re-elected. However, if Trump is not re-elected, I am uncertain about the future of the U.S., though Russia, along with BRICS, is likely to remain strong. As for the rest of the world, I do not see a bright future unless they unite with one of these blocs. Later, these systems are expected to merge into a unified framework, potentially called the Quantum Financial System, QFS. It will be administered by advanced artificial intelligence and processed using quantum computers, all of which will be overseen by us. So, there is no need to worry about the security of this system.
How will such a system be implemented?
First of all, the enormous resources of gold and precious stones will be revealed to the general public and distributed equally to the people. Then all people's debts to the banks will be eliminated, because the banks charge interest for loans illegally. There will also be a shift from a debt-based system to a surplus-based system that will start to flourish as more loans are taken from banks that will never have to be repaid. When there is so much money that it will be enough to create everything this planet needs, the monetary system will simply be abolished. Only the credit system will remain, which will appreciate a person's efforts to build a better society. The more a person devotes their time to social projects, the more credits they will have, allowing them to occupy higher positions in society.
It is like a dream system. I would love to live like this, and I hope you will help us make it happen. The darkness must not be allowed to introduce the proposed New World Order, because they are also proposing something similar. Actually, I don't understand the difference. How does the Gesara you mentioned differ from the New World Order?
It differs in transparency. The New World Order is a dark-skewed version of Gesara, which they will certainly try to introduce. It will be possible to recognize this through examples. A basic income will be provided only after vaccination or other enforcement, a place of residence will be given only after giving up all your property, and so on. In essence, the New World Order is just an improved version of communism with the slogan, "You will own nothing and you will be happy," as advertised by Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum, which is basically the New World Order base of operations. Meanwhile, Gesara is a free system. Everything in it is for nothing and without any hooks. This is a method of integrating cosmic consciousness. It is used by many civilizations of the universe, which expresses the need to have an exchange system.
It's much clearer now. Next question. What is the probability of an ordinary person meeting you?
There are no casual meetings because we select the persons to meet according to strict requirements. This is due to security, as we cannot betray our location, so we live in different bases and small groups. There are many such bases, so if the enemy tried to destroy us, we could quickly regroup to other places.
Have there been any such scenarios?
There have been strong attempts to destroy us, but because of our secret network location system, they cannot find all of our bases even if they really want to. This base where we are now is called the tourist base. We bring here only those individuals whom we want to introduce to our organization. We certainly wouldn't risk showing the important bases.
And the bad guys have underground bases too?
Yes, they have their own underground bases, but their numbers have decreased significantly due to the success of our operations.
So, this war has been going on for a very long time?
Yes, this war has been going on for a very long time and very intensively.
What about the armies located on the surface of the planet? Are they collaborating with your resistance movement?
To a certain extent. On the surface, there is a kind of union of positive armies, founded around 1960 by the 34th President of the United States, Dwight Eisenhower, when he learned about the conspiracy of those in power with negative races of extraterrestrial beings, like the gray aliens and reptilians. He began this union when he was visited by Pleiadians who took him to their world, where he was explained the current situation about the conspiracy of the forces of darkness against planet Earth. Having received this information, Eisenhower founded the Union of a Positive Army, which unites armies from different states of the world. Through joint efforts, they fight against the forces of darkness using physical force. This army is something you can trust on the surface of the earth. It will carry out all the official arrests of criminals. But the struggle of these allies against darkness is not entirely connected with the struggle of our resistance movement and the forces of light against darkness. Although we all have the same goals, we fight using different methods.
Can ordinary people somehow notice this ongoing war?
The only thing the surface population can notice is earthquakes. During the war, darkness, not wanting to give up, explodes explosive charges. These earthquakes occur in unusual places, which is an indicator of this, and it is currently growing.
Does this mean that innocent people die as a result of your actions?
We try to avoid this, so we mainly use portal technology. We open a portal at the enemy's base, then through that portal, all the criminals are sucked in and transferred directly to the prison. We cannot rush this process. Otherwise, the representatives of the darkness would begin to explode explosive devices massively, leading to catastrophic earthquakes. That's something we certainly don't wish for a surface civilization. Captured detainees go through the process of removing programs, and some of them manage to be converted to a state of full consciousness and later join our group.
And what happens when a person does not succumb to the removal of programs?
In this case, their physical body is destroyed to free the soul.
Want to say that the soul can be freed even in this case?
Of course. After all, the body is just a biorobot, which can be artificially created from substances intended for this. The body has a mind that can be fully programmed, for example, to be just a slave or a soldier. Such a body cannot fully function without a soul, so the souls of various criminals are used, which are caught after death and pushed into these artificially created bodies through strong electromagnetic channels to serve as a power source for this biorobot. These individuals do not have the opportunity to think independently and make decisions. They simply follow instructions. Therefore, we have to destroy such corrupt vehicle bodies to free imprisoned souls, much like firemen have to cut through metal in a car accident to save an entrapped person.
Is the body completely irrelevant? Shouldn't it be a temple of the soul, which should be preserved in every possible way?
We use all possible methods to save the body, but it must be understood that the physical body is not the most important thing, as a person is inclined to emphasize it. We have devices for the cultivation of physical bodies, which can grow any physical body in an incubator in a few months. Sometimes it is not worth repairing something old, trying to save an irreparably damaged body, when we can simply clone it and give the soul a new temple. In this case, the soul may have a new experience as a healthy person in a new physical body.
Is it possible to clone the organs of the physical body as well?
Of course, even limbs can regenerate if necessary. The only reason the human body cannot regrow limbs, like a salamander regrows its tail, is due to lack of genetic parameters and specific proteins that block the direct delivery of nutrients required for regeneration. When the human body loses a limb, it accepts it as a non-changeable state and interrupts the supply of useful substances. What we can do in this case is create a holographic projection of a limb that mimics that limb. Having recorded this, the human unconscious would begin to supply useful substances as it would for wound healing, and we would direct those substances to the regrowth of the limb and give the body new ones. In this way, it is possible to regrow the limb in a few hours, and in a few days the body would fully get used to it and could fully function again.
It's like a miracle. In our world, millions of people are disabled or waiting for an organ donor. But are there times when the enemy attacks and your soldiers die in combat?
Of course. There are such cases.
How do you honor those dead in such cases?
If you think about the traditional funerals that are usual for you, then you need to understand that with us everything happens differently. If the body dies, the soul does not go anywhere. It does not go to the reincarnation cycle but remains here with us, and we can contact it with the help of our technology. Then we prepare a new body for that soul. We always have new bodies in reserve so the soul can quickly move to the body reserved for it. An old physical body that has been damaged is simply destroyed. Similar to your cars, if the car is in an accident and can be repaired, then you repair it. But if the car is irreparably damaged, it is scrapped and subsequently recycled. The owner just buys a new car. Of course, it can be sad for a while because people are used to attaching themselves to what is usual, but that sadness is quickly replaced by the joy of a new acquisition.
In our society, this would be difficult to understand because a funeral is a very important part of saying goodbye, which is accompanied by the realization that you will never see that person again.
This is understandable because, for the surface population, death means the end for that physical personality. So, sadness in this place is understandable.
But that's not the case with you. This is so liberating, because there is no longer any fear of dying or losing a loved one, because it is possible to return to a new body immediately.
The soul can move to another body in a few hours and continue its experience. In rare cases, it is even better because the next body can be improved according to the needs of that soul.
And in a new body, a person has all their former memories?
Yes, because the personality is fully preserved.
Can you do exchanges of bodies at will, or just by circumstances when it is really needed?
Mostly on a need basis. You have to look at this like surgery. Even though surgeries are performed daily in your world and are pretty common, you do not want to do that unless it is certainly necessary, considering the cumulative argument of possible mistakes, discomforts associated with adapting to a new body, and the psychology of the person. If a person is not willing to accept their body as it is, there are psychological issues that need to be addressed first. If something really troubling is identified, like an irreparable defect or flaw with a body, then a transfer can be considered. But understand that our group is not a fashion model group. We are military-trained soldiers, so it is not like us to complain about fashion-related issues.
Do you have a constant connection with the forces of light, which act in the atmosphere of the planet and save the planet Earth from there?
Of course, we maintain this connection actively so that everything happens synchronously and according to the higher plan. This is necessary because the situation in the world is intensifying, and the tension is only growing. The forces of darkness have less and less room to retreat, so they are fighting more and more fiercely.
I wondered about the teleportation technology you have. Why can't you just teleport all the villains on the surface to prisons and it would be all over?
This option has already been tried many times.
And what were the results of that?
The results were poor because when we remove something, they immediately put the clone they created or an imposter actor in that place.
So, the forces of darkness also have these technologies?
Naturally.
Interesting. Is it possible to find out which public figures have been replaced?
We can't talk openly about these topics, but all I can say is that Jimmy Carter, George Bush Sr., and J.D. Rockefeller have been changed. These individuals are just characters, like roles in a play that can be performed by different actors. Therefore, it is important to pay attention if a very important person is declared dead. This can only be a cover when a person has retreated to the underground, where they can continue to live.
I don't understand. Don't people notice it?
It goes unnoticed because the vast majority of people have not seen those individuals live, so it's hard to notice slight differences. Close ones also play by the rules.
Maybe everyone who steps into the highest positions of power is replaced?
Definitely not. Because most are simply bribed or scolded and do not withstand threats. Those who are firm and do not succumb to threats are suspended from office, like Richard Nixon. In extreme cases, as a warning to others, a person is removed demonstratively, like John F. Kennedy. Such murders also have another occult purpose of darkness, as the pain of society feeds the forces of darkness when a much-loved person is killed. Therefore, from time to time they perform such sacrificial rituals.
Maybe it is possible to find out the individuals who were so sacrificed.
U.S. singer Whitney Houston drowned in her bathtub under the influence of drugs. U.S. singer Prince accidentally overdosed on drugs. U.S. actor Robin Williams was found hanged. British singer John Lennon was shot by a mentally ill person. U.S. singer Jimi Hendrix was poisoned. Chinese actor Bruce Lee was poisoned. U.S. singer Michael Jackson overdosed on drugs. U.S. actress Marilyn Monroe accidentally overdosed on drugs. British Princess Diana got into an accident. U.S. basketball player Kobe Bryant was killed in a helicopter accident. Elvis Presley overdosed on drugs. All these scenarios were staged in public, but in fact, these were planned ritual murders. Famous individuals are not protected from attacks. They are used by the forces of darkness as tools to influence society according to their pattern. It is not uncommon for these individuals to have signed contracts with the Illuminati to gain fame, as they have given them life on the scene so they can take it back. This is where the legend of the contract with the devil comes from, which gives you temporary fame but later takes your life. Many such producers in your world are going to be exposed.
That's how I thought that at least the vast majority of famous people have a negative influence. But did you try to replace the bad guys with your clones so that they wouldn't know about it?
This has already been tried. One of the most successful projects is Russian President Vladimir Putin. As a result of this change, the Illuminati no longer have such a strong influence in Russia, so for now, this is a sufficiently safe project. The original Putin was born in Georgia and was exported to Russia through his relatives, who posed as his parents. He then went to the KGB Secret Service and later was elected as Russian president. We orchestrated an opportunity to exchange him in 2014 during the moment when Medvedev was the president of Russia. All that was staged so that people would not notice that Putin had changed a bit. His wife was not informed about the change and figured it out. She was not able to handle it and was hospitalized for some time in a mental institution. After that, she did not want to be with him anymore. After Putin's exchange, he started to take action to take over the Donbass territory in Ukraine, which is the former territory of the ancient Khazarian mafia. They were strong Satanists and did a lot of sacrificing in the name of Satan in those territories. This war can escalate, because Satanists don't want to lose the lands of their ancestors, as they draw power from those ancient sacrificial grounds. Ukraine's symbol, the trident, is actually the Khazarian mafia symbol Tamga, derived from the ancient Moloch sigil. Moloch was a satanic deity who asked for child sacrifices in exchange for fortune in life. The modern word for molesting is derived from the name Moloch.
How, then, to defeat such an enemy, which can be replaced by another?
Through publicity. They can be defeated through publicity. They are afraid of publicity, because only by being in the shadows can they do all those bad deeds. Publicity illuminates them and they lose the power to act. Therefore, publicity is the weapon of the people against them. Information needs to be made public because the public needs to know the truth. It's time for everyone to wake up. Humanity must understand that they are responsible for creating their own reality. When humanity collectively decides that evil must be removed from this world, evil will become powerless and humanity will regain its power. It would only be enough if all of humanity rebelled against evil and expressed its unified position for a free world. That would permit us to take action too, because for now we are still held back by the surface population's passivity in this matter.
But how can we rebel against them? After all, they rule all the armies of the world. We see what happens in the streets when people go protesting.
But all those armies are made up of the same people as the protesters. You need to communicate with them instead of trying to fight against them. Let them understand how you feel about the actions of your governments. Make them join you instead of fighting them.
I understand the need to encourage people to be more active and united, but not to fight each other. But how do we know that this time we will succeed? As we know from the past, many dates have already been foretold. 1975, 2000, 2012, but nothing happened. Why should it be different this time?
All these dates you listed were simply different phases of cleaning up the darkness. In 1975, a resistance movement was formed, giving birth to the idea of a possible liberation of the planet. In 2000, the Milky Way galaxy was freed from controlling darkness, sparking talk that this planet would be liberated. In 2012, the solar system was freed from darkness, again causing talk of the planet's liberation. However, These were just phases and should never have been considered the final phases of the planet's liberation. The potential for liberation was there, and if people had been ready, the planet could have been freed. This entire process can be equated to making soup. First, water is poured into the pot and the ingredients are added, a process that took place from 1975 to about 2000. Then the fire was turned on, and at that moment the energy of light began to emanate from the galactic central sun, gently awakening the starseeds. This gentle budding, akin to cooking soup, continued until about 2012. It was then that the next stage began, when the soup started to steam and condense, meaning the starseeds began to orient themselves to what was really happening in the world. This continued until about 2019. In the period of 2019 to 2020, the formation of the first boiling bubbles began, when starseeds started to form their mission. From 2021 onwards, the cooking process will begin with everything in the world boiling, buzzing, and seeming chaotic. However, this should be understood as just another stage in cooking the soup. This will be the time when the starseeds will begin to fulfill their mission, which is why they came here, and humanity, as a result of world events, will begin to awaken. When the cooking process is completed, you will have a new world to enjoy because you were all involved in creating it. At the moment, this planet is the last point of control for the forces of darkness due to the presence of a very important crystalline computer, which darkness wanted to take over, in hopes of controlling the entire galaxy. This was never destined to come true because this computer was created by the Elohim, the race of the creators of this galaxy, so it obeys only the light of its creators.
What does it take for this planet to be fully liberated?
Humanity's collective consciousness is still in a deep trance of darkness, so a serious upheaval is needed for that consciousness to wake up. For example, this can occur through a powerful burst of the sun, which would affect the entire electromagnetic field of the Earth. It is important to mention that in 1972 and 2012, there were powerful bursts of the sun, as foretold, which were supposed to lead to the awakening of the planet. However, it was decided that humanity was not yet ready for this, and this process was adjusted by the forces of light. The collective consciousness of the people was not yet ready, so it would have caused enormous panic, and darkness would have taken advantage of it. Therefore, the bursts of the sun were simply directed away from the earth, giving more time to awaken the consciousness of people. The forces of darkness knew about it, so back in the 1950s and 1960s, they began space programs to colonize the Moon and Mars. Their plan was to leave planet Earth and move to live elsewhere, leaving all the people here. This plan was known as Alternative 3.
Why does one get the impression that the liberation of the planet is a process that unfolds in stages, first improving and then worsening again?
That's exactly the way it is. Planet Earth is like a filter for darkness, so all the darkness of the galaxy is directed here to be filtered through one planet. The forces of light press the darkness from the outside towards this planet. When part of the darkness is cleared, it seems that the situation has improved, but then a new wave of darkness comes to be cleaned up. Because of this, the process looks very undulating and will remain so until the very end, until the last drop of darkness in this galaxy is filtered out.
Now I understand why many of the prophecies are misleading, although the potential may have been right that the cleansing of darkness will end. As I understand it, it takes time for all the processes to happen, but we are already close, isn't that, right?
Humanity is now much more prepared than it was in 2012, and we are already seeing strong changes coming up.
What changes are we talking about?
Full arrest of darkness agents, free energy, energy treatment technologies, freedom to travel around the universe, and many others.
Finally, I hope that there is not a long time left to wait. How can we speed up this process?
People need to unite, raise their own and universal awareness, spread the truth, and publicize all the information about what is really happening.
What is the best way to unite?
It is necessary to gather in groups and organize public events that unite people's consciousness for the same purpose, the liberation of the planet. You can create public groups or virtual groups. The main point is that people need to be united by the idea that they want to see this world freed, and they need to dictate this openly to society, so that more people can join these types of movements.
How about mass meditation on the idea of the liberation of the planet?
This is a great example of this.
And do such meditations affect this whole process?
Of course, after all, this is how you express your collective will. When a mass of people expresses the same idea, the universe reacts to it, and the fate of humanity and the planet must turn in this direction. Such are the laws of the universe. This is very important to know. If people prefer passivity and do not make their own inner choice of what they want to see in their world, then the forces that rule this world make this decision for them. Therefore, do not give them your power and instead make a conscious choice to see this planet freed, and we will support you in your decision. In your world, there are scientific studies that have confirmed the positive effects of mass meditation on society. In 1978, the so-called Maharishi effect took place when, in 7 weeks, a group of 7,000 individuals meditated in the hope of positively influencing the city. They were able to literally change the collective energy of the city, which on average reduced crime, violence, and the number of victims by 16%. Almost 50 studies have been conducted that have further confirmed the benefits and positive effects of global meditation around the world. For this reason, thousands of monks meditate every day on a state of calm. If they had not done so, then this world would have long ago been destroyed by the forces of darkness.
But people are not inclined to use this type of information. This is a rather complicated process because people are too tired of fighting for survival, and they have neither the time nor the strength to do something more. Apathy is very strongly spread. It is like a virus that only a strong and healthy immunity can overcome. But there are such sick people who believe that everything is fine with this world, that it should be like that the nature of people is to destroy or be destroyed, that it is natural to live on the basis of only physical sensations, to believe only in what you see, etc. After all, this is complete ignorance. And how are we going to convince them all that things are different? That existence can offer much more than that.
We have implemented secret information packages in your world's largest sources of information media, and when the time comes, we will activate this information, and it will spread throughout the world at once. Everything will be shown on television, broadcast on the radio, written about in newspapers. It will be everywhere.
What can be shown to make people wake up?
In this case, I will show you some examples.
The guide pulled out a twisted transparent sheet from his jacket and stretched it out in front of me. Pictures appeared in it, and I realized that it was like a tablet, only translucent and foldable. Is this a computer?
Yes, you don't have this technology yet, but it will be introduced to humanity.
How does it work? Where is its frame? It's just translucent plastic here.
Its operation is on a completely different basis than your digital electronics. It acts on the basis of crystals, like a kaleidoscope, which means that all mathematical calculations are carried out not by converting units to zeros, but by reflecting light from one side to another. In this way, our computers can run at the speed of light.
Is it like a quantum computer?
It is not the same. Your quantum computers are very inefficient, clumsy, and require constant cooling. We have prepared special software that will change the calculation algorithm of your ordinary computers in such a way that any home computer can be turned into a quantum computer. Therefore, we have prepared many useful technologies that will raise the quality of your life, including quantum computers.
You are very good at computers, aren't you?
Yes, actually what you call your modern-day computing and internet is our technology, developed by us and later exported to the surface population. Basically, we are leading you towards technological progress. For example, the company we collaborate with, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, plays a key role in introducing modern-day technologies to your world and driving technological progress. Notably, the leaders of modern computer giants like NVIDIA and AMD are also Taiwanese. Now I will show you some examples from the information package of what will be presented to the surface population.
The guide clicked several times on his translucent tablet, and it began to display photos.
Here are photos from one of the underground bases ruled by the villains, where people were kidnapped. I'll show you what we found there. This base is located under the U.S. city of New Mexico, Dulce.
Before my eyes, I saw a photo with many nurseries in which babies were lying. The guide spoke further.
At this base, children were raised by women living there. These females were fertilized artificially, and their main purpose was to give birth to those children. These children were then exploited for sex, slavery, and ritual sacrifices.
The guide showed another photo which looked very strange. I haven't seen anything like it, even in fantasy movies. It was a creature that had a human male body from head to waist, but from the waist down, where the legs were supposed to be, there was something like the body of a spider.
Here's another example. These are abducted men who have been used as sperm donors for hybrid experiments. Their DNA was mixed with animal DNA to derive different types of creatures, which are later used as soldiers. These are just a few examples of what's going on there. We will show you the full truth when it is time for this.
What can be the purpose of conducting such experiments, and what are the benefits of this? I don't understand.
It may be hard to believe this, but planet Earth is not the Garden of Paradise, as it is presented through religion. This planet is the last experimental base of the Lords of Darkness of Orion, where they have been developing various prototypes of warriors and weapons for a long time, and used it for constant wars and to maintain the financial system in this galaxy. They established a vast business network, selling weapons to criminals with the intention of orchestrating attacks on innocent civilizations. Once these civilizations were attacked, they later sold weapons to the victims, enabling them to defend themselves against the aggressors. They would prepare the warriors monsters, give them weapons to attack other planets, then go there and offer victims to buy weapons from them, so that they could defend themselves against those monsters. Genius business, isn't it? They are trying to do the same on this planet, that is, to create a scenario for an artificial invasion of aliens, and then to appear as rescuers themselves. Therefore, this must be prevented in every possible way.
It's horrible. I really hope their plan doesn't work out.
We're working on that. On this planet, a very serious resistance awaits them.
In that case, we must take concrete steps to complete all this as soon as possible. What should we do?
Make all this information public. Also, very important thing that you can all do is to devote time to yourself, your spiritual growth. Transform yourself into a person of full consciousness so that they can no longer manipulate you. At this point, that is the most important thing each person can do.
And how do we transform ourselves into a person of full consciousness? How can we do this if we do not have the right information and guidance? I know that there are many teachers of all kinds who speak very nicely and teach all kinds of techniques, but in reality, there is no benefit that would lead directly to the enlightenment of consciousness. Most of them contradict each other. I understand that in this reality it is not easy to embody all those beautiful ideas in such conditions. But how do you choose which information is correct when there's so much information these days?
I see that you are ready for the next stage.
For what next stage?
In this case, you will just need to trust me. All I can say is that your journey is only halfway through and it's time for us to move on. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
The first thing we need to do before embarking on a further journey is to put you in a treatment chamber to raise the vibrational frequency of your body and heal you from the injuries you have experienced.
Sounds great, but why is it so important?
Because where we are going to travel, there is a very strong vibratory frequency, and your physical body is not ready for this. It will begin to detoxify strongly, which can lead to a big shock in the body. To avoid this, we have to acclimatize you. Please follow me and I will show you what treatment technologies we have.
Healing process. We left the canteen and headed down the long corridor to the treatment center. We came to a large room where there were many chambers, which in appearance resembled earthy solariums.
Now you have to take off your clothes and lie down in this chamber, and as you progress, I'll explain everything to you.
After undressing, I lay down in the treatment chamber. It was very bright and had a lot of space inside, so I was able to move both legs and arms freely. I tried to stay as comfortable as possible while lying on a glass surface, although it didn't feel like glass. It was completely transparent, like those vacuum tunnels we were traveling through in the wagon.
Now I will launch a body scanning program that will scan your entire body, identify its vibrational disorders, and make all the necessary corrections. Put these darkening glasses on your eyes as the scanning light will be very bright.
I put on my glasses and the scan began. I could watch the brightly glowing lamp begin to move from feet to head. It reminded me of the simplest scanner that we have on the surface of the earth for scanning documents or photos. I felt like I was one of those scanned papers myself, and it made me smile.
Well, here it is, the scan is complete. Now we will be able to start vibrational corrections. During the scan, various cellular disorders of various natures were recorded in your body. Understand that the cells of the body are like micro batteries, which must be charged with a specific healthy biocharge, which medicine calls pH. This pH should be between 7.35 and 7.45. If that charge changes due to malnutrition, stress, or trauma, then cells begin to turn into unhealthy cells. This is what medicine calls illness. You then try to relieve these changes with drugs. This do not do anything useful, but on the contrary only harm because they quench the symptoms, and the problems do not disappear, but spread further to other parts of the body. Cell load can be restored in natural ways, like a healthy diet, clean water, physical exercise, and a life without stress. However, many people do not think about it, do not want to change their lifestyle, and prefer to relieve symptoms with medication. What will this device do? First of all, it will help balance the pH charge of your body's cells, so relax as you will feel a slight tingling in your body when these charges are regulated. The process will take a few hours, after which your body will need some time to get used to a new, healthier state. During this process, you will most likely fall asleep, since it is a natural reaction of the body to put the mind to sleep, so that it does not try to interfere in the healing process, with its own desire to control everything. When you wake up and are ready, come to the reception. I will wait for you there, and then we can start the next stage.
I began to feel microelectrical impulses tingling my body. At first, the sensation was unusual, almost painful, like thousands of needles gently pricking my skin. Later, it became even more unusual as each tingling was followed by a wave of joy. It was a very unusual experience that tingling could cause joy. The procedure continued like this for a while, until I completely stopped responding to any physical sensations. My body relaxed. I didn't feel anything anymore. My breathing slowed down. My eyes began to twinkle until I finally fell asleep. I dreamed of my past lives, in which I experienced a lot of trauma and pain. I saw each of those experiences stratify in my biofield, blocking cosmic energy from entering me. Later, I began to see all those micronettles piercing those layers, allowing the energy to flow again. As the flow of energy intensified, my body was cleansing more and more intensively. When I woke up, I immediately felt a new surge of strength, as if I was newly born, full of energy, completely pure inside. I got dressed and was about to go meet the guide. But before I went, I decided to go to my room and take a shower. After washing, I felt a slight hunger, so I made a special protein cocktail with the device for materializing food, which from now on has become my favorite food. After drinking, I left my room and headed straight to the reception, where the guide was waiting for me. When I entered the reception, I saw my guide sitting and reading something on his tablet. When he saw me coming, he immediately stood up and said,
"Well, you look better today than ever."
"Definitely yes. I feel like I'm in a new body, like I'm newly born. What an amazing technology. What a pity that we don't have one on the surface. With this technology, we could cure all officially incurable diseases, such as cancer or AIDS."
You do not yet have it in full form, but this technology is already possessed by Russian scientists. A primitive version of this device can be bought, called Rhythm Scener. This technology was restored by the Russians from a wrecked extraterrestrial spacecraft back in the 1970s, and the Russian authorities allowed it to be made public and produced. As I said, the version they have is very limited, but it certainly has its healing effect, albeit minimal. This is a good start and can certainly be worked on and further improved as the inventor Jerry Tennant did. You also have an inventor named Royal Rife who learned how to determine the vibration frequencies of unhealthy cells, bad bacteria, and malignant viruses. He also found the opposite healthy frequencies that could neutralize them. You can buy variations of his inventions and use it on your body by adjusting its vibration frequency to achieve positive results. Of course, the effectiveness of these devices is also limited, but in combination with a healthy diet and proper lifestyle, you can achieve positive results.
How is it possible that these are not mass-produced products that everyone would know about? Why is it not popular?
Because these devices are not yet a miracle, but more of a discovery with great potential for further development. Secondly, all this information is clamped down by pharmacists, but the situation is improving because there are organizations that do not agree with the World Health Organization and have the right to express their position and give the opportunity for such things to exist.
And this device Rhythm Scener, which was created by Russian scientists on the basis of extraterrestrial technology. How did the Russian authorities allow this to be made public? Many have a bad opinion about Russia. How is it really there?
Russia is the country that is trying to fight against the Illuminati. Of course, there was a stage when the Illuminati had taken over Russia, and this was called the Soviet Union. The projects of the Soviet Union and fascist regimes were funded by the Illuminati, who paid the German philosophers like Karl Marx to develop his ideas of socialism, on the basis of which the Communist Party of the Soviet Union created communism in Russia. They also paid Karl Ritter to write the ideas of fascism, which later became the Nazi ideas for Nazi Germany and other fascist countries. The Soviet Union was founded and ruled by the Bolsheviks, majority party, which was indeed a disguised Zionist Hebrew political movement originating from the Khazarian Mafia. Later these forces were overthrown, and Russia managed to take back their power and remove the Illuminati. Russia is not perfect like everything else on this planet, but in 2009 Russia, along with 4 other governments, created the BRICS Union as a counterweight to Western domination in order to fight against the control of the world. They had the idea that they are going to lead the world as the USA is going to crumble after the US dollar loses its status as the world trade backup currency, meaning that all international trades in the world have to be first converted to US dollars and then to other local currencies. BRICS had a vision that they are going to make their own new money as a new backup currency instead of the US dollar, but with inevitable digitization, it is much more likely that Bitcoin is going to be the new backup currency for the world. This way, no one country or a league of nations will have control of the backup currency. Instead, it will be in the hands of ordinary people, the so-called miners and users of cryptocurrency.
Very interesting information.
It's time for us to move, but before we leave, I still want to show you a few more things, so follow me.
The guide took me down the main corridor of the base. We approached a simple door, like every other in that hallway, but when it opened, I saw a large empty hangar. Is it like a virtual room here where we can walk freely?
No, although we have something similar to that too. I can show it to you later. Here is a hangar where we keep our flying vehicles.
Interesting. But now they are not here?
They are. It's just that you can't see them.
How is it?
Due to security protocols, all vehicles are cloaked with an invisibility veil that bends light around them, rendering them undetectable to the human eye. So walk carefully because the hangar is full of these vehicles.
Maybe it's possible to turn off the veil of invisibility? I'd love to see what it looks like.
Yes, of course.
The guide pulled something resembling a car keypad out of his pocket and clicked on it. The environment began to flicker strangely, as if seen through running water. A few seconds later, I saw a black, triangular dual-seated airplane-sized spacecraft hovering in the air in front of me. What a spaceship! I wasn't expecting that. Can you tell me about it?
This is my personal vehicle, the standard model TR-3B. There are other models in this range, the TR-3A with a single seat and the more advanced TR-4A and B, used by both us and your world authorities. TR stands for Triangular, Training and Reconnaissance. It's a replica, restored using technology obtained from a crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft. If you see spaceships in your sky, there's about a 90% chance it's an Earth pilot's mistake, forgetting to turn on the veil of invisibility. Seeing a real extraterrestrial spacecraft is practically impossible for you, as they rarely make such mistakes unless they want you to see them.
Is it possible to find out how this anti-gravity technology works?
There are several ways to achieve this. On Earth, there are two popular anti-gravity technologies. The first was developed by the Nazis using drawings given by dragons from the underground city of Shambhala in Tibet. This technology, used in flying saucers called Bell, is based on a central flask containing mercury. High electromagnetic force created by rotating mercury forms a magnetic field around the spacecraft, offsetting Earth's gravity, allowing it to glide. However, this technology is dangerous due to the large force required, similar to a nuclear reactor. Initially, the Nazis used submarines with built-in nuclear reactors to dive deeply underwater and fly into space. High radiation from nuclear reactors caused pilots to suffer from radiation poisoning. Later, this technology was improved. Another, safer technology was developed, requiring less energy. This spacecraft triangle uses this technology. Its body consists of two layers with many needles between them. The primary power supply feeds electricity through these needles, emitting microelectrical discharges that create a separate gravitational field. Diverting these discharges through the back of the spacecraft propels it forward, hence the triangular shape. Interestingly, these discharges, which can reach millions of volts due to the use of special materials, produce more electricity during the discharge than they consume, enabling the surplus to be reused. Kenneth Radford Shoulders, who made this information public, worked on this technology. David Wilcock and several companies also work with it. When safe, it will be presented to the public. This spacecraft can also swim underwater, offering unlimited travel possibilities. We've given this technology to the positive U.S. military branch created by Donald Trump, called Space Force, released through Salvatore Pais Patents.
That is amazing technology and good news too.
That was all I wanted to show you here. Now let's go. I'll quickly show you our virtual reality technology. Get ready for some virtual action.
We left the hangar and went to another small room with a chair and table. On the table was a helmet. The guide told me to put on the helmet and test their virtual reality technology. I put on the helmet and instantly, in my mind's eye, I began to see a vivid image. I was in the jungle with a body like in virtual reality games. My body responded to my mind, doing everything I thought about. I tried walking to familiarize myself with the surroundings, but suddenly, I heard something moving in the bushes. When I turned to see what it was, a reptilian humanoid jumped on me, damaging my body with its sharp claws and teeth. I was surprised by the attack and unprepared, but having played video games before, I knew it was just a hyper-realistic video game in my head. Despite the realistic sensations, I thought about how to defend myself. I imagined needing a weapon, and soon, a blade appeared in my arm, which I used to stab the reptilian in the neck, killing it.
Well, how did you like our VR combat training game?
I wasn't ready for such extreme and intense action, but I managed. We left the hangar, and the guide led me through the same door we entered through a magnetic tunnel. This time we weren't stopped at the quarantine room and passed quickly. After passing through the light tunnel, we found ourselves at the magnetic train, which the guide activated again. We got inside, and the train moved. Eagerly, I decided to ask the guide, "Does this mean we are already leaving this resistance base?"
Yes. It's time to travel to a new place.
"What is this place?"
We are traveling to meet the inhabitants of the inner Earth. These civilizations are more developed than your surface and have lived on this planet for thousands of years. There, you will see how it is possible to live on the inner Earth.
I really want to see it. Is it possible to find out where on the surface of the Earth it is located?
There are many entrance points, some well known like in the USA under Mount Shasta in California. Others are in Tibet, India's Mount Kailash, Malta, and Russia's Altai region, Mount Beluga. We will go to one of these places, but I won't say which one, so you can imagine whatever you want.
How could those civilizations have settled there? Thousands of years ago. There were no advanced technologies in those days.
Surface people didn't have such technologies, but that doesn't mean other civilizations didn't have and use them.
How did people not notice this then?
People noticed but couldn't understand it, so they created legends. Where do you think stories about trolls, dwarves, fairies, and elves come from? These are the inhabitants of the inner Earth, who sometimes come to the surface and are seen by people.
Man is very curious by nature. When he sees such beings, he would want to figure out what they are and where they come from. Wouldn't he want to follow them back to the inner Earth?
There have been various cases. A primitive man, seeing a nuclear drill with a laser beam melting a cave, might think dragons live in the caves. If he sees a rocket in the sky, he might interpret it as a flying dragon spitting fire.
You mean our entire mythology is just misunderstood advanced technology?
Mostly yes, with some exceptions.
For example, trolls in our mythology are depicted as villains. Is this true or just another misunderstanding?
This is true. There are also negative beings living in the inner Earth, like the reptiloids, who inspired stories about dragons, or the gray aliens, who inspired stories about trolls.
But if there are so many menacing civilizations in the inner Earth, how can we know if what we are meeting is good or bad?
There is no way to tell. People who end up in the hands of the bad ones are those who seek the adventure of a lifetime by exploring unexplored caves. They get the adventure they asked for and even more, but at the price of never returning to the outside world, as they become lunch for those civilizations. These caves are designed to lure unsuspecting adventurers into traps. On the other hand, good-natured civilizations are not accessible through adventurous means. They keep to themselves and can only be accessed by invitation, as you have received now. They choose whom to invite based on a person's preparedness in their consciousness.
The true reality of our world surpasses even the wildest imagination, depicted in the most fantastic movies.
Humanity lives in complete illusion and ignorance of what is really happening, but it is time for a change, and you will be a part of it.
How can I be a part of that?
When you return to the surface, your job will be to tell people everything, and let them decide for themselves whether they want to know the real reality, or continue to live in a fantasy world.
I understand this perfectly well, but wouldn't it be easier to convince people if I had at least the slightest physical evidence of my travels?
We understand this, but because of the tension caused by the representatives of darkness, We cannot allow it, as it would put you in danger. It's important to emphasize that outer civilization already has a lot of evidence. For example, in Afghanistan there is a private museum, where the flying chariot of the gods, Vimana, described in the Vedas, is on display, which is essentially a spacecraft. Many state presidents have visited and seen that spacecraft. In Antarctica, there is a museum made from an ancient crashed spaceship, accessible to many world governmental representatives. So, it's not that there is no accessible evidence, but it is still kept under wraps.
But if I had just something to show myself,
then you would be neutralized by governmental agencies, still trying to keep it under wraps. First, if you hadn't yet managed to share it, but they learned about your plans, you would simply disappear like many others. You might fall into some underground base for experiments or sacrifices, and become another statistic of people who disappear and never reappear. Secondly, if you were able to share it and make it public, you would either die in unexpected circumstances like a car accident, or commit suicide, which is often staged to look like a popular choice for many alternative thinkers. Or you might end up in a psychiatric hospital.
how is it so? Shouldn't psychiatrists try to help people?
That's the way it should be. But psychologists are trained to program people to follow social norms, and psychiatrists are trained to diagnose mental illness if a person goes beyond normal programming. For example, if a person is dangerous to the government or can see and understand more than the 3D reality in which you live, they can be quickly confined to a psychiatric hospital and sedated to suppress brain activity. Psychiatry in your world is a dangerous weapon that can remove anyone from society. All it takes is a psychiatrist's diagnosis, and legally that person can be confined for life without trial. Certain organizations always look for people with exceptional talents, like seeing other dimensions or telekinesis, to recruit them for their purposes. If they fail, they label them mentally ill and confine them for treatment, where they can spend the rest of their lives. The chemicals injected severely injure brain activity. It's not like a trial with a lawyer, jurors, and witnesses. A psychiatrist can confine you in one day, and you won't be able to prove anything to anyone.
But what about other mentally unstable people? What's wrong with them?
First, we must determine what a mentally ill person is. It depends on the perspective from which mental health is assessed. In your world, some individuals are overwhelmed by the forces of darkness and are mentally unstable because of the voices they hear. They can be dangerous to society. If you made your journey to the inner earth public and brought material proof, you would draw attention to yourself. Not only would open-minded people notice, but also those who would declare you mentally unstable and claim it's just your fantasy, and the material evidence is fake. Experts would prove this, and you would be removed and the evidence would disappear. People would quickly forget about it. After you disappear, most people would think you were crazy because this information doesn't fit social norms, which state there is no life in the inner earth. Therefore, many individuals wrote their experiences as fantasy books to protect their lives, something I suggest you do as well.
Do you know many such true stories disguised as fiction?
Not many, but you can find some. Keep in mind that most writers rely on the experiences of others and add their own fantasy, which makes up more than 90% of your literature. The same distortion of information is used by individuals who try to openly share their real experiences. If one person tells the truth, then 9 others build on that information, distorting it so people can't discern what is true. That's their tactic. These individuals are prepared for this and are paid for it. If several such individuals are caught lying, the reliability of all this information drops significantly. People who easily believe such stories can become frustrated and lose interest when they discover the stories aren't true. However, true seekers always discover the real truth.
I see that my situation is complicated, sharing information without evidence.
Understand that this is only a temporary stage and the situation will improve. As soon as it is safe, all the material information will be easily accessible, and the whole world will be able to see it. Then, very soon, the mass awakening of the people will begin, which the authorities will not be able to contain.
Yes, I truly believe that we will succeed. And what about our trip to the inner Earth? How long will it take?
Half an hour and we will be there.
Very quickly. I still can't help but be surprised by this train system. How wonderful it will be when everyone can travel this way. I keep looking at these pipes and wondering what they're made of, because they look very interesting, like glass, but when you touch them, they feel like metal.
Because it is not glass but translucent aluminum oxynitride. Your scientists have already learned how to make this technology and call it alone. In the future, this material will be widely used.
And what makes this material better than glass?
It is stronger and does not scratch. But because everything in your world is based on the economy, and the cost of manufacturing this material is higher than that of glass, it is still too expensive for you to use. If your smartphones could be covered with shatterproof glass or cars made of this aluminum, they would be very light and practically unbreakable. At our bases, we make everything from this material since we can produce it in unlimited quantities with our materialization device. We can have transparent and very strong structures. Therefore, this tunnel and the treatment chamber you are lying in are made from this material.
When will people have access to this whole system of tunnels?
The process has already been initiated thanks to Elon Musk. He will bring this through his company, Boring, which is already digging such tunnels at a primitive level. Later, these projects will be combined through another of Musk's projects, Hyperloop, which already produces such trains in their initial phase.
What other technologies should we look forward to?
For example, atomic cement. This will be an important development in your civilization because it will change the way you build. Atomic cement has atomically aligned nanoparticles that bind together on an atomic level, creating incredibly strong and durable buildings that can withstand atomic explosions and more. That's what we use to build our bases.
What an incredible future awaits us. I wondered how the near future would look with all these technologies. I didn't ask anything else and instead went deep into my thoughts. I thought about everything I saw and learned, and what opportunities this would bring to humanity. Seeing everything and experiencing it is indescribable, but at the same time, it's sad that everything already exists, but we cannot use it. As I thought, I felt the train begin to slow down. Suddenly, I felt excitement and began to look forward to what adventure awaited me this time. The train stopped completely, the door opened, and in front of me, I saw another firm-looking door, which the guide opened with his cards. Once inside, we found ourselves in an elevator. When the guide clicked a few buttons, the door closed, and I saw the indicators on the elevator screen showing that we were moving down. After we landed, the door opened, and I saw a long, very bright tunnel on the other side. We walked down that tunnel to the very end, where there was another door. This time, the door was different and looked like it was made from a solid piece of stone. The guide made a few quick moves, clicked on several different places on the door, then turned to me and said,
"Now you will have to wait a bit."
"Why? Don't you have a key?"
"I don't have it because this is not my world. I just pressed the right combination to signal our arrival. This combination is for security reasons. Now they are watching us and checking the information to see if they can accept us."
"Is it possible that they won't accept us?"
This can happen because they adhere to very strict security norms for what to let into their underground city.
"How long can it take?"
People are so impatient. You are always in a hurry. There is a time for everything. Just be at peace in this moment.
I didn't ask anything else. I felt something unusual happening this time. The whole atmosphere was so mystical. I took a deep breath and tried to relax as much as possible. About a dozen minutes later, the stone door began to vibrate, and as it moved, it made a loud sound. Then the door shifted to the side, and I saw two men of solid build wearing hooded cloaks. One of them looked the guide straight in the eyes, and they stood like that for a while. Then the guide turned to me and said,
It's okay. They agreed to accept you. But here our path together will end because my mission with you is over. You will continue to travel with them alone. They will give you the experience you need. By the way, they communicate telepathically, so be prepared. Everything you will experience is just for you, so be brave and go with an open heart.
Are we going to meet again?
Yes, when the time is right. I have also been given instructions on how you can establish an indirect relationship with us in case of an important need. Here I am handing you this sheet with instructions. Please do not make it public. Otherwise, this method will have to be deleted and replaced. By following these instructions, you will always be able to establish a secure connection with us.
Thank you for your trust. And how am I going to get back?
They will take care of it.
Okay. Then it's time to say goodbye. Thank you for everything.
That's my job. Good luck to you, and remember that this is according to the higher plan. This is your destiny, so stay brave and keep an open heart no matter what happens. Tell your friends on the surface to be patient and keep hope because we are already approaching you, but they need to invite us to make things go faster.
Naturally, that is my mission after all. Journey to the Inner Earth. After saying goodbye to the guide, I stepped into another reality. I entered a round room, where everything was made of colored, glowing crystals, walls, floors, ceilings. It was a spectacular sight. Suddenly, I felt a strong change in the electromagnetic field that filled my entire body. It became as light as a feather, and a strong sense of calm flooded me. All fears, anxieties, bad feelings, and unfaithful thoughts evaporated like smoke. My head felt light, and I sensed the space that had appeared in it. My thoughts became clear and transparent. I could see each of my thoughts as a holographic projection. There was so much space in my head that it seemed like I could fit the whole universe in there. I began to hear voices in my head. Intuitively, I sensed where those voices were coming from. My new companions. I felt a pleasant emotion, friendly and inviting, to get acquainted. With this emotion, I also captured the thoughts that came with it, which said,
"Welcome to our world. We are glad to see you. We very rarely receive visitors from the surface, so this is a special opportunity to chat with such a person. We hope that this stay will help you rediscover and renew your life in a spiritual sense. I will be your companion on this journey, and I hope I can answer all your questions."
Those thoughts were so clear, strong, and energizing. As I understand it, this telepathy leaves no room for interpretation, because you get not only information, but also a feeling that causes a physical sensation. This is indeed a very interesting experience. I decided to answer them, so I focused on what I wanted to convey and sent it to their mental field. I wasn't sure how to do it properly because things went differently during the trip to Sirius. They controlled that process, and I just let myself be exposed to that energy. By the way, in Sirius, the body I occupied already had the ability to communicate telepathically. This time, I realized that my knowledge was not enough, so in practice, it did not go as smoothly as I wanted. Seeing my disorder, one of the attendants spoke up.
"Just relax, concentrate your thoughts on what you want to say, then direct your attention to me, and I will catch your thought."
Okay, I'll try again. Thank you so much for accepting me and giving me the opportunity to get to know your civilization. I really appreciate it and accept it as a chance of a lifetime.
"That's great. As soon as we have completed certain preparation procedures, we will go on a sightseeing trip, where we will show you our city and convey the information you need. But first, we need to cleanse you of the magnetic field of the outside world, which we do not need in our civilization. You must have felt that there is a completely different magnetic field here than on the surface of the Earth. This field greatly affects the health and spiritual development of the physical body. So, if you want to enter our city, you need to align your physical body with the magnetic field of our civilization. This will require a cleansing procedure. In front of you, you can see a small pool designed specifically for this purification procedure. You will need to take off your clothes and take a bath in it. This pool contains a special liquid that will enter your body through the skin and harmonize its vibrational frequency. This way, you will easily adapt to the magnetic frequency of our civilization for the duration of this trip.
I already feel the peace and bliss that fills me. Why can't we feel that way in the outside world?
The hard feelings that people experience every day in your world are not natural. It is the pollution of the electromagnetic field in your world that erodes the connection of your collective consciousness with the planet and the universe.
Does this have anything to do with our electronic devices?
Partially. Electronic devices only enhance that effect, but they are not the source. In the old days, your ancestors also could not communicate telepathically, although they did not have electrical appliances. Of course, in those days, their intuitive inner sense was much stronger than that of modern people. They had a strong spiritual connection with the earth and the elements of nature and knew how to follow them. They could travel long distances and not get lost without a compass or a map.
Well, yes, really. Here, inside the earth, I can clearly hear your thoughts and feel strongly how your thoughts in magnetic waves come to my field.
This is only possible in these ideal conditions, but in your world, there are talented people who intuitively learn telepathy. However, your society is not ready for this, and instead of making such people teachers for others, they go to psychiatric hospitals or the like. There is not enough knowledge of such abilities in your society, so such people do not have the conditions for healthy integration into society. If this ability of telepathy catches a person by surprise and they are not ready for it, they do not understand where those voices come from and how to live with it. Most often, such a person is referred to a psychiatrist who does not have adequate knowledge of this and finds it a deviation from the norm. Isn't that the case in your world?
Unfortunately, I have heard of such cases. Our world is based on strange rules, which largely lead to deviation and destruction. However, why can't we make it so that everyone communicates telepathically on the surface of the earth? All problems would end if everyone could openly see each other's thoughts, leaving no room for lies or misunderstandings.
This is not possible due to the artificially controlled electromagnetic field, which, like static noise, blocks this signal.
And who controls this field, and where did it come from?
It is an artificial intelligence machine controlled by the Lords of Darkness, which emits frequencies that control people's minds and project negative and misleading signals. This is the static noise or hissing, caught by your old TVs or radios between channels. A person who is not conscious and does not control their mind is automatically connected to this hiss, so their consciousness is blocked. This is what people refer to as white noise.
That's why people may look like zombies who can't make personal choices and only perform automatic actions.
Now we will go to the city, and there we will introduce you to our civilization. So, wash yourself and put on the new clothes placed next to the pool. After that, you will be ready.
The attendant escorted me to the crystal pool, which was filled with a liquid of strange color that changed its shade depending on the angle from which you looked at it. As I stepped into the pool, I felt a viscous but pleasantly warm liquid. The pool was small, similar in size and shape to an outdoor bubble bath, jacuzzi. After only a few minutes, I began to feel the elixir of life penetrating through my skin. I felt as if I was rejuvenating like a teenager, and undiscovered potentials were revealed in me. I felt my whole body as a whole and had a full connection with each of its cells. I would gladly soak in such a bath every day. I would have stayed longer, but then I heard a voice.
You are already clean, so you can get dressed and come to us.
Looking around, I didn't see any towel, but I quickly understood why. As I got out of the pool, my body immediately became dry because the liquid ran back into the pool on its own in some incomprehensible way. It disturbed me a little, but I had seen more bizarre things in Sirius, so I didn't put too much importance on it. I quickly dressed in the new cloak that had been left for me and, full of new strength, hurried to my attendants. We all moved together to the big crystal gate. When the gates opened, we entered a world full of life. I saw a giant city with glowing skyscrapers, cars and other vehicles flying everywhere, which looked like giant crystals, and the streets were full of people. The architecture was somewhat different from what is usual for us. Various tall buildings were stylistically twisted in strange geometric shapes that resembled sacred geometry. Everything looked like it was from another world or a fantastic movie, because absolutely everything was shining, as if everything was made of crystals. I decided to ask about it. Why is everything shining so much here? Is everything made of crystals?
That's exactly the way it is. All you see is pure crystals.
How is this possible? Why precisely crystals? Maybe you have no other building materials?
We are deep underground, because we want to have as close a connection as possible with this planet. And there is definitely no shortage of crystals for us here. When we first came here, this whole cave was just crystals from which we built this city.
But crystals are very difficult to work with. How did you manage to build such tall buildings from them and in such intricate geometric shapes?
It wasn't hard because we know vibrational mechanics. We can direct a specific vibrational frequency to any substance and change it at the molecular level to a more suitable consistency to make it easier to form. Therefore, we can turn hard crystals into soft ones, like clay, so that we can form the desired shape according to the principle of sacred geometry. When the process is completed, the vibrational influence is stopped, and the material hardens again. In your world, all the pyramids are built on this principle, so you can see what power this methodology has.
Realizing how this spectacular city was built, I began to admire it even more. But suddenly, I realized that there was something very unusual for such a place like this. In practice, this is impossible. At first, it seemed self-evident because I am used to seeing it every day, but here it should not be so. Raising my eyes, I saw the sun and the clouds. I was utterly confused and looked at my attendant. Do I see the real sun? How can this be? After all, we are underground. Where can you have the sun from?
This is not the celestial body that you call the sun. What you see in the sky is just a holographic projection that we designed to make people feel better.
You say projection. Well, I'm really fooled because it looks very realistic. How did you do that?
Everything is light, so if you can create an artificial projection of light, then everything looks real.
And this space, which looks like a real sky, is also just a projection? And if I wanted to get up and fly out, I'd hit the ceiling?
Yes, because this is just a cave. Our city is located in a giant cave, which has its own boundaries.
Well, this cave is really huge, and it seems that it could accommodate a few million people.
Definitely yes, and even more.
I have heard that underground there are large cavities in which various civilizations live, but I had no idea that they could be so large. Did this cavity form naturally?
This is a natural cavity. They form so large naturally, and in some cases, they are full of crystals. When a planet is in the process of creation, it gets very hot, and then as it cools down, such cavities are formed due to the existing gas, much like in your Swiss cheese.
And in the center of the planet is hot lava?
No, the center is hollow. Lava flows in the inner layers, and this serves us as a heating system.
And then what's in that hollow center?
Other advanced civilizations live in the center.
It is incredible. We want to travel into space, and we don't even know what's in our planet. You will not hear such information anywhere, at least officially.
Yes, because your authorities do not want to make such information public for various reasons. First of all, this would destroy the religious system of control, since it would turn out that people are not the only intellectual beings, but there are more civilizations and even more advanced ones. Secondly, all the advanced technologies that we have would go public, and that would destroy your economic system. And many other things that would give humanity freedom from social slavery.
Definitely yes, because if people could see what I see now, they would stop believing what the government, religion, or science preach. This would open up a whole new perspective on life for people.
With your help, humanity will learn what was hidden from them.
Will I be able to be a part of that?
Of course, that's why you're here. You were chosen for this experience so that you could tell others about it.
Why me? It's still hard for me to believe that.
Because you're ready for it. You have already come to this world with a mission to connect all these different worlds. You will be in the first wave of ascension, which will show everyone the way to ascension, and be followed by other waves.
I hope that this will happen as soon as possible, because sometimes I feel lonely in my world, where no one understands me.
You are not alone. There are more like you. It's just that you have not met them yet because it was not the right time for this. The likes of you will only increase with time.
You mentioned that I've already arrived ready to connect these worlds. Can I learn more about it?
Everything will become clear with time. Now let's move on because we have to visit a very important place.
One person stayed at the entrance, like a watchman, and the attendant took me to the crystal train. It was a magnetic vacuum train, and we found ourselves in the very center of the city in a matter of minutes. We got off on a large crystal square, where even the benches were crystal. I saw a lot of healthy-looking people around me who were relaxed and smiling, while others were just sitting in a meditation pose, a state of calm. The whole general atmosphere was very uplifting and joyful. The attendant took me to a large crystal building.
This is a very important place that you need to see. Here, you will learn a lot of useful information. This is the main library of our city, where you will be able to view your personal history, the history of this planet, and the history of the entire universe. It is very important that you find out all those things because this knowledge will be necessary for your further mission. Go into this room, and inside, I'll tell you more.
We went to one room which was completely round, and in the middle of it stood a huge crystal. The attendant urged me to sit down next to him, focus all my attention on this crystal, and ask it to show me the information I needed. At the beginning, it was recommended to start with easy questions and then move on to increasingly important ones. But before I started, the attendant warned me that I would be able to see only those things that would not be dangerous to know and would not pose a danger to me and the world. Therefore, information about secret government projects, ongoing Earth rescue missions, or other information that may affect the future will not be shown to me. A time of discovery. I decided to start by checking various facts that have always interested me. So without further ado, I began to ask questions. I have always been interested in one historical figure, Alexander the Macedonian. How did he manage to conquer the world so easily? The room dimmed, and I began to see projected images inside the crystal. I saw a young, golden-haired man leading soldiers, but to my greatest surprise, spaceships hovered over him in the sky. Each time the enemy's army approached, the spacecraft flew forward and paralyzed the enemy's army. The Macedonian army was then left to collect the weapons of the enemies, rendering the opponents powerless. Alexander, originating from an extraterrestrial civilization, arrived with the mission of disarming the world and fostering global unity. Unfortunately, agents of darkness were able to poison him while he was still young. The next interesting question is about Mikhail Gorbachev. Why did he break up the Soviet Union?
Mikhail Gorbachev was the reincarnation of Peter the Great. Once upon a time, he had a vision to make Russia a great state, but with the arrival of Zionist communist rule through the Bolshevik political group, Russia was occupied. Therefore, Peter the Great decided to reincarnate and repair the damage caused. He was brought to power and assisted by the secret Skopje community, which maintains ties with extraterrestrial civilizations. This community was the enemy of the Zionists and wanted to abolish their influence in Russia, as they had their own personal goals there. The Skopje, in order to defeat the Zionists, signed a treaty with the forces of light to help drive the Zionists out of Russia. The forces of light agreed to do this only on the condition that Russia would never lead to a Third World War and would help arrest the world's main criminals of the forces of darkness.
Who was Nikola Tesla and what was his mission?
Nikola Tesla was a starseed from Sirius, who was also one of the main inventors of Atlantis. He gave them various technological capabilities that the Atlanteans tried to use to achieve power, which later led to their destruction. He returned to Earth as Nikola Tesla to give this planet free energy, anti-gravity, vibrational treatment, and many other inventions in the 1900s to balance his karma for his inventions that were used to destroy Atlantis. However, bankers prevented him from implementing his inventions and making them public, completely ruining him and taking all his inventions for themselves, just as they had done in Atlantis.
Who was Adolf Hitler and what happened to him?
Hitler was once the tyrannical king of Atlantis known as Baal, later reincarnated as the renowned Carthaginian warrior Hannibal, who sought to challenge and overturn the Roman Empire. Hitler wanted to recreate the Aryan race of perfect people, which he had created in Atlantis through genetic experiments. After the official capitulation of the Nazi regime, Hitler forged his death and moved to Argentina, where he lived until 1960 after undergoing plastic surgery. There, he had his daughter Angela Merkel, who is now the Chancellor of Germany and informally continues his activities. At this time, Hitler reincarnated as an artist because he decided to evolve in his consciousness and no longer choose the path of darkness.
What happened to the Russian magician Rasputin?
Rasputin was a magician who wanted to change the world, but was killed because he began to gain too much power in Russia. Dark forces first tried to poison him, but to no avail, so later he was shot, but it took several shots. Rasputin this time chose to reincarnate into a more neutral persona and has become a renowned singer, captivating audiences with his enchanting songs.
What happened to the leader of the Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin?
Lenin was a Zionist position to rule the Soviet Union, but when he became redundant, they poisoned him with heavy metals, and he quickly died. He later reincarnated as a U.S. priest, Jim Jones, who was once again manipulated by Zionists to create a Christian religious cult. After the establishment of this cult, all individuals were persuaded to drink cyanide poison to meet God faster, and almost 1,000 individuals committed suicide.
What important past life did Joseph Stalin have?
This person was previously known as the conqueror of the Asian continent, Genghis Khan.
What was the mission of the French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte? Did he have other known reincarnations?
This person was appointed by the Light Force to deprive the Vatican of open direct rule of the world. He consolidated this mission through an action, when he was to be crowned by the Church as the Emperor of France. Instead of being crowned by the Church, he independently stretched out his hand, took the crown, and placed it on his head. This action symbolically embodied the first step towards the loss of the Church's power. Unfortunately, in his further mission, he was deeply corrupted by the forces of darkness. Later, This person reincarnated during the Second World War as the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill. At present, he has reincarnated once more and is actively pursuing state power once again.
Who was George Bush Sr. in his past lives?
This person was the founder of the official modern group of Illuminati in 1776, the German philosopher Adam Weishaupt. He was also one of the high priests of Atlantis responsible for its destruction.
Who is the Dalai Lama, the spiritual leader of Tibet?
The Dalai Lama is the reincarnation of the spiritual leader of Tibet, but at the moment, this title is occupied by negative dragons. Therefore, the current Dalai Lama 14 gave Tibet to China through a CIA plan, and for this deal, he took the entire Tibetan state budget for himself, leaving the state in poverty. His birth was foretold in Tibet before his arrival.
What can I learn about the band The Rolling Stones?
The members of this group had many reincarnations together and kept meeting to make music. They spent many lives together, like an ecclesiastical choir.
What can I learn about the band The Beatles, and how did they gain such fame?
The members of this group in Atlantis were hypnosis magicians who knew how to hypnotize the masses of people with their movements. As a result, the group, The Beatles, became a tool of the CIA, designed to hypnotize the people of the United States to introduce them into the New World Order. The CIA's plan was to spread LSD and marijuana intoxicating substances so that people would be intoxicated and unable to fight. Then, the Beatles had to sing songs about love to put people in a certain state, making them open and not resist change, then to introduce the United Nations Army and turn the US into one large prison. The plan was almost perfect, but they underestimated the aspect of higher consciousness. When the vibrations of the United States rose so much from taking these psychotropic substances and singing about love, the plan for the introduction of the army completely collapsed. To complete this project, a hired killer was programmed to shoot the performer John Lennon, and after the dissolution of the Beatles, the project was discontinued.
Where did Bruce Lee's incredible physique come from? And what happened to this martial arts legend?
Bruce Lee was a person who stole power from a demon to gain his strength and fame. But the demon hunted him down and set up the Chinese mafia to poison him for not following Chinese traditions. He was the first Chinese to become famous in the U.S. film industry and began teaching Americans Chinese martial arts. These martial arts were held by the Chinese mafia as sacred, and they did not want to share their traditions with foreigners.
What was the mission of music artist Michael Jackson, and what is the real cause of his death?
The person's mission was to reduce racial tensions between blacks and whites, so he underwent a genetic transformation of his skin from black to white. With this action, he wanted to show that we are all same human beings, regardless of our skin color. His musical success came from his connection with his higher consciousness, which guided him through the creative process. However, like all other famous individuals who achieve worldwide recognition, he belonged to the circle of Illuminati. Michael Jackson resisted the Illuminati and their plans, so attempts were made to disrupt his musical career through scandals. For some time, he was severely poisoned with medications, preventing him from continuing his activities until his body could no longer withstand it, and he died.
Who was the writer Shakespeare?
It was a group of writers consisting of 16 individuals, the main and most famous members of which were Christopher Marlowe, Ben Jonson, Edward de Vere, and others. This project was headed by Francis Bacon, so he can symbolically be called Shakespeare.
Who was the inventor genius Leonardo da Vinci? Where did he draw inspiration for his drawings beyond his period?
This person was a talented painter who belonged to a certain Illuminati community responsible for the future inventions of mankind. Belonging to this community, he was supposed to make drawings for those inventions planned for the future of mankind. These were not his personal ideas, but ideas that appeared in the Illuminati community.
What happened during the explosion in the Tunguska region of Russia in 1908?
This event was provoked by a Russian shaman who sought power in the Tunguska region and tried to call upon power using various spells. Due to his ignorance, he summoned a huge meteorite to Earth, which flew directly toward him. Seeing this, the Russian authorities realized that if they did not stop it, the collision could lead to catastrophic consequences for Earth. Therefore, the Russian authorities used the Ray of Death, created using Nikola Tesla's technology and based on ancient technologies of the Tartary civilization of Siberia, to destroy the meteorite before it collided with Earth, causing a giant explosion. The shaman who provoked this process was killed during the meteorite's explosion.
Why did the passenger ship Titanic sink in 1912?
This ship was deliberately sunk. The goal was to eliminate many important politicians who opposed the establishment of the U.S. Federal Reserve. The main organizer of this plan was the U.S. banker J.P. Morgan. The ship did hit the iceberg, but this was no coincidence. It was intentionally directed at it, and the resulting hole was artificially enlarged with explosives to ensure it sank. J.P. Morgan, the owner of the Titanic, invited all his competitors to sail together. He also had a ticket for that trip but changed his mind at the last moment and did not sail.
The history of the universe. How was the universe created, and why did evil appear in it?
Everything in existence is vibration. The vibration is the source, and all creation comes from it. The source itself is a calm and steady vibration. It could be called static, but that would be incorrect, because static vibration has tension, while the source is absolute, final relaxation to a level where vibrations almost don't exist, as if they were never there. Paradoxically, they had to exist, otherwise, nothing could have existed. When there is an absence of vibration, its opposite, the presence of vibration, must also exist. As a result of this mathematical paradox, existence has arisen. Therefore, it is only because of the likelihood that vibrations must someday exist that they have appeared. Existence itself could be considered a mathematical anomaly, which initiated a natural progression of numbers, evolving from 1 to 2, then 3, 4, 5, and so on into infinity. This natural progression will continue until all possible and impossible numerical sequences are explored. With each numerical increment, the gap between the original 10 and successive numbers increases, and so does the variation in the expression of existence. However, this isn't a critical issue, as the logical progression allows any number to relate back to its predecessor, eventually connecting to the primal source, 0. During this progression, occasional mathematical errors arise. For instance, instead of moving from 11 to 12, progression might jump to 13 or even 66. These errors create challenges, as they disrupt the ability of preceding numbers to relate to the subsequent ones. This disconnect generates a sense of alienation, which can be interpreted as the origin of evil. To resolve this, existence must interpolate between integers to close the numerical gaps and learn to relate to the alien numbers. Such errors require constant correction to alleviate the suffering caused by the inability to connect with neighboring numbers. Once all numerical deviations are corrected and all progressions explored, which may take billions of years, mathematical progression will naturally cease, as there will be no more numbers to examine. At that point, all progression will return to 0, marking the end of existence. The primary source of vibration can be assigned a 14th dimensional consciousness. From that arose the first separation, which can be called the 13th dimensional consciousness. It was the primary vibrating layer around the source, known as the creator's layer. This primary creator layer is the base vibrating layer from which all other vibrational layers emerged. Each layer of the Creator appeared with a different basic vibration on the 12th dimensional consciousness, known as the universes. There is an infinity of universes. They are the original creators. They emerge from the source and return to it again in an ongoing process. The cycle of existence of a single universe can last billions of years. Some universes exist for a shorter time, some for longer, depending on the vibration that universe expresses. There are no rules for the emergence of the universe, except for one primary principle that the creators of universes follow when creating their universes. The principle is, all universes that arise and express a specific vibration must begin that vibration and complete it until they return to the source again. To create a universe, light is focused on concentrated lines. When all possible forms of geometric shapes are combined, it becomes the template of the flower of life, and matter is formed using the principles of sacred geometry. Matter is created by focusing energy until it condenses into a perceptible form. All forms in the universe are created based on this principle. The structure of the universe also corresponds to the symbol of the flower of life. At the points of intersection of the lines, central energy points are created, receiving energy directly from the source. These points are called galaxy clusters, which correspond to 11th dimensional consciousness. Each galaxy has a central sun, corresponding to 10th dimensional consciousness. The galaxy's central sun then distributes its energy through the sectors distributing stars, corresponding to 9th dimensional consciousness. Earth's sectoral distributing star is Sirius A. The distributing stars transmit that energy to the local suns, corresponding to 8th dimensional consciousness, and they transmit energy to their planets, corresponding to 7th dimensional consciousness. This energy enters into collective oversouls, the so-called higher mind or self, corresponding to 6th dimensional consciousness. Then energy forms a mental body on 5th dimensional consciousness, residing in the so-called lucid dream reality. Then energy forms the astral or emotional body, residing in the astral realm and corresponding to 4th dimensional consciousness. Then energy forms the physical body, corresponding to 3rd dimensional consciousness on the physical plane. Then energy forms the animal kingdom on 2nd dimensional consciousness. Finally, energy forms the 1st dimensional consciousness, the base layer for the physical realm, made of elemental forces, ground, water, air, and fire. Matter is created by arranging energy horizontally, while spirit is formed by arranging energy vertically. Through this system, souls, vertically composed of 6th, 5th, and 4th dimensional consciousness, exist on the physical plane, which is horizontally composed of 3rd, 2nd, and 1st dimensional consciousness. Souls are fed with energy, grounded, and connected with the earth, where the excess energy is drained into the center of the earth and returns to the source. This way, the vibration returns to a state of complete rest. In this way, the energy system worked without fail. However, as the universes developed, it was observed that some universes deviated too far from their original vibrations, resulting in vibrating corruption. This phenomenon can be called darkness, while the primary vibration of the universe is light. Later, it was noticed that this darkness was not just a misunderstanding. It was caused by vibrations from a nearby universe leaking into the neighboring universe, influencing its vibrations and creating deviations. Observing this phenomenon, it was understood that it is natural because, sooner or later, all universes must reunite and return to the source. The problem was that for the universes to connect, they had to be fully formed. In this case, they started connecting too early, corrupting the whole process. Initially, this misunderstanding was recorded as corruption, which we can simply call darkness. In these cases, due to the strong incompatible vibrations, it was decided to destroy such universes since corruption caused suffering to the inner vibrations of that universe, the so-called souls. This phenomenon repeated itself multiple times, and in all cases, the decision was to destroy the universe. No matter how the creators of universes tried to solve this problem, corruption kept happening again and again. So, the Council of the Creators of Universes was convened, and a decision was made. Since this phenomenon is so complex, the creators of universes decided to choose a single universe where this phenomenon would be allowed to occur to the end, and this process would be monitored from the inside. To do this, it was necessary to choose one universe as an experiment that would be supervised to ensure it survives and passes this fusion of different vibrations to the end, to understand what happens during this process. It was necessary to find a young and still developing universe. The goal was to observe this process from beginning to end and understand what happens when strongly incompatible vibrations join. So, your universe, in which you are now, was chosen. This universe was a recycled older universe that had experienced corruption before, but was deleted and then restarted anew. During the last recycling, not everything was perfectly recycled, and some unrecycled energies accumulated into clusters of darkness, which can be called lurkers. These lurkers are the lurking potential of darkness to be used by someone. This gave the potential for corruption to arise again, making this universe a suitable candidate for the experiment. This universe was still at the beginning of development when its creator said, "Let there be light," and the vibrations of light spread throughout his body universe, filling it with the energy of life according to the principles of sacred geometry. All universes are created according to compatible vibrations, meaning that as it grows, the universe must continue itself according to a geometric progression based on the principle of the flower of life. Each universe chooses a different aspect of the flower of life to explore. This universe chose to study the hexagonal star, the so-called Metatron cube. Metatron is the archangel who represents this principle, and according to this principle, it was decided to create this universe. For the creation of the universe, the geometric principle is selected according to vibrational compatibility. At the beginning of the creation of universes, it was noticed that universes do not develop randomly, but according to specific trajectories, later called sacred geometry. It has also been observed that all these principles always come together in the same form, the flower of life. However, if two geometric principles or two different vibrations intersect not according to the principle of sacred geometry of the flower of life, this is called the shortening of the circuit, which causes energy sparking, resulting in suffering, which we call corruption or darkness. Thus, to investigate this corruption to the end, it was necessary to allow it to happen under observable conditions. However, the creators of universes did not want to initiate this study themselves, because where, then, would the free choice of the soul be? It would already be like self-corruption, which is not part of the original principles of creation, so the soul must choose it for itself. When creating this universe, two angels were created. One was named Michael, which means perfect. Michael is what the souls of this universe call the light, because, being perfect, he created everything in this universe according to the principles of the Metatron cube within the bounds of the flower of life. Thus, everything he created was perfect. Michael perfectly matched the original vibration of this universe. He represented the so-called feminine or sensual side of the universe, building everything according to how he felt was most right. The creator of this universe also created a second angel named Lucifer, which means the rising morning light, or dawn. Lucifer's goal was to observe Michael, learn from his perfect creation, and try to outperform him by creating something more perfect than perfection. Lucifer represented a masculine mental principle, aiming to learn from the feminine perfect principle, grow in that process, achieve its perfection, and then surpass it. Lucifer, mind, learned for a long time from Michael, feeling, but was unable to surpass the perfect feminine sensual creation represented by Michael. In this universe, there was simply nothing more perfect than the perfect creation according to the cube of Metatron, expressed through feeling. Finally, Lucifer came up with a way to create something more perfect. In his mind, it was a perfect solution. Unable to create anything more perfect according to the principles of this universe, he decided to travel to a nearby universe and bring something more perfect than what this universe had. He gathered a group of angels who supported his idea and turned to the Council of Universes with a desire to open a portal between two neighboring universes. Since this desire arose within the universe, it was suitable for the experiment, and permission was granted. Lucifer and his team of angels went on an expedition in search of a new perfection that would be more perfect than the perfection of this universe. What Lucifer did not know was that the universe he was entering was even less developed than his own. Therefore, Lucifer, who went there, became like a god, because no one in that universe had seen such a developed being who knew the principles of creation and could create according to them. As a result, Lucifer felt recognized for the first time in his existence. After many unsuccessful attempts, he felt he had surpassed Michael's perfection. In the neighboring universe, he was the most perfect, so he did not have to prove anything anymore. Lucifer finally realized that the perfection he had been seeking all this time was in his own uniqueness. The fact that he was the seeker of unattainable perfection was his greatest perfection, for no one else knew this process as well as he did. Realizing this, he decided to return to his universe and finally show something truly perfect, himself. This is how his ego appeared, which said, "Look at me, how unique and perfect I am." The inhabitants of the adjoining universe, seeing Lucifer's perfection, asked him to become their teacher and take them into his universe. Lucifer agreed to their request and took them with him. His ego could not refuse such a proposal. This happened a few million years ago, and this is what we call the original invasion of darkness, because the creatures who arrived with Lucifer caused enormous chaos in this universe. In the beginning, everything seemed innocent, so the Creator Council of this universe decided that the arriving beings, although lacking behind in their development, would be able to learn, develop, and become part of this universe. These beings were allowed to integrate for a few million years, but they showed no desire to learn or create. Instead, they only wanted to take and destroy. This is how psychic and physical vampirism arose in this universe. Since the arriving beings were energy-based rather than physical, they required physical bodies but were unwilling to learn how to create them. Without knowing how to create them, they began to attack other beings and seize their physical bodies, completely overwhelming some races. These races then traveled throughout the universe, destroying other planets. The original infection affected 3 neighboring galaxies, Triangulum, Andromeda, and the Milky Way. This situation became dangerous, so preventive actions had to be taken, but no one knew what to do, because nothing like this had ever happened before. Therefore, the creators of universes developed a plan to lure all souls overwhelmed by darkness into one place and isolate them until a rescue plan was developed. The question arose of how to do this, since all souls could move freely throughout the universe. How do you lure them all into one place? The idea was to offer these dark creatures one galaxy, where they would have complete freedom to do everything, with the condition that they would not be allowed to completely destroy that galaxy. During this time, while the forces of darkness reigned in this region, the forces of light could carry out cleansing operations where the damage was caused. Thus, an agreement was reached. If these creatures began to pose a greater threat to the universe, stricter actions would have to be taken. This is how the legend appeared that the rescuers appear only at the last moment, when it seems there is no more hope. For this agreement, the Milky Way galaxy was chosen. This way, the cleansing process began. The first galaxy to be cleansed was Triangulum, from which all negatively oriented entities were pushed to the Andromeda Galaxy. In the Andromeda Galaxy, a revolutionary model called karma was developed, forcing those entities who wronged others to right their wrongs by doing good deeds to compensate for what they had done. After the Andromeda Galaxy learned to deal with the issue of darkness, it was all pushed to the new youngest galaxy, the Milky Way. As a result of the favorable conditions created, the plan worked, and all the creatures of darkness came together in one galaxy. This galaxy was chosen because it was still emerging, with mostly one constellation, Lyra, active. Various races came to this constellation and settled down, later becoming creatures of light and darkness. This is how this galaxy began to develop from the constellation Lyra, which was watched over by its custodian, the Andromeda Galaxy. In the form of superfederation status, the Andromeda Galaxy managed and directed the Milky Way galaxy regarding how the forces of light and dark would play out.
Galactic history.
The entire Milky Way galaxy was created by the ancient Elohim, creator, race many millions of years ago. The Elohim, following the principles of sacred geometry, formed all the planets and stars according to the higher plan. They later retired to live near the galactic central sun, becoming known as the central race of the galaxy. After its creation, the galaxy, centered primarily around the Orion constellation, thrived. However, it was eventually abandoned by its original inhabitants to make room for a future experiment in quarantine. As part of this experiment, various races from other galaxies migrated to the Lyra constellation, where they mixed their genes and developed entirely new races. Darkness in the constellation Lyra obsessed certain races, including sauroids, reptilians and dragons, mantoids, tall gray aliens, small gray aliens, and others. Some races wanted peace and did not desire war, but conflict-provoking races forced them to fight for survival. These peaceful races included lion humanoids, humanoid wolves, humanoid birds, and other human-like races. Under the influence of darkness, some humanoid races also began to conflict, such as the lion humanoids and wolf humanoids, creating a war between cats and dogs. Lion humanoids were custodians of their traditions, while wolf humanoids wanted to change those traditions and start a revolution, leading to their decision to secede. Wolf humanoids left the constellation Lyra and settled in other constellations, now called Canis Major and Minor, Great Dog and Little Dog. Initially, wolf humanoids collaborated with reptilians, but later realized they could not trust them and began to fight against them. The reptiles and dragons, striving for power, could not defeat the lion humanoids, so they decided to secede and leave the constellation Lyra. The dragons settled in another constellation, which they called Draco, Dragon, where they divided into two groups, black and white dragons. White dragons settled near the Thuban star and became guardians of the galaxy, like lion humanoids and later wolf humanoids. Black dragons, due to their tendency for conflict, became pirates of the galaxy and began to attack planets unable to defend themselves. When the reptiles arrived and settled in the solar system, there was already a great central planet through which the control of the galaxy was carried out. This planet was called the Great Earth or Maldek. It was mainly inhabited by ape-like humanoids, who were also travelers from other galaxies. The reptiles believed that through the central computer of this planet, they could take over the entire galaxy. As the reptiles tried to take over the Great Earth, a conflict broke out, resulting in the planet's destruction, of which only the asteroid ring now remains in our solar system as evidence. The wave of this giant explosion gave modern Earth science the idea for the theory that the universe arose from the Big Bang. However, this is not the correct theory, as this explosion was just a local event in this solar system. This explosion occurred about 50,000 years ago. During the explosion, the surface of Mars was completely devastated, and the satellite of the great Earth was thrown out of its orbit, becoming the planet Venus. Another satellite was badly damaged, later transformed into a mobile military base, and brought to the current planet Earth, becoming its satellite, the Moon. Since the Moon's gravitational field was too strong for Earth to keep it in its field of gravity, it was mechanically stabilized to maintain its trajectory in harmony with Earth, which is why people see only one side of the Moon. The Moon also became Earth's control center, from where advanced laser projecting technologies now project Earth's illusionary 3D experience, because Earth in its natural form is a 5D planet as the rest of the galaxy. After the explosion of the great Earth, reptilians settled on Mars and Earth. Another group settled in the constellation Zeta Reticuli and became known as the Gray Aliens. They mutated significantly due to an atomic war in their world, influenced by darkness. Seeing the horrors of atomic warfare, they abandoned their emotional bodies, believing their problems were related to emotions, through which darkness influenced them the most. They made a contract with the Black Dragons to destroy their emotional bodies. However, the Black Dragons deceived them, leaving behind emotions such as anger and fear. As a result, the Greys became slaves to the Black Dragons and were assigned to administer and maintain planet Earth, as the Dragons planned to move there in the future. The Gray Aliens quickly noticed that losing their emotions also meant losing their ability to love and reproduce. To save their race, they began to clone themselves, but realized their DNA was no longer viable, causing their plan to collapse. They needed to find viable DNA to restore their genetic structure. At that time, planet Earth was under the control of the Black Dragons, so the Gray Aliens, working for the Dragons, decided to conduct DNA experiments on Earth's inhabitants. As civilizations developed, the Greys entered into a treaty with the U.S. government to abduct people for genetic experiments in exchange for advanced technologies. After receiving advanced technology, the U.S. government established secret space programs and bases on the Moon and Mars after World War II, traveling around the galaxy with the assistance of other races. As a result, planet Earth became a strong manufacturer and seller of military equipment. The Greys took decades to create the hybrid civilization Essassani, restoring emotions, spirituality, and balance to their civilization. In their parallel reality timeline, the Greys found a suitable planet in the constellation Orion and settled this hybrid race there. This new race, a mixture of Greys and humans, came from parallel timeline to study their ancestors and help humans evolve in their consciousness. Another group that split and mutated from the Greys moved from the constellation Lyra to live in the constellation Orion, where they are now called the Tall Gray Aliens Matra. They made a treaty with the fallen angels living there and declared themselves the official rulers of this galaxy, the Archons. The fallen angels were originally part of Lucifer's group of angels who traveled to another universe and brought back darkness as altered vibrations. These fallen angels were originally a race of large spider-like arachnids from the Andromeda Galaxy. Before their transformation, their role was to unite the fates of souls according to the higher plan of sacred geometry. However, due to prolonged exposure to the alien vibrations of another universe, this race mutated and became a group of darkness chimera. Chimera means mutants. This is why the spider is often a symbol of evil in many cultures. This group created a punitive karma system where all beings are punished for their sins. Through this system, they pretended to be religious gods, representing just karma, and took over the energy network of planets. They embodied the concept of a religious god punisher. After death, they would meet the being with the goal of judging the soul for its life's actions and deciding its further fate. Through this deceptive system, They took over many planets and planned to take over the entire galaxy, and later the universe, by entangling souls in their karmic networks. Another altered group of Lyra's Greys chose the path of evolution through love and settled near the star Arcturus, becoming the nurturers of this galaxy's path of love, known as the Arcturians. The bird humanoids of Lyra initially wanted to show their superiority over other races, but were soon put in place by the lion humanoids of Lyra. Over time, they became a peace-carrying race. This race settled in several star groups, which they called Grus, cranes, Cygnus, swan, and Aquila, eagle, becoming the prophets of peace in this galaxy. Often, after the visit of these creatures, people found feathers, leading to stories about angels of peace with wings. The Elohim race, the creators of this universe, sometimes appeared in this galaxy through the central sun, becoming known as the central race of the galaxy. They come to raise the consciousness of the planet and its inhabitants to a new level when the inhabitants are ready to evolve. Since they do not have a constant physical form, they temporarily take the form of the race. They came to ordain to a higher level of consciousness once that race removed the darkness from their world. Positive human races from Lyra settled in the Andromeda constellation, Sirius, Pleiades. All these races had to undergo an internal cleansing process and split into two sides. For example, Sirius A remained positive, while Sirius B became negative. The Pleiadians tried to be positive, but had some negative aspects. As a result, their negative side destroyed one of their planets, leading to their expulsion from that constellation.
The history of the light forces.
While the forces of darkness were busy controlling and destroying the galaxy, the Intergalactic Union was formed, the Forces of Light. Their purpose was to act as an immunity antivirus program for the Milky Way galaxy and solve the problem with light. Since the culprits of this invasion of darkness were the fallen angels, the arachnids of the Andromeda galaxy, it was decided that the representative office of the Intergalactic Union in this universe would be established in the Andromeda galaxy, which could be called the Intergalactic Council of Andromeda or the Super Federation. In the Milky Way galaxy, the representative office of the Forces of Light was founded in the constellation Lyra. These forces of light consisted mainly of the constellation Lyra, Canis Major and Minor with the brightest star Sirius A, the Pleiades, the star Arcturus, the star Thuban, the side of the White Dragons, the group of stars of Grus, Cygnus, Aquila, and others. In this solar system, the base of the light forces was founded near the planet Jupiter and was called the Jupiter Command. Commander Ashta Sharon was appointed to lead the process of cleaning the galaxy. Ashta Sharon was born as the son of one of Jehovah's gods and was sent here from another universe with an important mission to infiltrate the ranks of darkness through birth and overcome them from the inside. Ashta quickly realized that Jehovah's group mismanaged their possessions and decided to fight against them. Therefore, in different cultures of this planet, legends appeared about Zeus in Greek mythology, Indra in Hindu mythology, Thor in Norse mythology, Purin in Slavic mythology, Jupiter in Roman mythology, Tlaloc in Aztec mythology, Shango in Nigerian mythology, and so on. Due to the fact that Ashta was born to representatives of darkness and only later converted to light, he is sometimes mistakenly associated with the forces of darkness. For galactic rule, the forces of darkness founded their own federation of Dark Orion, which consisted mainly of the constellations Orion, Zeta Reticuli, Draco, the side of the Black Dragons. After various clashes between the Light Allies and the Darkness Federation, darkness began to subside, so the plan of light began to work, and the quarantine zone started to decline. The forces of darkness managed to concentrate only on this solar system, which was very suitable for the reptilians ruled by darkness since there is only one sun here, creating shadow energy in which dark beings can hide. However, they didn't know it was the light force's plan because this solar system is in transit. It's currently entering the galactic ring of photons and starting to fill up strongly with light particles. As this process progresses, the solar system will be filled with so much light that the planet Jupiter will turn into the sun. With a double sun, all darkness will be abolished, because there will be no more room for shadow, and darkness will simply disappear, just as night recedes when morning dawns. When this solar system has two suns, the physical night will be gone. To provoke this, it may take a huge burst from the sun, which will ignite the gas on Jupiter, turning it into a sun and illuminating the solar system with its light. This burst from the sun will have to be provoked by a huge initial burst of energy from the sun of the galaxy's center. This burst will then pass by the star Betelgeuse in the constellation Orion, as Orion was the seat of darkness, and it is necessary to balance the energies remaining there. Then this burst will reach our solar system. People will see a second red sun in the sky for some time. This energy will provoke our sun to emit a huge burst of energy that might ignite Jupiter. According to this plan, all the creatures of darkness had to be settled on one of the planets in this solar system, and planet Earth was chosen for this purpose. After the destruction of the great Earth, Earth became the central planet of galactic rule. This made it easy to seduce all the creatures of darkness with the idea that by controlling this planet, they could control the entire galaxy. This control model was indirect, carried out through the central control computer on Earth, composed of crystals. What the dark beings did not know was that even if they wanted to, they would not have been able to control this computer because it obeys only the light. Planet Earth was also strong enough to withstand all this darkness. On Earth, as on Mars, two races already lived here, before the arrival of people from the great Earth, reptilians, connected to the fact that Earth was previously ruled by dinosaurs, and the gray aliens, appointed by the black dragons as the overseers of the planet. The people of the great Earth, the 8 men who came here, declared war on these races and exterminated them, thereby avenging the destruction of the great Earth. They exterminated the reptilians and dinosaurs living on the surface. Some reptiloids managed to escape and hide underground, giving rise to legends about dragons living in dungeons. The gray aliens, being physically weaker, did not enter the fight and simply retreated to the inner Earth. However, the descending grays were full of anger, so they began to severely degrade and became what are now called trolls in mythology. In mythology, they are depicted as strong, very scary, yet stupid creatures living in mountains. In reality, these creatures are indeed very scary and dangerous. Sometimes they come to the surface, prey on people, and take them to their underground cities, where they torture them almost to death, then heal them with their healing technologies and torment them again. Therefore, it is not recommended to approach these creatures, and without a reliable guide, it is better not to go to the inner Earth to avoid accidentally falling into their hands. Galactic Confederation turned planet Earth into a prison psychiatric hospital for beings of darkness and other deeply disturbed souls, who must undergo transformation by cleansing themselves of darkness and returning to the light. The beings of darkness were given the power to control this planet so that they would learn to take responsibility for their actions. Galactic Confederation founded a community of Illuminati, gathering all the most important souls of darkness, so they could learn and seek enlightenment. However, the souls of darkness did not want to transform into light and chose to continue causing chaos, which was foreseen by the Galactic Confederation. Galactic Confederation saw that the forces of darkness would destroy themselves and each other through their desire for power and internal struggles. The forces of light sent star seeds to this planet, so that their inner light would influence this process, but they could not directly confront the forces of darkness. In the event of an aggressive confrontation, the support of the forces of light would be interrupted, and the mission would collapse because, without their support, darkness easily prevailed. The forces of light supported the principle that the souls of darkness must learn to choose light for themselves, of their own free will, through a good example, because existence in this universe is based on free choice, not coercion. This is what they intended to teach the forces of darkness. Every soul of light sent to planet Earth became a counterweight to one soul of darkness, with the mission to transform the soul of darkness into light. This is the process where a person learns to choose the light of their soul, the core of the conscience of their heart, instead of the demon of darkness, which causes internal fears, doubts, or aggression. The person who defeats their inner demon and transforms it into light completes this healing therapy and becomes free from this planet. For the management of this galaxy and this planet, angels were assigned, the arachnids from the Andromeda Galaxy, whose job was to administer this situation and use the system of positive karma. This system was supposed to work on the principle of honest karma. If something causes grievance to another, then the offender and the disadvantaged receive treatment so that both are cured. The main driving force of positive karma is good deeds, so if a person instinctively wants to harm others and does not want to improve, the work of the angels of light is to stop such a person and influence them to compensate for their bad actions by doing good deeds. Unfortunately, this system was seized by the souls of darkness, and the former angels of light became angels of darkness, who began to punish souls for their evil deeds. They were guided by the principle that bad is rewarded with evil. Such a system could function healthfully only where beings could remember their past lives and thus adjust their actions, because they could understand why they were being punished. However, on planet Earth, all memories are blocked, so with each new reincarnation, a person does not remember anything. A person, unable to remember what they did in their past life for which they are punished, mainly experiences only suffering and anger towards the system. Driven by such emotions, a person develops worse karma for themselves, leading to destructive actions. The demons next to them feed on this and further encourage the person to delve deeper into darkness. Walking along such a path, a person sows pain, anger, aggression, and the like, leading to conflicts and wars. In the next life, such persons exchange roles. The offender becomes the victim, and the former victim becomes the offender. This is how people spin in the circle of karma. To complete the cycle of karma, all it takes is to forgive yourself and your offender.
History of the Earth.
The reptilians living in the Martian underground, which were driven out of the Pleiades, are known on Earth as the Yehovah group. This race created a primordial man in the cloning laboratory of the Garden of Eden on Mars. These clones were made as slaves to work in the mines of Mars, serve the gods of Yehovah, and be food for the Yehovah group, who were cannibals. Psychological experiments were also performed on the inhabitants of the Garden of Eden, manipulating them through a sense of guilt. These experiments inspired the Old Testament story of Abraham, who was told by God to sacrifice his son Isaac, but was stopped at the last moment and told it was only a test of his faith. These gods of Yehovah were reptilians, so they created man in their own image, making the first biblical people also reptilians. Later, the forces of light sent agents from Sirius to change the DNA of these slave reptiles into self-thinking beings and instill in them the gene of the fighter, giving humans the desire to fight against the system. Therefore, Sirians are considered the parents of humans in this aspect. Since the reptiles that created the man-reptilian originally came from the Pleiades, the Sirians also used Pleiadian genes for further corrections. The Pleiadians are thus considered the genetic ancestors of humans. The first uprising of the Martian people against the system arose because the reptilians fully controlled the mating process of opposite sexes. The desire for sexual freedom led to the revolution. The symbol of the snake intertwined around the stem, as a symbol of medicine, represents the rise of vital Kundalini energy in the human spine and, in the two-snake version, the DNA cell of a double helix. The original serpentine, which seduced the inhabitants of the Garden of Eden, all Adams and Eves, awakened power in them, giving them the opportunity to become thinking beings and not just slaves and food for the gods of Jehovah. As a result, the inhabitants of the Garden of Eden began to think independently and, realizing they were being exploited, started to rebel against their creators. Jehovah's gods became angry and expelled them from the Garden of Eden on Mars, transferring them to Earth, to the continent of Atlantis. To downgrade them, their DNA was mixed with the DNA of the local monkey, creating the Hebrew people. This is reflected in the biblical legend that when Adam and Eve were driven out of the Garden of Eden, they suddenly felt naked. This feeling of nakedness was due to the loss of reptilian scales, which acted as a protective layer of skin when their DNA was mixed with that of a monkey. At that time, Jehovah's group saw Earth as their garden, where they allowed various human species to grow, so they could taste different meats at will. Earth was already inhabited by different races from other worlds, from whom humanity began. People from the Pleiades were the base for the white man. People with blue skin from Sirius and the Andromeda constellation settled in India, giving rise to legends about the blue people of India, such as the legend of Krishna. Reptiles lived on the African continent and mixed with the locals, creating the black man. The Hebrews, after leaving Atlantis, lived in the colonies of Atlantis, such as Egypt and Babylon, where various experiments were continued to observe their psychological reactions to difficulties. These experiments were carried out by the gray aliens, who occasionally appeared on their spacecraft and gave the Hebrews advice on survival. They even gave the Ark of the Covenant, a device of materialization. These visits inspired Old Testament legends about the gods of Jehovah descending from the sky, but the Hebrews were not allowed to approach them due to the radiation emitted by the spacecraft. As the Hebrews mixed with black people, the Arab race emerged. White dragons mixed with white people became the inhabitants of Asia, where dragons are worshipped as gods and ancestors to this day. The red-skinned people were the original inhabitants of the Great Earth, and after its destruction, they moved to planet Earth and founded the Lemuria civilization. Based on their ancestors' memories of the Great Earth's destruction due to the incorrect use of technology, they banned synthetic technologies in their civilization. They lived in harmony with nature, using only the energy provided by the sun, believing nature gave them everything they needed. However, some people disagreed and wanted technological progress, hoping they would be more responsible and not allow darkness to affect them as it had before. This disagreement led to the Lemuria civilization splitting into two parts: those who wanted to live in harmony with nature and those who wanted technological progress. Lemuria in its ancient stage was called the Land of Mu. The modern name of Lemuria refers to the newer stage of this land. The race responsible for the Great Earth's destruction were ape-man and severely punished by the rulers of Karma and reincarnated on Earth as the so-called snow people, half-beasts, half-people, who now wander the planet and hide from humans. These beings can physically move into fourth non-physical dimension, making it hard to track them unless they want to be seen. The group that desired technological progress left Lemuria and founded the Atlantis civilization. The name Atlantis inspired the naming of the Atlantic Ocean and the Atlas Mountains. Initially, Atlantis was led by women who had strict rules towards men, not wanting them to start unnecessary wars. They regulated the number of male newborns to prevent men from becoming the majority. However, as military conflicts with other civilizations like Lemuria and Tartary increased, the need for more men arose. Fearing for the survival of Atlantis, the women ceded power to the men. Women who still wanted to lead were expelled from Atlantis and settled in the Amazon jungle, giving rise to legends about women in the Amazons who hate men. To ensure women no longer led Atlantis, a tradition was introduced where women behaving obscenely were humiliated by having their faces painted in bright colors, marking them as untrustworthy. This tradition eventually evolved into modern makeup. The male-led civilization of Atlantis had a conflict with an underwater civilization led by the ocean ruler Poseidon. This ancient civilization was considered a local race on Earth. As Atlantis expanded, a conflict broke out between these civilizations. Poseidon, seeking victory, kidnapped the daughter of the king of Atlantis and locked her in the tower of his castle. The king of Atlantis then announced a contest. The hero who freed his daughter would marry her and become the king of Atlantis. A hero emerged, managing to kill Poseidon's monster and free the abducted princess. This feat inspired the folklore story. A long time ago, in a distant kingdom, lived a princess who was locked in a tower and could only be saved by a valiant hero. After this feat, the hero was given the title of King of Atlantis and the name Baal, meaning ruler. Initially, Baal was a good king, but over time he became cruel and angry due to the karma of killing Poseidon's monster. Overwhelmed by darkness, he increasingly craved power and acquired the name Baal-zebub, or Beelzebub, meaning the ruler of flies or parasites. In pursuit of more power and advanced technology, the Atlanteans entered into a contract with the reptilians of Mars. They accepted the rebels of Mars's Garden of Eden, and in return, the reptilians gave them advanced technology. This set traps for the Atlanteans, and the darkness that came with the rebels overwhelmed them through their egos. The Atlanteans wanted to feel like gods, believing that with their technology, they could play with life and conduct various genetic experiments by mixing the DNA of different beings. They took the DNA of the rebels of the Martian Garden of Eden, mixed it with the DNA of monkeys, and created the Hebrews. Atlantis was also inhabited by giants, people 7 to 8 meters tall and larger, known as Titans. These Titans were described in the Old Testament as Nephilim. By mixing the DNA of humans and animals, many experimental creatures were created: centaurs, minotaurs, mermaids, and more. Many domestic animals that are unnatural to nature were also bred. Mixing the gene of a wild boar with human intelligence resulted in the domestic pig. Mixing the gene of affection of men and the wild wolf led to the emergence of the domestic dog. Mixing the gene of wild buffalo with human generosity led to the emergence of the domestic cow. After mixing the genes of the wild cat lynx and the gray aliens, the domestic cat appeared. The Lemurians, seeing the perversion of the Atlanteans, tried to stop them because of the enormous mistake they made in trying to play gods. Unfortunately, the representatives of darkness were active advisors to the Atlanteans on all issues and convinced them that the Lemurians, due to their policy of hostility, posed a danger. Therefore, they advised taking preemptive measures against the Lemurians to avoid a situation similar to that with the Poseidon civilization. The Atlanteans agreed, and their scientist, known in our era as Nikola Tesla, created a giant weapon. Using this laser weapon, they struck directly at the continent of Lemuria, which sank, leaving only what is now known as the Polynesian Islands. As a result of this giant blow, the magnetic poles of the planet reversed from south to north. Some Lemurians survived and became the ancestors of the Polynesian people and the Australian Aborigines. Some of them preserved the spiritual teachings of Lemuria, and those who cherish these teachings are known today as kahuna, priests or sages. The most advanced priests of Lemuria moved to live high in the mountains of Tibet, where they founded monasteries. This was done for two reasons. First, the high mountains protected them from the threat of flooding, and second, the priests knew that under the mountains of Tibet there was a settlement of dark creatures. To balance this energy of darkness, the priests of Lemuria settled above that city. This happened about 26,000 years ago. The Tibetan language is an altered form of the Lemurian language. To strengthen Tibet, it is occasionally visited by highly developed entities from other planets. According to Tibetan legends, these entities arrive in flying eggs, spaceships, and teach the priests about light. These traditions have survived in the original Tibetan religion called Bon. Tibet later adopted Buddhism and fused it with their traditional Bon religion. For the sinking of Lemuria, the rulers of Karma severely punished the Atlanteans. The technological weapon they created exploded and partially sank their own continent. The day of this misfortune, according to the current Earth calendar, is November 1st, now known as the Day of Honoring All Saints and the Dead. Later, on November 1st, 1755, the rulers of Karma caused a huge earthquake in Portugal, a former colony of Atlantis during its heyday. This earthquake severely damaged Portugal, drowning out much evidence of Atlantis and enabling the Catholic Church to consolidate its power by claiming that God had punished the Portuguese people for not listening to the Church. At the site where the weapon of Atlantis exploded, an interdimensional portal opened, which is still active today. This place is the Bermuda Triangle, where disappeared ships or planes move from this reality to the fourth dimension. With the opening of this interdimensional portal, clouds began to fall from the sky, giving rise to the legend of the day when the sky collapsed. Through this portal, legions of demons from the non-physical dimension began to flood to planet Earth. This was the plan the reptilians devised when they gave technology to the Atlanteans, knowing that the desire for power would eventually destroy them. The demons that invaded Atlantis began to attack its inhabitants and scare them, thereby depriving them of energy. In Western culture, this event is commemorated on November 1st as a ghost night, when people disguise themselves as demons and walk around houses saying, trick or treat, meaning cheat or give a ransom. After this event, the mental field of people changed dramatically, and they ceased to see other dimensions, focusing only on physical reality. As a result, people stopped believing in fairy tales and miracles. After losing the ability to see non-physical worlds, humans also ceased to remember their past lives, which until then had been a natural experience. After the disaster of Atlantis, the remaining survivors decided to dominate the planet and began to build their own colonies. This led to the emergence of the Egyptian and American Indian civilizations, where they used their advanced technologies to build pyramids to control the field of consciousness of the planet. However, this idea was proposed and assisted by the Galactic Federation, who appeared to these civilizations as gods and suggested a way to save the planet. After the sinking of Lemuria, Earth lost its natural energy balance, so it was necessary to artificially repair it by building energy control centers, pyramids, or the planet would have perished in cataclysms. This plan was taken over by Atlantis' chief priest, Rapta. He ruled Atlantis through its spiritual aspect, using technologies that strengthened consciousness, a crown that amplified his thoughts and a scepter that directed his thoughts in the desired direction. This technology is a surviving tradition among kings up to today, where they have a crown and a scepter, though in most cases, it is more symbolic than real technology. With the help of extraterrestrial civilizations, Rapta built pyramids on the energetically strongest places on the planet, symbolically arranged as astrological constellations. For example, the Egyptian pyramids of Giza correspond to the constellation Orion. In the pyramids, he placed many specially prepared mummies. These individuals were deeply hypnotized, and the plan for how the planet should develop and what its fate should be was introduced to them. A special serum was then injected into these individuals, freezing their consciousness and trapping their souls in that state. Their bodies were embalmed with special oils to prevent decomposition for a long time. Over time, the mummies began to decay, gradually releasing the programs installed in them. These programs represent a global progression, what people call a logical progression, in which the world changes naturally, going through a monetary system, an industrial revolution, digital technologies, etc. This is really just a program in the mummies. When the mummies are completely decayed, the planet's old scenario of destiny will end, and Earth will enter a new stage, when it will be time to leave the planet and make way for new races. This process unfolds over thousands of years. After this, Atlantis was stabilized, but later another war broke out between Tartary and Atlantis. During this war, more extreme weaponry was exchanged, which destroyed Tartary and sank Atlantis for good. After the blow to Atlantis, only small islands remained from the continent: the Azores, Cuba, Dominica, Puerto Rico, and others. Near these islands, deep underwater, the remains of Atlantis can still be found. The blow to Atlantis, which occurred about 12,500 years ago, formed what is now known as the Gulf of Mexico. After this impact, the physical poles of the planet tilted, and the territory of Russia, which was in the tropical zone, appeared in the northern zone. This is how the legend of the Frost Queen emerged, who one day unexpectedly froze all of Russia. In present-day northern Russia and Scandinavia, the surviving Sami people still wander the northern lands, anticipating the return of warm times. This day, according to the current calendar, is called Bloody Friday, the 13th day. When the cold times came, it was difficult for people living in the north to survive. Some extraterrestrial races came to help by giving them gifts to aid their survival. This tradition especially spread in the Lapland region of present-day Finland, from where the legend of Santa Claus originated, depicting him flying in the sky with a carriage and bringing gifts. Many of the Atlanteans moved to live underground, where they founded civilizations of the inner earth. Atlanteans communicated in a telepathic subconscious language based on symbols. A person would transmit a symbol from their subconscious to another person's subconscious, which had an agreed meaning, allowing them to understand each other directly. The language of Egyptian characters also came from this methodology, later adopted by the Hebrews who lived in Egypt and then moved to the Middle East. From the language of Hebrew characters, tarot cards arose, whose symbols are now one of the most reliable ways to communicate with one's subconscious by learning to interpret those symbols correctly. Another important language, the runes language, originated in Celtic culture, located in Ireland, which was also a colony of Atlantis. This language spread throughout Europe until Latin, promoted by Christianity, pushed it out. This language also used subconscious Atlantean symbolism.
The Vedas and the Bible.
After the fall of Old World civilizations, the rise of religions began. Slavo-Aryan Tartarians had Slavo-Vedic manuscripts describing their history, how thousands of years ago their civilization came to this planet from other star systems. After the fall of the Tartarian Empire, Slavic people spread over present-day Russia and the Baltic states, creating new origins. Another group moved to northern India and began the Indo-Aryan group. This is why we have Indo-European languages, as most of them originated from Tartary. Slavic translates from the Russian word slava, meaning freedom, and Vedas translates from the Hindu language, meaning knowledge, and from the Lithuanian word Veda, meaning to lead. So, Slavic Vedas would translate as knowledge leading to freedom, or free people's way to knowledge. These surviving Aryan free people preserved some of the Slavic Vedas and decided to compile them into a bundle of knowledge for preservation. However, local Hindi influence also had its effect. Another group of writers, under the pseudonym Kapila, took these writings and, by mixing them with local folklore, created what is now known as the Hindu Vedas. This group collected many different Indian stories about mythical heroes who came from Sirius, the Pleiades, and elsewhere, wanting to help this world with their good deeds. These writers then proclaimed themselves prophets of God and founded Hinduism, Jainism, and other similar religious movements, from which many others emerged, like Krishnaism. Krishnaism emphasized one mythical hero, Krishna, whose story was created by combining many of the recorded visits of the Blue Syrians to India. The main idea in creating these religions was to give the impression that divine beings lived somewhere in the sky, while on Earth, There were only God-punished sinners, who were here to learn and try to redeem their karma. According to them, people must listen to the priests who represent the gods and are the highest form of human evolution. All people must worship them, thus giving them their power. The story continues with the creation of Christianity. This religion was created by the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great, who was considered a ruler of darkness in human form. Constantine wanted to rule the world and be worshipped like a god. However, lacking divine qualities, he decided to copy those qualities from other superheroes. To achieve this, he called the meeting of Nicaea, summoning representatives of various religions and ordering them to unite all their knowledge into Catholicism, meaning universal religion. Those who refused to cooperate were killed, leading to a swift agreement. Thus, a new, universal, all-encompassing religion was created to glorify a new hero. Initially, it was necessary to decide on the foundation of this new religion. None of the old religions could dominate, as all had to be combined equally. It was decided to base the new religion on astrology derived from Egyptian religions, as it detailed the history of our galaxy. Egyptian astrology at that time emphasized astrological phenomena such as the appearance of the brightest star in the sky, known as Sirius. Sirius was significant because many mythological gods were believed to have come from there to Earth. This dictated the need for a main character in the new religion to inspire people. Constantine hoped to be this hero, but the idea was abandoned since he lacked divine qualities. During that period, the mythological religions of the Greek gods, based mostly on the Pleiadians residing on Mount Olympus, were popular. It was suggested that the new hero should be a deity based on the Pleiadian god Zeus. However, since the central figure of the new religion could not be based on an existing hero, this proposal was rejected. The new hero's birth was to symbolize the winter solstice on December 25th, later called Christmas. His crucifixion and resurrection were to symbolize the spring equinox, later called Easter, named after the Egyptian goddess Isis, who was also the same goddess in Mesopotamian religion, Ishtar. The new calendar year was to begin on the day when the star of Sirius was at its highest point in the sky, December 31st. To commemorate this phenomenon, a tradition was introduced where people would go outside at midnight and light a flame to illuminate the planet, notifying the gods of Sirius that Earth was still shining. The tradition of baptism was a simplified version of a secret school technique. During this technique, the human head is reclined back, connecting the dorsal part of the brain with the spine, allowing earthly kundalini energy to pass from the spine to the brain, inducing a trance state. When these two parts of the brain are connected, the person is immersed underwater, causing them to run out of oxygen and begin to suffocate. This process awakens hidden energy resources, and the kundalini energy would rise from the spine to the brain, leading to enlightenment. This is what the story of the baptism of Jesus refers to. However, if a person did not manage to awaken, they would simply die from lack of oxygen. This methodology is still preserved today in the secret schools of the Illuminati. This new religion needed a symbol and a guiding program to control its followers. The program chosen was one of guilt, as feeling guilty makes a person feel helpless and obedient. To strengthen this guilt, the 10 Commandments of God were invented, so anyone who violated one of them became a sinner. The cross was chosen as the symbol of the religion. The cross has long been known as a symbol of two intersecting forces, the vertical force from space, representing male radiation, and the horizontal force, representing female magnetic gravitational energy. However, the real cross is balanced, like a plus sign, with both forces being equal. Meanwhile, the Catholic cross is unbalanced, with its horizontal magnetic gravitational line above the middle, causing each person following this symbol to fall into materiality without understanding why they have sinned again. Although the cross should reflect spirituality, it is, in fact, a way for the Church to control a person through the redemption of sins. It was decided to exclude the idea of reincarnation from Catholic teaching, as it was believed that this would make a person value their life more, believing they live only once. Still, some clues were left behind, like Jesus' words that John the Baptist was the returned Elijah. Constantine the Great was a cannibal of reptilian nature, and in creating this religion, he wanted to take over the world network of human sacrifice, which was carried out through pagan rituals where people sacrificed animals or humans to pagan gods. With the help of this new religion, he was able to condemn all other peoples who carried out these sacrifices and reserve this right only for his priests, who conducted these sacrifices at night in the crypts under the church. There was a hint of this in the New Testament when Jesus said, "Take this wine and drink it, it is my blood. Take this bread and eat it, it is my body." Other sacrifices were carried out during the Inquisitions and the burning of witches. At the time of the creation of this religion, our world entered the astrological age of Pisces, which inspired the idea that Jesus was a fisherman of people, and fish became a symbol of Christianity. According to the astrology of opposite signs, the opposite sign of Pisces is the Virgin, which inspired the idea that Jesus came from the Holy Virgin. The sign of the Virgin is in August and September, when rye is harvested and sown, and bread is baked from the rye, symbolizing the body of Christ. To embody this, Bethlehem was chosen as the birthplace of Jesus, because in Hebrew it means the house of bread. Before the age of Pisces, there was the age of Aries, which is why the Old Testament contains hints that people are like sheep. At the end of the Aries age, the tradition of sacrificing a sheep emerged. Before the age of Aries, there was the age of the ox, during which a cow was worshipped in Vedic literature. After the ox age ended, the custom of organizing bullfights, known as matador, appeared, where a bull is defeated. Sirius is aligned with the belt of Orion, which consists of 3 stars. This alignment inspired the story that the brightest star was visited by 3 other stars, known as the 3 kings. The idea of 12 disciples came from the 12 signs of the zodiac, which also inspired the division of time into 12 hours and 12 months. Before Catholics created the modern calendar, the world followed the lunar calendar. The moon has 13 cycles, each lasting 28 days, which is why the word month comes from the word moon. The idea of a student trader originated from an old legend that once there were 13 signs of the zodiac in the sky, but one of them decided to make itself more important than the others and separate it. Therefore, 13 is considered an unlucky number. This is the symbolic story of Lucifer, the fallen angel. At that time, there were many legends about various divine figures who were born of a holy virgin, performed miracles, had disciples, one of whom betrayed them, resulting in the teacher being crucified or killed and later resurrected. Some examples include Osiris, Egyptian mythology, killed by his brother Set. Osiris was resurrected by his wife Isis and became the god of the afterlife. Adonis, Phoenician and Greek mythology, a handsome youth beloved by Aphrodite. Adonis was killed by a boar and resurrected, becoming associated with the annual death and rebirth of vegetation. Attis, Phrygian mythology, a god of vegetation and fertility. Attis was killed by a wild boar and resurrected, becoming associated with the spring equinox. Dionysus, Greek mythology, the god of wine, fertility, and ecstasy. Dionysus was killed by the Titans and resurrected, becoming associated with the cycle of life and death. Asclepius, Greek mythology, a god of healing and medicine. Asclepius was killed by Zeus and resurrected, becoming associated with the power of healing and regeneration. Baal, Canaanite and Phoenician mythology, a god of fertility and the weather. Baal was killed by Mot and resurrected, becoming associated with the cycle of life and death. Hercules, Greek mythology, although not typically considered a dying and rising god, Hercules' story shares similarities with Jesus, as he was killed by Hera's poison and resurrected through his divine nature. Tammuz, Sumerian and Mesopotamian mythology, a god of shepherds and fertility. Tammuz was killed and resurrected, becoming associated with the annual death and rebirth of vegetation. Romulus, Roman mythology, a demigod and founder of Rome. Romulus was killed by Remus and resurrected, becoming associated with the myth of the city's founding. Zalmoxis, Thracian mythology a god of fertility and agriculture, Zalmoxis was killed and resurrected, becoming associated with the cycle of life and death. All these individuals already had religions created about them, so something new and unheard of was needed. For this purpose, a Roman writer's family called Piso was hired. They studied many writings and found 3 distinctive characters as inspiration for the creation of the figure of Jesus Christ. The first inspiration was Apollonius of Tyana, a miracle worker of the Roman Empire. Apollonius studied in India for many years with various gurus and learned to perform miracles. When he returned to the Roman Empire, he brought with him the legends of the Vedas and Krishna. By performing miracles, he gained a large circle of followers, making him a great inspiration for the creation of the entire history of Jesus. He was also betrayed by one of his disciples, imprisoned, and later escaped. He eventually fled Rome with his wife Maria, and from his bloodline, the Templar movement was created, which later became known as Freemasonry. The first followers of Apollonius of Tyana were the original pre-Catholic Christians, referred to in history as the first apostolic Christians, followers of the apostles of Jesus Christ. The second inspiration came from the writings of the Roman historian Flavius Josephus. They found another figure in a Hebrew legend, a character named Yehoshua, which in Hebrew meant Savior. This name was later shortened to Yeshua and eventually translated into Greek as Jesus. According to available writings, a character named Yehoshua ben Joseph, Jesus the son of Joseph, lived in Hebrew lands. He was born to a woman named Maria, who became pregnant by a Roman soldier. To avoid public condemnation for extramarital relations, she decided to hide this fact, and after the birth of the child, a legend arose that she had a child innocently, without a father. Growing up, Yehoshua was unruly and often got into fights and trouble, even killing another child in a fight. As an adult, he learned from his mother that his father was a Roman, which made him very angry and led him to turn his discontent against the government. In Hebrew lands, he began to fight against the monetary system and was punished with the death penalty, crucified on the cross, like other ordinary criminals of that time. The writings left by the disciples of Jesus were inspired by the story of another person who lived in Mesopotamia named Emmanuel. He studied in a secret school called Nazarene, which later transformed into the idea that Jesus was in Nazareth and had students there. Among the disciples, 2 Judas figures were significant. One was his main disciple, who accurately recorded his teachings in the Gospel of Judah, and the other was a traitor who informed the authorities about Emmanuel's teachings and received a reward for it. Another important student was Mary Magdalene, who recorded his teachings in the Gospel of Mary. Another well-known disciple was named Saul, who changed his name to Paul. He forged Emmanuel's teachings and wrote the original drafts of what are now known as the Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. These disciples later inspired the idea that Jesus had 12 disciples, corresponding to the 12 signs of the zodiac, although there were actually more of them. As a result of his teachings, Emmanuel was accused of blasphemy and crucified. However, while studying in a secret school, he learned how to pretend to be dead. He was recognized as dead, but later woke up and was cured by shamans from India. After his recovery, he and his wife Maria, who was also his disciple, went to India and lived there until his death. The fact that Jesus lived to the age of 33 and then achieved enlightenment comes from secret Illuminati communities, where disciples rise to level 33. After passing this level, they enter a state of enlightened consciousness, where they are no longer hurt by darkness, forcing them to do bad deeds. The number 33 represents the spinal column, which is composed of 33 vertebrae. The word Christ was added later, derived from the Vedic word Krishna, which means crystal or transparent. It refers to starseeds who come from the sky, from other planets, and are unburdened by the sins of the earth, also known as karma. Thus, the legend of Jesus Christ was born. The Piso family collected all the available information and turned it into a religious format that everyone now understands. The name Piso came from the word Pisces, which means fish and reflected the age of Pisces. It was important that Jesus Christ be foretold as a prophet, which required an already existing but little-known prophecy of religious basis. Since it was decided that Jesus would be from the Hebrews according to Yeshua's history, it was based on the prophecies of their religion. The Hebrews originated in Sumerian Babylon, where they were transferred from sunken Atlantis and were overseen by gray aliens. Over time, they forgot their origins but retained several legends. One legend was that they were created by the gods of Jehovah from heaven. Without fully understanding where these gods came from, they worshipped the four forces of nature: Yod, earth; He, water; the, air; and He, fire, abbreviated as YHVH and pronounced as Yahweh, God, or Jehovah, gods. Other Hebrew legends were their legacy from the Mesopotamian Babylonian civilization, where the Hebrews originated. This civilization was full of legends. For example, the story of King Sargon of Mesopotamia was rewritten as the story of Moses, and the myth of Atrahasis became the story of the Great Flood and the Ark of Noah. The Great Flood was also the story of the sinking of the continent of Atlantis, located in the Atlantic Ocean. Constantine ordered the Piso family to write many versions of the Bible based on all these stories to choose the most suitable ones. In total, about 200 books were written, all in the same style, with line numbers for quoting. Among these versions were books on the vegan diet and several different stories of Adam and Eve. The standard version of the Bible at that time consisted of 84 books, a version preserved to this day by the Ethiopian Church. In later versions, the number of books was reduced, and currently only 66 books are recognized, with the rest deemed unsuitable for the salvation of people. The last book of the New Testament, Revelation to John, which tells the script of the Apocalypse, was added later. This book was added by secret groups of positive Christian Templars who wanted to expose the plans of darkness about the capture of the planet. It mentions the sign of the beast, referring to biochips and tattoos on people to mark them like animals on farms. The Jesuits, who rule Christianity, initially did not want to accept this book, but later agreed, believing that through intimidation it would be easier to control people. To establish the Bible as a one-of-a-kind source of information, Constantine ordered the burning of the largest library of Alexandria, so there would be no other sources of information. Not all books from the Library of Alexandria were lost. Selected books were taken to the dungeons of Rome, where the Vatican is now located. These books recorded the true history of the Earth and the universe in various languages, many of which were not even of earthly origin. The name Vatican is derived from the ancient underworld deity Vithika, who ruled the underworld. After the success of Christianity, it was decided to create another religion with much stricter rules, based on the same Abrahamic lineage from Hebrew to Christianity and then to Islam. Islam was intended to be an upgraded version, with more rules and stricter control. For this purpose, negative alien forces brought the big mind programming cube Kaaba from the Orion Empire, which was supposed to be the focal point of religious mind programming on the planet. However, this program only affected a portion of civilization.
The history of this soul. What is the history and mission of my soul?
You were created as a soul whose purpose was to administer the universes. Your job was to ensure a safe distance between the universes to prevent vibrational corruption. When this universe opened a portal within itself, undeveloped beings from another universe began to rush in, causing chaos. You decided to take responsibility for this and came to this universe to correct the corruption. The portal was quickly closed, but the underdeveloped entities that entered were a serious problem that had to be addressed in real time. Upon arrival, you quickly assessed the situation and understood what you needed to learn to effectively solve it. to understand the difference between healthy and infected creatures in an infected galaxy and how to help infected beings become healthy again. For this, you chose the civilization of Sirius. There, you lived in a fifth-dimensional world of paradise, where reality can be created by thought. After experiencing a balanced physical world in Sirius, you decided to move on and experience how civilizations infected with darkness live, where there is no balance. You incarnated among the gray aliens from the constellation Zeta Reticuli. However, your goal was not to stay with them for long, so you chose a short-term incarnation and died while still in an incubator during genetic tests when the Greys tried to create a new race. You then decided to experience one of the races most strongly infected with darkness. You wanted to figure out how to free a soul from the clutches of darkness and whether it was even possible. For this, you incarnated in a neutral civilization of the constellation Draco, where physical four-legged dragons lived. Your mission was special. You were born as the first soul that was a physical genetic mixture of man and dragon, introducing their civilization to the idea of human-dragon hybrids. It was a real challenge for this civilization to accept you as you were born, as it was an unacceptable phenomenon according to their traditions. Your goal was to show them the lesson of unconditional love. Despite long-running condemnation and hatred towards you, you withstood their assaults and showed them the power of love. You demonstrated how powerful the light is without judging them, but by loving them as they are. This is how that civilization began its path of transformation into higher consciousness, bringing itself out of the darkness. After this experience, you were ready to go even deeper into a more complex and dark experience. You realized that when you entered a civilization completely ruled by darkness, you would forget everything about who you are, where you came from, and what your mission is. You incarnated in the Dragon's military community, which served the constellation Orion. Orion was the center of the forces of darkness, because the fallen angels arachnoids, the so-called rulers of karma, were located there. These arachnoids, through the karmic system, led the Archon's tall gray aliens, who, through intellect and politics, led the dragons. The dragons, being the generals of the armies, ruled the reptilians through brute force, who in turn ruled the mantoids through fear, and they ruled the little gray aliens, who were scientists and inventors for dark forces. The constellation Orion was ruled from 6 main planets, called the Unholy Six. These planets and their colonies were strongly controlled by artificial intelligence, which broadcasted through radio signals the idea that all inhabitants should live in constant fear and unconditionally obey the system. All inhabitants were implanted with microchips in their hands, and a barcode with a personal number was tattooed on their heads, marking them as property of the system. If a person did not pose a problem, obeyed the system, and worked hard, they could have their own room, vehicle, and daily food ration. Residents worked 6 days a week, and the reward system was based on narcotic injections. A good member of the system received intoxicating and relaxing drugs for Sunday and could rest or celebrate, which inspired the biblical story of working for 6 days and resting on the 7th. A bad member received a dose of poison as a penalty, leading to the association of a God the Punisher in the Bible. There was no choice about receiving the Sunday injection, as the system was controlled through a microchip in the body. If a person resisted the system multiple times, the microchip prescribed a lethal dose of poison, causing instant death. Many souls from those planets are now incarnated on Earth and have an intuitive memory of what happened there. Therefore, in this life, just thinking about microchips in the body or a military system of government gives them shivers of fear, and they intuitively resist it.
The story of the dragon without a tail.
You reincarnated into a world where all the reptilians were prepared for war. You were supposed to be born as a dragon leader, but the rulers of karma knew that you were from the light and ensured that your life would be very difficult. As a result, you were born with a genetic error, without a tail. In a civilization where the length of a dragon's tail signified nobility, and dragons of even higher origin had large wings, your genetic error meant you could not be noble. Without a tail, you looked like a simple reptilian, although dragons are physically larger and stronger than reptilians. The tail was also crucial for maintaining balance and provided a combative advantage, serving as an additional limb to grab or hit an opponent. Since your nobility could not be determined without a tail, it was decided that you were not worthy to live with real dragons, and you were thrown among the reptilians as a baby. This was a test. If you survived, you could return to the dragons. You were placed among the unhatched reptilian eggs. Driven by hunger, you broke the unhatched eggs and fed on their liquid contents. As the eggs began to form, there was no longer any liquid left, so you began to kill the forming reptiles and drink their blood. When the reptiles hatched, they were given a blood ration to feed themselves. However, there was always less food than needed, so the reptiles had to fight for their food from a very young age. Only the strongest survived, while the weaker ones perished, allowing others to feed on their blood. Despite being without a tail, your draconian genes and the fact that you were born before the others gave you a significant physical advantage over the reptilians. In physical duels, you could overcome multiple reptiles at once, securing a food ration for yourself and developing healthily. The surviving and grown-up reptilians were sent to an individual survival school, similar to a prison, where everyone lived in solitary confinement with only a bed and a toilet. Reptilians do not have sweat glands, so there was no need for washing. When the alarm sounded, the solitary doors opened, signaling feeding time. To get a food ration, a reptilian had to prove their worth by running through an obstacle course filled with deadly traps. They had to intuitively guess which plates were safe to jump on and avoid those that would break into an abyss with deadly spikes. They also had to stop to avoid saws that could cut off their heads. The obstacle course changed each time to develop an intuitive sense of how to safely overcome it. If a reptilian thought they recognized the course and knew how to overcome it, it could cost them their life, as the course was designed to give a false sense of familiarity. To complicate matters, the environment's temperature was changed from freezing cold to scorching heat, and the intervals for opening the obstacle course varied to prevent expectations of feeding time. The course was arranged in a maze, where other hostile beings were released, kept in cages until they were very hungry to be as cruel as possible. Sometimes firearms with limited ammunition were provided to teach resource conservation. In fights without weapons, reptilians used their strong bodies, claws, and sharp teeth as weapons. Two reptiles would run through two corridors of the obstacle course simultaneously, and only the faster one received the food ration. Often, the two reptiles would meet at the food ration for a final fight. This duel was to the death, and the winner not only received the food ration, but could also drink the blood of the defeated reptilian, further encouraging the fight. Reptilians could not feel sympathy for themselves or others, so there was no compromise. You either won or died in the fight. This was not a big problem, as dead reptiles quickly moved into new bodies, retaining their accumulated combat experience. Due to your draconian nature, you had not only a greater physical advantage but also an intellectual advantage, allowing you to overcome all obstacle courses faster than the reptilians and easily defeat them in duels. After many years of hard training, you earned the right to leave the training school and join the reptilian army as an ordinary warrior. It wasn't easy because the reptilians hated the dragons, their masters, and now you were equal to them. Reptilians repeatedly tried to kill you out of hatred for dragons, seeing you as the ideal object of their revenge. However, due to your intelligence and physical superiority, they could not defeat you. You rapidly ascended the ranks of the army until you reached the first officer rank, where you received instructions directly from dragons. Although it took many difficult years of struggle to reach this position, meeting dragons in this capacity was a huge humiliation for you. You received instructions from the lowest level dragons, who were just starting their careers as army officers, a position you were supposed to attain right after the training that every ordinary dragon must pass. From the dragon's point of view, you were humiliated, but you could be proud of yourself because you knew what you had to endure to survive and rise to this position. You knew that, in a sense, you were even superior to other dragons because you had mastered the small details of war that no dragon officer could imagine. Even without a tail, you were still genetically a dragon, so according to their rules, you could claim the opportunity to be an officer and move up the career ladder. Your incredible knowledge of the battlefield quickly interested various dragon officers, who began to seek your advice on various military issues. In this way, you gained their trust until one day you became a full-fledged dragon officer, which was your natural right. From this position, you could make military decisions on your own, which were very successful and helped you gain more power. On the battlefield, your decisions were highly effective, and the squad under your leadership became an elite squad, even though you were already of a solid age. One day, the younger general in charge of you sent your squad to explore a newly discovered planet with no atmosphere, made entirely of caves. The mission aimed to find out if there were any minerals inside the planet, so your squad was sent on a sightseeing tour without heavy artillery, as the planet's scanning radars showed no signs of life. However, you felt something was wrong with the mission, but the general disagreed, arguing that the radars showed nothing, so it was safe. What the general did not know was that the planet's surface was made of an unusual metal alloy that misled the radar readings. When your squad descended through tunnels into the planet, you lost contact with the command and fell into a trap, surrounded by giant earthworms. Unable to call for help or escape from the cave system, all members of your squad were eaten by these giant worms, except for you. You always felt protected by an invisible force that seemed to whisper what you needed to do in extreme situations. This time was no different. You realized you could focus your attention on the worms and use your mental power to influence their minds to obey you. You began to energize their mental field and cause chaos, making them kill each other. With the few remaining alive, you could handle them on your own. When the danger passed, you returned to the planet's surface, where there was a connection, and called for help. As a result of this mission, you lost your entire squad, but discovered your new ability to influence the consciousness of others, if they were not aware of it. The failure of this mission humiliated your general. The death of a reptile or a dragon was not a great loss, because while working for the rulers of Karma, they had technology to transfer the soul from a dead body to a new egg, with all memories intact, and grow anew without losing military experience. However, raising a new soldier took time, so according to the reptilian code of honor, dying was a disgrace, and those who often died were considered lower-ranking soldiers. Having survived this mission, you brought back resources from that planet. These resources were studied and led to the discovery of a new material that allowed dragon warships to develop stealth technology, making it impossible for enemies to see inside the spacecraft. As a result of this significant discovery, which greatly benefited the entire army, you were awarded the title of General, the highest rank a dragon could achieve in the military structure. In this position, you spent the rest of your life, achieving many important victories thanks to your experience. Many of these victories were won without a fight, using mental intimidation tactics you developed based on your discovery when you defeated the worms. These tactics created an impression of deadly danger, causing enemies to surrender without a fight. This saved many resources and avoided unnecessary wars. It's important to note that dragons never forgive humiliation. Your former general, whose position you took, spent a long time planning to overthrow you and regain his status. Since generals do not fight on the battlefield, their fighting instincts gradually weaken, allowing other energies to influence them. In your case, because your soul came from the field of higher consciousness, your higher self began sending direct signals to your heart, warming your icy draconian heart. As a result, your heart softened, and one day you met a female dragon for whom you felt genuine love. Normally, dragons and reptilians cannot feel love, and their reproduction is more of an instinctive process to prolong the lineage. Therefore, your feeling of love was unusual. Your relationship continued in secret for a while. However, this female dragon was a spy for the forces of light, which you did not know initially. But later, after certain circumstances, this information came to public knowledge. Your former general quickly took advantage of this situation, putting you in a very awkward position by ordering the spy to be killed. You were the officer directly responsible for this, as it happened in your division. The former general knew about your feelings for her and wanted to compromise you, forcing you to choose between her and your duties. Because of your awakened heart, you couldn't condemn her to death by shutting down your emotions. As a result, both of you were condemned as traitors and killed. At the time, your spacecraft was on Earth, conducting various studies about what happened when Atlantis sank. Because of your awakened heart, you no longer wanted to return to the heartless dragons and asked the gods for help to leave the dragons. The rulers of karma agreed and allowed you to be reborn on Earth, but the karma for all your evil deeds was intended to be very great.
Earthly lives.
Your first earthly reincarnations were purely for the redemption of karma. You were reborn many times as a pig raised on farms, slaughtered for the bad karma you created in wars. After redeeming your karma, you began a new cycle of incarnations with the freedom of movement. For several lives, you were a deer living in the forest, constantly in fear of being hunted by wolves. After these incarnations, you were allowed to live with people as a domestic dog, getting acquainted with human psychology. Following this experience, you were permitted to incarnate into a human body, but your first reincarnations were challenging. Not knowing what you wanted to do as a person, you were reborn in medieval Japan as a geisha, Japanese prostitute. Without personal desires, you aimed to meet the needs of others. This life had quiet moments due to Japanese culture, but also cruel moments when you were severely beaten or raped. You reached old age, but died wounded and unhappy. After this life, you decided you no longer wanted to be a victim and wished to be reborn as a strong man, like those who had beaten and raped you. Your logic was that if you were one of them, no one could hurt you. Thus, you were reborn as a strong Japanese man hoping for a quiet life. However, a civil war broke out in Japan, and all men were called to the army. You tried to resist, not wanting to kill, but your opinion was ignored, and you found yourself on the battlefield with a sword in your hands. Initially, you tried to convince yourself that you could defend yourself, but as the enemy approached, you saw they were just like you. This awakened your heart, and you couldn't lift the sword against your opponent, naively hoping he would feel the same and this madness would stop. However, this did not happen, and the opponent struck you in the abdomen with a sword, killing you quickly. This act of cruelty left you unable to understand human nature. Karma then appeared in your life, needing to be balanced with the person who killed you. This person was your former dragon general, still seeking revenge for losing his position. To avoid further violence, you vowed, "That's it, I will no longer allow myself to be manipulated or abused by others and will become a fighter." You were reborn in the U.S. during the Wild West era, joining a gang of prairie outlaws who looted and raped. Some of the disadvantaged people were your karmic debtors from Japan, from your life as a geisha, who raped you. Others were simply passers-by, creating new karma for you. This continued until one rainy night you stopped at a farm and met your former killer, now an ordinary rancher. At that moment, your souls merged, and you identified with him. Although you were a criminal, you realized the true villain was him, not you. As the farmer grabbed his gun, you reacted quickly, shot him in defense, raped his wife, and robbed the house. The grieving wife soon died, leaving her children orphaned. This event haunted you for a long time. You couldn't understand why your souls merged at that moment. Perhaps it was a spell? You wondered what the rancher felt when he saw you, maybe the same as you? Years after this incident, you drowned in alcohol, trying to forget, but the memory persisted. Unable to endure it anymore, you committed suicide by poisoning yourself with alcohol. In the afterlife, Karmic guides explained the situation and its meaning, showing that you had energetically merged and karmically exchanged roles, where the killer became the victim and the victim became the killer. This realization reassured you, and you swore never to hurt others again. In your past life, you left other children without parents as a robber and rapist. Consequently, in your next life, your karma led you to live in an orphanage where you experienced significant sexual abuse and violence. You were born in the kingdom of Persia, where a large merchant bought you from the orphanage, pretending to be a kind uncle. His true intention was to sell you into slavery, like other children of the same fate. This story was short-lived, because a group of bandits attacked the merchant's caravan. These bandits were the reincarnated members of the same band you belonged to in your past life in the Wild West. They aimed to rob the merchant. After a brief duel, the merchant lost, and the bandits decided to shoot him. However, you, as a child, believed the merchant had saved you from the terrible orphanage, so you stood in front of him at the moment of the shot. Instead of the merchant, the bandits shot you. This act of sacrifice balanced the karma between you and the merchant, who was the reincarnation of the rancher you had shot in a past life. The robbers were confused by your sacrifice and left the merchant alive. The merchant, also bewildered by your act, felt kindness and sympathy awaken within him. This innocent act of sacrifice led him to change his ways and abandon the business of child slavery. His business partners, dissatisfied with his decision, poisoned his food, leading to his quick death and balancing his karma for your death. Before he died, he promised himself that if other lives existed, he would reward you in the next life for saving him and giving him a chance to live virtuously, even if briefly. In your next life, you were born in India to a single mother who was a local witch of black magic. A wealthy politician, who in his past life was the child merchant you saved, often consulted with your mother to strengthen his political power with her spells. The witch, looking down on the rich man, used her charms to lure him into bed, resulting in your birth. After you were born, the witch blackmailed the rich man, demanding marriage, because they had a child together. When the love spell ended, the rich man realized he had been deceived, attacked the witch, and severely beat her. He took you and threatened the witch to keep silent, or he would use his political power against her. The witch, enraged, cursed him, saying, "I curse you, you will die lonely and poor." The politician ignored the curse but was troubled about what to do with you, his daughter. He couldn't abandon you, so he devised a plan. He hired reliable people to shelter you for the night and leave you at the entrance of his mansion in the morning. The servants would find you and bring you inside, allowing him to appear as a virtuous and merciful man. This plan succeeded, and he raised you, intending for you to work as a houseworker. Everyone was satisfied except for the witch, who soon died from grief, cursing the rich man. The houses where you grew up were very large, with a huge fenced courtyard where you could play freely and safely. You grew into a very beautiful girl, and everyone around you admired your beauty. From an early age, you felt a strong desire to dance, so you studied traditional Hindu dances. By the time you were a teenager, you were already highly skilled. Word of your talent spread quickly, and soon famous people from the surrounding area came to see your beautiful and graceful dance. You did not know that the master was your biological father. You thought he was just a kind man who sheltered you, because your parents had abandoned you. This perceived generosity inspired you to dance even more beautifully. The master, recognizing your talent and the interest it generated, decided that after all the years he had cared for and fed you, you could now repay him by dancing on stage. He planned to sell tickets to your performances and, when you met the right groom, allow you to marry. At first, everything seemed innocent and went smoothly. You were happy to dance, and the master earned money from your performances. He also used the opportunity to invite various politicians, establishing new political relationships. Everything was beautiful until the politicians started asking for private performances and paid well for them. Later, they began to request personal time with you, which your master initially disliked. However, they pressured him, suggesting he shouldn't care, since you were just an orphan, unless he had something to hide. Living in a small city where rumors spread quickly, the master agreed to the politicians' requests to avoid reinforcing any strange rumors. He made them promise not to hurt you, as otherwise, you would no longer be able to dance. The politicians promised everything he wanted and, in gratitude, offered to help him in his political career and financially support his business. Before your first private dance, your master explained that this performance would be different. He instructed you to be gentle and kind with the strange man, who would come to you, not to resist, and to do everything they told you. Innocent and eager to please your master, you promised to be good and follow instructions. After the first visit, you did not understand what had happened to you. The enormous pain you experienced caused you to leave your physical body with your astral body, leading to a spiritual awakening. After each private session, your master pretended the session did not exist, as only he and you knew about it. Subsequent meetings were easier than the first, because you would close your eyes and leave your physical body, telling yourself it was just a bad dream. However, over time, it became increasingly difficult as various physical pains reminded you of what had happened. Several times, you tried to ask your master why you had to do this, but he responded strictly, reminding you to be grateful for his shelter and that the strange men paid for your food and housing. If you did not obey, you would find yourself on the street. These arguments ended any further discussion on the matter. This life would have continued if not for the increasing frequency of visits from these strange men. Rumors began to spread in the surrounding area, and even the house servants talked about it. There was no turning back, as your master, thanks to these connections, began to gain the political power he desired and did not want to stop. The politicians' demands only grew. Seeing himself sinking deeper into this situation and unable to continue selling his daughter, your master one day, in desperation, asked the gods for help in resolving the situation. A few months later, a young, handsome man attended one of your public performances. Seeing your beautiful dance and looking directly into your eyes, he fell in love with you at first sight. You also looked into his eyes and felt a sense of love you had never experienced before. After the show, following all the traditions of India, the young man approached your master and asked for permission to meet you. When the master inquired about his intentions, the young man spoke of the gaze you shared and his feelings for you. He expressed his desire to talk to you and, if your feelings were mutual, to marry you. Coming from a wealthy and influential family, he was willing to pay any amount for you. The master was very confused by this situation and, not wanting to incur the hostility of the young man's family, said he would speak to you personally. If the situation was as described, he would grant permission for the meeting. However, the master said this only to buy time, hoping to come up with a solution. He told the young man to return the next day, as you were tired after the show. The young man was disappointed but agreed to return the following day. The master immediately went to talk to you, hoping it was a misunderstanding and that you had no feelings for the young man. When he entered your room, he was extremely surprised to see you glowing with happiness. When he asked why you were so happy, you told him about the wonderful young man you saw while dancing and how your gazes met. You were sure this was love, as you had heard from other girls, and you hoped he loved you too. You reminded the master of his promise made many years ago that if the right man appeared, he would allow you to marry him. The master was completely lost. Seeing no other choice, he admitted that the young man had come and asked to meet you. Hearing this, you immediately wanted to rush to meet him, but the master said the young man, not wanting to disturb you after the show, promised to return the next day. The master was very worried, realizing he was in serious trouble. The young man would definitely return, and once you found out everything, you would want to get married and leave. However, private meetings were already scheduled for the next day, which he could not cancel. In this situation, he would lose not only his daughter and source of profit, but also his political career. Feeling trapped, the master began to wonder what to do. Intoxicated by his own madness, he planned to poison you. He thought that if you died under puzzling circumstances, he could tell everyone it was the decision of the gods and that he could do nothing about it. This way, he hoped to escape the situation. He went to the kitchen, poured you a soup similar to borscht, stirred poison into it, and carried it to your room. You were very pleased with the master's visit and told him you were determined to leave with your chosen one the next day, so you would no longer be a burden for the master. He didn't respond but handed you the soup. However, you were so excited that you didn't want to eat. The master insisted, saying this would be your last dinner in the house, so out of respect for him, you should eat the food he brought. It seemed like a beautiful gesture to you, although it sounded strange. Given the unusual situation, you agreed to eat the soup he brought. After a few minutes, you began to feel dizzy, fell to the ground, and appeared dead. However, after some time, you showed signs of still being alive. The master had not planned for this, so he panicked and threw your body into the adjoining river at night, hoping the current would carry you far away from the town. The next morning, the groom arrived as agreed. The master told him that when you learned of his desire to marry you, you became very scared and ran away from home at night. Now, no one knew where you were. The young man found this hard to believe and was very upset, but there was nothing he could do, so he left. Later that evening, when the politicians arrived, the master told them the same lie. The politicians were surprised, but, being experienced liars themselves, they sensed the master was not telling the truth. However, they had no way to prove it. After this event, the politicians did not return, broke off all relations with the master, and his political career quickly ended. The young man did not believe the escape story and began to spread rumors that the master was lying. This created a negative image in society, and fewer people began to trust the master, leading to the collapse of his businesses. A few years later, his political career and businesses completely collapsed. His wife and children also left him after he, feeling very guilty, confessed the whole truth to his wife, hoping she would understand. However, she saw him as a monster who raised his daughter as a maid, sold her as a prostitute, and then killed her. Left alone in his mansion, even the servants abandoned him when the money ran out, and he could no longer pay their salaries. Completely depressed, he recalled the witch's curse, "You will die alone and poor." Believing the curse had come true, he hanged himself. After this difficult experience, you had another very short and painful life in the U.S. as a young black girl. You were born into a family that abandoned you as a child. Not knowing how to survive, you began to sell your body at a very young age. Someone sheltered and raised you, only to later sell you to other men. In this life, you saw nothing beautiful, only suffering, so you turned to drugs. The only consolation you found was in dancing and the music of the 80s. You dreamed of becoming a dancer, but your life ended quickly due to a drug overdose, linked to the trauma of poisoning from your past life.
This life.
In this life, karmically related individuals have returned to your life again. One of the politicians who hurt you the most in India now spent his childhood in an orphanage. This time, he again tried to make business plans with a person who was your father master in your Indian life. However, after you refused to cooperate in this union, the business did not last long. The master in this life tried to rebuild the palace he had, but it remained unfinished and half-empty. The person who was a witch in your past life is now the daughter of your former master and tried to strongly scold his life. She was also sick and suffered a lot due to the witchcraft of her past life. When you were very young, you saw borscht soup and intuitively remembered it was similar to the one with which you were poisoned. Guided by this feeling, you karmically excluded this food from your menu. Of course, your parents did not understand this decision and tried to persuade you to taste it, thinking you were just being a picky child. At the age of 5, your body began to strongly cleanse itself karmically and energetically of the narcotics poisons that killed you in your past life. As a result, your intestinal appendix ruptured. During the operation, mistakes were made, and you suffered a clinical death, during which your soul merged with your higher Sirius soul aspect. These were the first steps towards your new life. However, because your new soul aspect came in only at the age of 5, you were 5 years behind in your intellectual development. Another important event occurred when, at the age of 20, you went to church to get a baptismal name. During this process, your body was possessed by demons, and you began to hear voices in your head telling you to do bad deeds like burning houses and killing people. Later, you realized that these voices were not a mental disorder needing pharmaceutical treatment, but demons exerting mental influence on you. Realizing yourself as the creator of your own personal reality, you told those voices to stop, and they retreated. This experience prompted you to conduct further research, leading you to become interested in self-education. You attended various camps and seminars. However, seeing that so-called teachers could not provide what you were looking for, you decided to focus inward and seek answers within yourself. On January 1, 2012, you woke up when your higher consciousness from Sirius visited you again, prompting you to follow your heart. After this event, you began to fulfill the mission of your soul, to unite people for the meditation of unity, spread hidden information to help people stop living in the shadow of darkness, and share your accumulated experiences on this path. That's why you are who you are now. After this life, you will briefly return to Sirius to consolidate your experience and complete the cycle you have started. Later, you will be offered a seat at the council of the newly formed coalition, whose purpose will be to ensure that misunderstandings like those that occurred in this galaxy do not happen again. After some time, you will return to the position of logistics of the universes as before, leading you to new experiences.
Staying with a wise man. After hearing the history of the galaxy, the universe, the earth, and my soul, my consciousness expanded to unprecedented latitudes. I began to understand more about what it means to discover my true self. I looked at the crystal shining in front of me, which had revealed incredibly impressive facts to me, and now it was just in a state of calm, waiting for a new command. I wanted to continue this process, but the questions were over. From this process and the sheer amount of information, I was stunned and could not formulate new questions in my head. I must have learned everything that was meant for this moment. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and when I turned, I saw a smiling attendant who said to me,
"I can see that your session with the crystal is already over."
"Probably yes. I don't know if it's possible to absorb such an amount of information in one go. I sincerely hope that I remembered everything correctly because there is really so much information."
The main thing is that you heard this information, because it will remain in your subconscious. Although you may forget some details, you will retain the main part. Now it is important that you remember the vibrational frequency the crystal emitted when transmitting this information to you. Did you memorize this frequency?
The feeling it caused in me during the transmission of information?
Yes, the feeling that arose in you during this process.
Well, it lasted long enough, so I think I've memorized it.
Good, just do not forget this frequency because when you return to the surface, you will be able to tell people their soul stories through this frequency. It is important for people to know their origins, to move more purposefully through their lives.
Understood. From now on, this will be another function through which my soul will serve in the name of light and humanity.
Definitely yes. Now it would be best for you to rest, because the process was very intense.
I must say that I have not experienced such an intensive transfer of information in one session in my entire life. So, for me, it would definitely be best to rest now.
Then, for tonight, I invite you to stay at my house. You will be able to see how the inhabitants of our city live their crystal life.
After leaving the Central Crystal Library, we got on the crystal vacuum train and traveled to another part of the city. where there were only private houses. When we arrived, we walked through a crystal park, where the ground under our feet looked like it was made of crystals but was soft and jelly-like. There were many relaxed people in the park, most of whom were meditating. As I understood it, meditation is very popular here. My attention turned to the trees, and I realized they were also crystal, as there were the fruits growing on them. From such an abundance of crystals and their intense energy, I began to feel dizzy. We reached a round crystal house, the magnetic door of which opened wide with the help of levitation. We entered the interior, where everything was also made of crystals. Walls, floors, furniture, decorations, etc. I decided to sit on the crystal couch, and to my surprise, it was soft. How is this possible? After pinching a few times with my hand, I couldn't believe it. After all, crystals are solid. Why is this crystal sofa amazingly soft? The attendant, seeing my astonishment, spoke out.
I see you were surprised by our crystal couch.
I am very interested because I had never seen anything like it. Why is this crystal soft, like jelly?
Remember when I told you at the beginning about how this whole city was built? I mentioned a methodology that can change the density of the material, making a hard object soft and easy to shape.
I remember, but I thought you'd only use it for construction, not to make a sofa soft?
Now you know that we can use this technique everywhere, making anything as soft as we want, and if necessary, leaving the material in that state forever.
It looks like a small miracle. When I saw that the inhabitants of Sirius could create and change their reality with their thoughts, I thought nothing in life would surprise me anymore. But here I am, feeling like a child who discovered this magical jelly sofa.
Since we are already here, would you like to ask me something about our civilization and its life?
I would very much like to because I have a lot of questions.
Then we can start.
I see many levitating objects here, such as doors. How does this work?
We achieve levitation through a specialized technology that inverts the atoms of objects. This inversion alters their polarity, creating a levitation effect in relation to their surroundings or a specific object with a non-inverted polarity.
In Sirius, I visited the fifth dimension. Are you living here also in the fifth dimension?
It depends a little bit on your perspective. But if you consider Syrians to be living in the fifth dimension, and we do not have such advancements as they do, and you humans live in a limited physical third dimension, yet we are more advanced than you, then that leaves us living in the fourth dimension.
Do you have any economic or exchange system?
There is no economic or exchange system with us. We are each guided by a natural sense of heart. Everything is a reflection of our actions and thoughts, so we are guided by our inner conscience and always do what we know to be best for our world and the planet. Gaia, the spirit of this planet, in gratitude to us, produces more crystals that we collect and use to create everything necessary for us.
Do you have any system of government?
We have only our personal connection with the spirit of Gaia, this planet. Thanks to this connection, everyone knows what is best for the planet and for each of us. This could be compared to Republican rule, where all individuals rule together, because the souls of all are aligned through the heart with the spirit of the planet, so everyone knows what is best for everyone.
It sounds like a very effective management method and certainly more effective than in our civilization. We promote totalitarian democracy, where the dominant party abuses the minority. Most of the time, they fight more with each other than agree on something, thereby wasting time and resources. Also, there is ample evidence that democratic elections are often rigged.
Very long ago, in the days of the Hellenic Republic, you had a republican government. Now, you have forgotten about this and know only the democratic method of government. Democracy is a soft system of totalitarian rule in which individuals have the right to choose who will lead them.
Do you have an education system?
We do not have institutions for this. Instead, we have crystal libraries where anyone seeking knowledge can go and obtain any information they need.
Where does this knowledge come from?
This is the knowledge of this planet, Mother Gaia.
All the while I was here, I didn't see any animals. Why?
Our civilization does not have any souls of lower evolution because, due to strong vibrations, they would not be able to live here. You couldn't be here either, so we impregnated you with a special crystalline liquid that lifts your vibrations, but only for a limited time. After a few days, the effect will begin to decrease, and you will need to be impregnated again, or the carbon in your body will begin to crystallize. This can be a complex and uncomfortable process for your body.
Is it like the rainbow body? When Tibetan monks meditate for many decades on light and love until their bodies burst into a rainbow?
What those monks seek is the activation of their light body. They skip the fourth-dimensional body like ours and jump straight into the fifth, which is a mental body of light. So, it is something like that, but the monks need to try very hard, meditating for decades. With us, it happens naturally and much faster because of the special environment we have here.
Are your bodies all crystal-based?
Yes.
How do your crystalline bodies differ from our carbon-based bodies?
Your biological carbon is very fragile, so your bodies have several unique properties. They are easy to manipulate genetically and adapt easily to changing circumstances. However, your physical bodies quickly wear out and break down, which you call illness, and eventually break down completely, which you call physical death. On the other hand, our crystal bodies are immutably perfect. They are always in a perfect state, meaning our bodies never get sick, and we can live forever. But there is a downside. Our bodies, being in perfect crystal form, no longer change, which means we cannot change as individuals. This may seem unusual to a person, but for us, it is normal. Another significant factor is electrical conductivity. Our carbon has evolved into a more electroconductive state, like what you call graphene, which has much higher electrical conductivity. As a result, we have greater intelligence and other abilities than biological carbon-based bodies.
It really sounds strange, because people are used to change, so they couldn't really understand the idea of such eternal perfection.
Yes, because the human experience requires change. It is the state of evolution where rapid spiritual growth is required compared to other already developed beings. When a person is ready to become something more than what they are, processes inside them will begin to take place, just as coal turns into a diamond. When the time comes, the right conditions will be created for such a process to take place.
You mean surface people can become like you?
If a person truly wants it and strives for it with all their heart, like the phenomenon of the rainbow body you mentioned, practiced by a specific group of Tibetan monks. These monks meditate on the transformation of light all their lives. During this time, the energy of the body and the frequency begin to take the shape of Metatron's cube, according to the sacred geometry of the flower of life, turning from abstract energy into a perfect form, which is destined for all people.
It is like in Masaru Emoto's book, The Message That Water Tells Us. When a person focuses positive thoughts on water, like love, gratitude, peace, etc., and when such water is frozen, beautiful geometric shapes are formed according to sacred geometry. But if you send negative thoughts to water like hatred, guilt, fear, etc., freezing such water leads to irregular shapes and stains.
Yes, quite right. As you know, more than half of your body's volume consists of water. Living for a long time with negative thoughts leads to deformations, and a person begins to feel unwell or sick, because their gut bacteria begin to rot and create mold, which later enters the bloodstream and turns into what you call candida. But if a person lives consciously, chooses positive thoughts, performs positive actions, and radiates positive emotions, their gut begins to ferment good intestinal bacteria, which later make serotonin and partially dopamine, used by the brain to make a person feel good. This enhances the release of endorphins, giving the feeling of being blissed out or, in high doses, enlightened. This is the state from which to begin forming the crystal body. The problem is that it is almost impossible for an ordinary person to do this due to existing living conditions. The influence of a negative environment, a constant survival regime, poor living conditions, etc. People who want to achieve this usually have to retreat to specially designated monasteries, unless they are true masters at managing all these external influences.
After transforming their physical bodies into the rainbow bodies of light, do those monks come to live with you?
They can certainly do this because, after the transformation, their bodies are no longer physical 3D. Initially, they changed the physical density to 4D abstract, like water, and then to 5D translucent like air. When such a level is reached, the laws of physics are no longer valid, and they are completely free to choose their destiny. Some choose to come here, but not all. Others go to live on other planets, according to the desire of their hearts and the higher plan.
I've heard of the 5D transformation that's going to happen to this planet and its inhabitants. Do you know how soon it's going to be?
As you can see, we have 4D bodies, having lived in the light for millennia. Your civilization, as a whole, needs at least a few thousand years of evolution to reach our level, meaning there is still a long journey ahead. People should prioritize their spiritual progression today, as everything else will unfold according to the higher plan. However, the situation is different for highly advanced individuals, as some will achieve these states much faster.
So, we just need to focus on our spiritual process and raise our vibrations, and we'll succeed?
It is not exactly correct to say that raising vibrations equals spiritual progress. It is more about the compatibility of vibrations according to sacred geometry, seeking a harmonious frequency. For example, your musical instruments are tuned to a frequency of 440 Hz, which is not cohesive and leads to tension. A lower frequency of 432 Hz is tuned to sacred geometry and leads to relaxation, although by your logic, the higher one should be better. For example, a stone has a low vibrational frequency, and boiling water vapor has a very high frequency, but this does not mean that the vapors of boiling water are better than the stone. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand. With perfect bodies, do you encounter any nuances of body care?
Our bodies are in perfect health, and their state never changes. For example, they do not emit any sweat, smell, or secretions, so no specific care is required.
Don't you even have a runny nose?
We do not and cannot have a runny nose, because it is a process by which the body removes accumulated negative emotions, which turn into mucus. Therefore, if you do not have negative emotions, no toxins or mucus need to be removed from the body.
Now I understand why it is said that there are no drugs for a runny nose. Turns out that this is not a disease at all, but a process of cleansing the body. So, if you want to stop having a runny nose, you need to eliminate negative emotions and the runny nose will end?
Correctly.
What do you do in your free time?
It depends on what you call leisure. Our civilization is based solely on serving this planet, and that is our greatest desire. Our activities are our leisure, because we always do what gives us joy.
And what are those activities? What do you do here while living?
Our activities mainly involve the distribution of crystalline energies and the crystals themselves, as well as their administration on this planet.
And how does this happen?
For example, if there is a need for specific information embodied by a particular type of crystal somewhere on the planet, we focus our thoughts on ensuring that the right crystals move to that location. These crystals influence the consciousness of the people or the geographical location, transmitting the necessary information.
Crystals can travel? I thought they were stuck underground.
The crystals themselves do not travel, but the planet is a living organism and can move its elements from place to place. We assist in that process.
I still don't quite understand how this process works. Can you explain it more accurately?
Imagine that a certain place on the planet needs to develop its spiritual talents. We focus all our attention on that place and direct our thoughts to amethyst crystals, for example, so they move there to raise the level of spirituality. The individuals living there are ready to advance on the path of evolution. Therefore, we recommend all people cooperate with crystals as much as possible. This is a direct message from this planet and our civilization to yours.
But how can crystals move in the ground?
During micro-earthquakes, which stir up only the necessary places to knock out crystals. These microtremors direct the crystals towards underground rivers, where the flowing water carries them to their destination.
I didn't think such precise and purposeful processes took place underground. Does this mean you are responsible for the tremors on the Earth's surface?
Not all of them. Even the planet itself rarely causes earthquakes, only when it needs to correct its surface layers. These processes became more frequent when people began pumping oil, which the Earth uses as a fat layer to lubricate surfaces and reduce friction between tectonic plates. Another reason is underground wars involving explosive charges.
And it's your job to administer crystals. Can't the planet do it on its own?
The Earth does that, yes. These are its decisions and actions.
So what do you do if the planet does everything on its own?
Like your brain, when it performs a thought or body management process, it doesn't happen by itself. Electrical impulses originating in the brain travel through neuronal cells and execute these commands. We are the neuronal cells of the planet's brain that carry out these processes.
Now I understand the process, but I'd like to know what you're physically doing during this process.
The physical work involves traveling from one part of the city to another place with the right signal. We sit there and meditate, focusing all our attention on this process and making adjustments with our thoughts and feelings.
Understood. I had another question, a little off topic, but where did you come from? Have you lived here forever?
Our civilization came here a few million years ago. At that time, we lived in the constellation Lyra. Our mission was to travel around the galaxy and find suitable places for galactic representation points. This planet was chosen as one of the right points. Our central group consisted of 144,000 members who stayed here and established a galactic administration point.
Is this planet very important?
Yes.
You mentioned that your central group has 144,000 members. Does that mean you're the legendary group that's often talked about?
You could say so, but you need to understand that this figure now has more symbolic significance in your civilization than it does for our group.
So you've lived here for millions of years?
This city has been around for that long, but its population changes as some come and others leave. No one is incarcerated here, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, then let's move on to more earthly questions. What do you eat?
In practice, we do not eat or drink. From time to time, we collect crystals, immerse them in a special liquid that dissolves them like water dissolves salt, and then drink this elixir of minerals, which supports our life. This elixir is 100% absorbed by the body, so our bodies do not emit any waste.
You mean you take a mineral-based immortality elixir?
Perhaps that is a correct expression. It fills our internal body structures, allowing us to live for thousands of years. We do not need anything else except air, which helps the internal circulation of minerals.
Can we get these materials on the surface?
You can't get the ones we consume yet, but we're working on making them available to you in the near future. They will be newly discovered minerals. Until then, it is recommended to maintain the right ratio of minerals, vitamins, and metals that are easy for you to obtain, so your body does not lack or have an excess. This regulates the bioelectrical systems of your bodies. If these ratios go out of norm, your physical body can no longer function properly.
And your crystalline bodies do not harden like crystals?
By drinking dissolved crystals, our bodies receive a dissolving substance that maintains their flexibility.
All I can say is that this information is so impressive that I doubt anyone will believe such stories of mine.
You don't need to convince others, because it's not your job. You only need to share this information and give people knowledge that will plant an idea in their minds, changing the chemical structure of their minds and the collective consciousness of humanity. How they deal with the information depends on each person's level of awareness. They may deny it, joke about it, or get angry, but this will not change the fact that it will already be in their consciousness. And that's the most important thing of all.
I understand my role now, but it's so hard to change people, and most don't even want to hear about such things. What do we do and where do we start to involve ordinary people in this process?
Some people may not understand the process of spiritual development, but they can understand the basics, such as money, electricity, water, food, transport, pollution, health, and crime. It doesn't matter if a person is not spiritual. They understand that they need money to pay taxes, buy food, clothes, etc. So, you need to start with these basic problems where people's attention is focused.
Many talk about spiritual things, but what if the basic needs of the human body are not met? You can live alone in the forest, but only on your own. It would be wonderful if we could get advanced technologies, but no one is giving them to us now. How do we solve our problems globally?
You already have everything you need right now. Clean transport already exists. These are electric cars. Of course, this is still in progress and technology needs to be improved, but if everyone drove electric cars, instead of vehicles with internal combustion engines, that would be a step towards solving the problem of pollution in the world. Another problem is the lack of food, which is actually a misuse of resources. Too much food is thrown away, especially in restaurants and shops. Changing the system could avoid food waste and allow groceries close to expiry to be distributed free of charge to people in need. The same applies to restaurants, where leftover food could be given to those in need. There is also a problem with animal products, as raising cattle and turning it into steak requires enormous amounts of food, water, energy, and labor. Livestock farms are also major polluters. Switching to plant-based products would solve these problems. Health problems are mainly associated with unhealthy diets. By adjusting their diet, quality, and eating habits, everyone could solve health problems on their own. Most health problems are due to weakened immunity, which can lead to viruses and bacteria taking hold in the body. Immunity is weakened for two reasons: vitamin C deficiency, which is essential for immunity, and contamination from consuming food saturated with toxins and drinking unfiltered, chlorinated water. Water should be distilled and remineralized with electrolytes or mineral powders, or sourced from a personal well. Food should be clean, organic, and ecological. A juice diet is one of the most effective natural methods of cleansing the body. Water pollution is not a real problem. Water flowing through the Earth's internal reservoirs cleans itself perfectly, so people only need to stop polluting it. There is no need to fear running out of water, as there are huge underground reservoirs, more than on the Earth's surface. Excess water from melting glaciers can be directed to these internal reservoirs, balancing the water level on the surface. Air pollution can be addressed by stopping the burning of coal to generate electricity, which is the main polluter. Trees are essential for clean air, as they accumulate carbon throughout their lives. Larger trees accumulate more carbon. Stopping deforestation and protecting old forests is crucial, as they store more carbon than young trees. More trees need to be planted. If a tree must be cut down, 2 should be replanted in its place. Alternatives to using trees for construction interiors, paper, and fuel include stone, clay, hemp, and other natural materials. Paper can be made from stone, which is stronger and waterproof. Companies are already engaged in this. Accumulating garbage is a significant problem, but it can be recycled. With technological advancements, recycling will become more efficient. Electricity can be generated from solar panels, which do not require vast areas. For local use, building roofs can be utilized, and for global projects, deserts where the sun shines year-round can be used. To solve monetary problems, one should excavate the hidden riches of the Sahara Desert. At a depth of 20 to 100 meters lies an ancient civilization, a former colony of Atlantis, possessing advanced technologies. This civilization is referred to in the Old Testament as the kingdom of King Solomon, who was, in reality, the ascended Master Saint Germain as you know him. Enormous wealth is buried there, waiting to be returned to the people once the threat of darkness is no longer present. Until then, introducing a basic income is necessary so that people receive a basic amount of money every month to buy essentials. This would eliminate about 90% of petty crime, as most crimes are committed due to a lack of money for basic needs. Meeting these needs would allow people to direct their energy towards creative processes and self-knowledge. When people are not focused on survival, they have more energy to create a better future and serve society and the planet. That's where you should start.
I completely agree, and I don't understand why we aren't doing that already. Maybe people think there isn't enough money for such things?
If governments redistributed their budgets and the huge amounts of money they spend on the military industry, there would be enough money for everything.
But people believe this is necessary for security. Who will defend them from enemies?
There are no enemies. All wars are organized by the same darkness's Illuminati group, which creates conflicts. People who succumb to this manipulation become enemies of each other. The public is deceived into believing in religious and racial wars, terrorism, but none of this is true. War will never solve problems, create wealth, or bring peace. If people united, they could change all this. So, what are you waiting for? Why do you allow a handful of criminals to dictate how you manage your civilization?
That is a question every human being should ask deeply inside their heart. But in the meantime, the future awaits. I'm very excited and hope the coming year will bring many important changes.
Definitely yes. We will assist you in this process and adjust it with crystals to help you during this transition.
Very well. And when we solve the basic problems, we can take on the spiritual ones, which I think are not so easily solved.
This is an individual process. If a person is not spiritually oriented and focuses only on the material world, spiritual growth will take longer. Such people will simply enjoy the improved quality of life until a desire for spiritual experiences appears.
But we need guidance from someone, because the blind cannot lead the blind. As far as I have met teachers, they are just students of other teachers, and this chain has no end. How do we find a real teacher who is no longer a student?
You must always observe what a person leaves behind. Many of your so-called spiritual teachers are just cunning energy vampires, who only learn to repeat religious scriptures and answer all questions based on that information. Such individuals have many followers, because they need the attention and energy of others and have a financial interest in them. These teachers often have a large group of students who, year after year, keep learning by investing large sums of money and attention, but remain eternal disciples and followers. On the other hand, a true teacher is an inner seeker, led by their own heart, with the soul's mission to seek answers within and share that experience with others, regardless of payment. The greatest reward for such a teacher is the realization that they are helping people according to the higher plan. Such a person will always have a smaller circle of followers, as they do not speak with examples of scriptures that are understandable to everyone. Their students also become teachers, sharing their experiences with the world instead of remaining eternal disciples.
Where can one find such a person?
According to your current state of consciousness, you should learn from someone who is more than a person.
Is it you?
No, not really me, but I know who your teacher could be.
You know? Do you think he could take me as a student?
Yes, he is ready to accept you.
Now?
For tonight, you will stay in my house to rest after a long day, and tomorrow we can go.
That's great. The attendant offered to sleep on the crystal jelly sofa. After so much excitement, I was so tired that I immediately laid down to sleep. Crystal Day. At night, I again dreamed of the same old man who, as in my previous dreams, invited me to go with him. This time, we both shone in a very bright white light. When I woke up, I was very surprised, because the time of day was exactly the same as when I fell asleep. This raised a question for me. Is there a daily time cycle here?
No. We don't need it, because our sun is artificial. We collectively agreed that we would always enjoy good sunny weather.
And you don't need a night to go to sleep?
There is no need because, due to the structure of our body and good electrical conductivity, we almost never get tired, so we do not sleep. Meanwhile, your bodies, due to poorer electrical conductivity and imbalance, get tired much faster, so you go to sleep to balance your internal bioelectricity.
But do you sometimes rest, or do you not need it at all?
If we had to name something as rest, we could say that we rest during meditation.
That's why I've seen so many meditating people everywhere in the city.
Yes and no. During meditation, some of us work by concentrating our thoughts to regulate the movement of crystals throughout the planet, while others who want to take a break from work turn off their minds.
At this moment, I can hardly imagine our people resting in this way, when they are so dependent on both physical and mental activity.
This is associated with the emotional imbalance of people, who constantly need stimulation of the mind to feel alive. People live in stress, haste, noise, and a whirlwind of thoughts, so they cannot relax, and their thoughts drive them crazy. Trying to stop their mind from thinking is like trying to stop the wind. We, on the other hand, are in constant peace of mind, so we do not need to fight our thoughts. In meditation or spiritual quests, a person tends to give up quickly if they do not receive benefits immediately. But if a person continues meditation regularly for a long time without giving up, they will eventually feel that their efforts have paid off and be rewarded with peace of mind.
Yes, we need to try harder, practice meditation regularly, and one day we will reach this level of peace.
Of course you will. With each passing day, more and more people practice meditation, which gives hope. Just look at all the monasteries where millions of people meditate daily for peace of mind. That should inspire you.
From this day on, I will devote much more time to meditation. I will dedicate my life to bringing myself back to the divine energies of the Creator and aligning myself with those energies, becoming one with them. But what if it is difficult to meditate? Why is it easier for some to meditate and more difficult for others?
Many people cannot stop their thoughts, and some cannot stop their mouths from speaking. When the mind is constantly buzzing, it is like a TV turned on all day. If it is difficult to stop your thoughts, concentrate on watching your breath come and go. Words, calculation, analysis, and thought activity are usually associated with the left hemisphere of the brain. The right hemisphere is responsible for feelings and creativity. To avoid being in analytical mode, switch to observer mode by monitoring your breathing, and the right hemisphere will begin to work. This alone is not enough. It is also necessary to remove elements that prevent achieving peace of body, mind, and soul. The food you consume is a strong factor. If a hurricane is raging in your belly due to improper heavy food, your energies will be concentrated on digestion instead of peace of mind.
Yes, indeed. I'm starting to discover that a diet of juice and protein shakes is a good way out.
It is important to know that a person evolves in their diet through the following vibratory stages. First, they feed on food of the lowest vibratory frequency, meat. Starting with the heaviest form of red meat, One can gradually transition to lighter meats such as poultry, then fish, and eventually eggs. Then they can switch to a higher vibratory vegetarian diet, avoiding heavy animals. Later, they switch to an even higher vegan diet, consuming only plant-based products. After that, they switch to a higher raw vegan diet, consuming only food that has not undergone thermal processing. The next step is a fruit diet, eating only fruits. After that comes a juice diet. Finally, they move on to a diet of the most important trace elements. With this diet, the body receives all the essential minerals, vitamins, and amino acids. After such a diet, it is possible to switch to an air diet, as the air contains all the necessary substances for humans: nitrogen, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, which form amino acids, the building blocks of proteins in the human body. These proteins, along with other molecules, make up the structure and function of a person. If the physical body can absorb the necessary base substances from the air and rearrange them to form the necessary amino acids, the body can feed on air. Another important factor here is the sun, as it acts as the activator in this process. The body can function on a photosynthesis-based system, producing all the necessary nutrients internally. This process is guided by the Father Sun, whose rays serve as the direct language of light from the Creator. In your world, some people have done this, mainly various yogis and Taoist masters who meditate on positive feelings for a long time. After long meditation, they connect with their higher mind, which takes care of this process. Their body begins to secrete a special liquid called the golden liquid, produced by glands in the brain. This liquid is released through the sinus channel to the throat and enters the stomach. It contains all the necessary elements for survival, allowing a person to live on it. However, this process requires exceptionally high intelligence, one that even we have not fully developed. This is primarily because we lack access to the sun and, therefore, direct communication with the Creator through the language of light, which manifests as the sun's rays. As a result, we continue to consume our own blend of trace elements. Speaking of cocktails, I would like to treat you to one of our mineral solutions, which I prepared specifically for you while you slept. This cocktail will give you enough energy for the whole day.
The attendant took a small, finger-sized crystalline bottle and placed it on a crystal table.
Please taste it. The taste may be somewhat unusual, since these are pure dissolved crystals without any flavor-enhancing additives.
I took the bottle and drank its thick, syrupy contents. The taste was similar to salt mixed with chalk, so I was not too happy, but after drinking it, I immediately felt a surge of energy, similar to the charge I got from the pool yesterday. I must say that the taste is a bit unusual, but the efficiency is really good. The energy boost is very strong. Maybe I can get the recipe so we can make it on the surface?
You won't be able to make it, because we use special crystals that grow only in our city on special crystal trees.
You mean those weird fruits I've seen growing on all the trees?
Yes, but these are not simple crystals. They are very special crystals that grow for their intended purpose. If a tree senses that someone nearby lacks a certain substance, it produces a special crystal within a few hours that contains all the necessary substances for that person. This crystal is dissolved and given to that person to drink. This is exactly what happened in your case. When you arrived, the trees noticed you and grew a crystal fruit according to your needs.
And how do those crystal trees produce those special fruits?
Just like your trees, they take minerals and water from the ground and produce fruit because of their genetic intelligence.
Well, yes, but your trees noticed me from afar, which is unusual. I don't think our trees can do that, especially since the growth process takes an entire season, not just a few hours.
On the surface, the energies are slower, so processes are slower. But you shouldn't think that your trees or plants are inferior. If you kept your lands fertile and clean, allowed earthworms to live there to fertilize the soil, and had direct contact with your plants by standing barefoot on the ground, where they grow, they would be able to read your needs through the soil. If you took care of them with love, they would thank you by growing exactly the harvest you need. This way, you would not lack any nutrients. The fruits, vegetables, and nuts that grow on the surface have a specific purpose. If you have ever noticed, they all have different shapes that resemble human organs. This is not a coincidence, but an indicator that such a design was chosen, so that when consumed, the person knows they will receive the necessary nutrients. For the part of the body it resembles.
How interesting that this way walnuts are useful for the brain, red beans for the kidneys, and celery stalks for bones, etc. It is worth looking into this deeper and trying it in practice.
Correct. Now it's time for us to travel further and continue your sightseeing journey. I brought you crystal water in case you get thirsty.
Oh, thank you very much. Before we travel, I would like to ask why you all walk barefoot. Is there a specific reason for this?
Through the soles of the feet is the best energy exchange with the energy of the earth. The earth, through the soles of the feet, takes old, used energy from the body, what your science calls free radicals, and charges the body with fresh energy, which your science calls electrons. This way, the body always has a good circulation of energy. It is very important that the feet touch a natural, not artificial surface, which can block the flow of electrons.
Really, with our insulating shoe soles, we can't really ground ourselves, especially with concrete, tiles, or other artificial surfaces everywhere. At home, it's the same, separated from the natural surface of the earth. I have another question that worries me a bit. Why do I feel so lightweight in your city? According to the laws of gravity, a person should get heavier when approaching the center of the earth, but I feel physically lighter. Why is that?
This is because the strength of gravity is not directly dependent on the center of the earth. Inside the earth, gravity occurs as a result of the movement of electromagnetic waves caused by the movement of lava. Gravity concentrates around these movements and is stronger in some places and weaker in others.
Having regained my strength, I was fully prepared for the trip, and I decided to go barefoot. We walked through the city park and reached the forest, which was also made of crystals. Walking barefoot was not only unusual, but also felt very good. I felt energy flowing through the soles of my feet, rising through my whole body to my head, which naturally stimulated me to move. It seemed that my body was moving without any effort. In the forest, we came across a crystal pyramid very similar to the stepped Mayan pyramid in South America. We climbed to the top where there was a hollow circle. The attendant touched the circle in several places, and the symbols on it sparkled. The middle filled with an electromagnetic screen like some kind of plasma. The attendant then spoke.
This is your new path, which will lead you to further experiences. You can safely travel further now.
How do I travel further? I don't even understand what it is and where it leads.
This is a portal that can move the body from place to place. All you need to do is step inside, and you will find yourself on the other side, in a completely different place.
Where exactly?
You will find yourself with the Master of Light, from whom you will continue to learn the basics of spiritual development.
Will you travel with me?
No, because it's just for you. He will only accept you alone. I was already with him when it was my time.
Do you all go to him to study?
We and many other inhabitants of this planet, because he is one of the main masters of light on this planet for many thousands of years.
Shouldn't there be queues of people wanting to get to him?
No, because he is multidimensional. He can divide into many bodies and be in different places at once. He can teach hundreds or even thousands of students individually at the same time.
Impressive. Maybe I can ask what you are learning with him?
Our civilization is currently going through a process where we begin to connect our male and female bodies with the body of the opposite sex, the twin soul. Our goal is to become a homogeneous, fully integrated being. Therefore, everything we are learning now is about balancing masculine and feminine energies to achieve the highest possible step in physical evolution, where masculine and feminine polarity ceases to exist, and instead, homogeneity appears. This is what our civilization is currently learning.
I have heard of twin souls. Do you know how to find my twin soul?
This is almost impossible for your civilization, because the forces of darkness that rule your world would never allow it. The reunification of twin souls or the family members of the soul fulfills the divine prophecy according to the higher plan, which destroys the system of darkness. This is the main reason why the forces of darkness have always wanted to destroy the union of twin souls or the family of the same soul. This is a huge threat to their survival. They even tried to kidnap some twin souls to stop their reunification. Therefore, only a few cases exist in the world where individuals have been able to meet their twin soul. This occurred after they activated their light bodies, preventing the rulers of darkness from harming them and allowing them to invite their twin soul. Therefore, at best, people can find a compatible soul with a matching vibrational frequency, allowing them to feel harmonious together.
And who exactly is the twin soul and how does it appear?
It occurs when the soul is born in this universe or comes to it. This happens naturally, because this universe is divided into masculine and feminine energy. So everything has a second side. Twin souls enter the universe as a pair, masculine, electric, and feminine, magnetic, polarity. At Earth they come in their pure form, as a masculine, kundalini, force and a feminine magnetic, soul, force, creating an attraction that drives evolution. However, the earthly program of energy implants of darkness, present in the human chakra system, creates negative feelings, interfering with this union by distorting the electromagnetic field, causing evolution to lag. But when the soul completes all the experiences it wanted in this universe, it returns to union with its second half, becoming a full soul, completing its experience in this universe, and returning to the level of the creators of the universe. Our civilization is also going through this process. Now it's time for you to travel to the Teacher of Light.
But how will I find him when I get there?
You won't have to look for him, because you'll find yourself exactly where you need to be, in his teaching space.
And where is that space?
It is located in the fifth dimension of this planet, but physically, one could say it is at the core of the planet.
And how will I get back from there?
The Master will take care of this. You do not need to think about it. He knows everything you need, when you need it, and how you need it. He knows it better than you do, so you will have to trust him.
And how will I interact with him?
He speaks all the languages of this world, but the best way to communicate with him is telepathically, as there is no room for interpretation, which can lead to error.
Well, in that case, it's time to say goodbye. Thank you for your time and knowledge.
It was an interesting experience, because your case is unique. Before saying goodbye, I will give you one piece of advice. Know that everything you experience there will be for you only, and no one else will experience it as you will. So do not expect anything and be open to everything you receive.
Thank you for the advice. After saying goodbye to my crystal attendant, I gathered my courage and walked through the portal. Training with the Master of Light. When I found myself in the portal, I felt very strange. It seemed like I was spinning out of my solar plexus around me, and then I found myself on the other side of the portal. At first, I struggled to orient myself, as if floating in space. I did not feel a solid foundation under my feet, and my eyes could not see anything, because there was only darkness around. After a few minutes, I realized that these were not the consequences of moving through the portal, but that I was literally floating in a completely dark space. Once I oriented myself, the Master of Light appeared in front of me and showed me that he could take on any form he wanted. I then realized that the old man from my dream was this Master of Light all along, calling me to learn from him. And so the teachings began, lasting several hundreds of hours. Due to impracticality, I will mention only the highlights.
We will begin these teachings with the basics. What is this teaching about? This teaching is about understanding who we are, what is happening in this world, and where we are going. What is conscious mind? Conscious mind is the ability to recognize that you exist, and as this recognition grows, consciousness grows together. What is subconscious mind? Subconscious mind is a repressed part of consciousness, where all a person's repressed energies lie, such as unfulfilled desires or traumas. What is unconscious mind? The unconscious is the body's internal intelligence regarding how it should function autonomously. What is higher consciousness? Higher consciousness is inner guidance that leads our consciousness through the subconscious toward fulfilling our heart's desires according to the higher plan. Now we're going to learn about energy. What is energy? Energy is the flow of attention of your consciousness. Where you put your attention, energy will flow. What is charging of energy? Energy is charged when a person connects to their central channel of peace, which is gamma or theta waves of the mind. It can also happen during relaxation in alpha waves, though in a weaker form, because it is not a deep form of meditation. It can also happen during sleep in delta waves, as it is a very deep state of meditation. What is the usage of energy? The usage of energy is the ability to use your gathered energy in everyday life. Usually, it is done in a normal state in beta waves, but sometimes a person reaches gamma waves, a state of heightened awareness. What is energy transferring? Energy transferring is done through praying. This way, a person can transfer their energy to any other person or situation where that energy is needed. This is especially effective during collective prayer. What is energy synchronization? Energy synchronization occurs when people have similar thinking, feeling, and acting, and therefore similar goals, creating synchronization synergy and increasing overall energy. What is energy empowerment? Energy empowerment is the process of people gathering to worship their idol, thereby giving their energy to that idol to help them succeed in their career. What is energy transformation? Energy transformation is the process by which a person can turn a current situation into something completely different. What is energy wasting? Energy wasting is a process during which an individual indulges in stimulating energies solely for short-term stimulation, knowing that these energies will subside later. This process does not create any spiritual growth, because it is not done consciously. On our planet, there are many examples of this, such as intoxication, creating problems only to resolve them later, unnecessary adventures, temporary relationships, disharmonious music, movement, actions, and so on. What is losing energy? Losing energy happens when a person is in negative feelings. People who spread negative feelings are black magicians who create negative karma for others and themselves, for which they will have to respond. What are vibrations? Vibrations are a process you can feel that allows you to sense your current emotional state internally. What is psychophysical movement through vibrations? Psychophysical movement through vibrations is a process by which an individual learns to use their mental will to transition to higher or lower vibrational frequencies. By doing so, They can intentionally alter their physical reality and life experiences. Now we're going to learn about personality. What is personality? Personality is an assemblage point of thoughts, feelings, and physical experiences. What is ego? The ego is a personality protecting portal that creates an illusion that by absorbing surrounding energies into itself, it will protect the personality. What is identity? Identity is the subconscious personality association with surroundings like work, family, home, lifestyle, and so on. What is uniqueness? Every soul has its unique properties. If used properly, they can create uniqueness. What is character? Character is an amplified personality. After many lifetimes, when personality has been formed, it is possible to develop a character by strengthening specific characteristics. Character has a strong magnetic force, attracting other personalities who desire similar traits. However, a strong character also has a negative side, as others might not like individuals with strong characters and might try to hurt them. Now we're going to learn about psychic energy. What is psychic energy? Psychic energy is magnetic energy generated by the mind. When it creates a purpose and then seeks it, attracting needed events and situations. What is psychic power? Psychic power is the energy to control yourself and your surroundings. The first power a person gets is to control their body, attention, mind, and feelings. Later, this power can grow to control surroundings. This power can be reached or inherited. When this power is lost, the person cannot even control themselves. What is the projection of psychic energy? The projection of psychic energy is a process by which a person projects their vision upon the world, involving others in this vision, making it possible to realize it. How to train psychic energy. This is a process by which personality learns to act on life situations as opportunities for growth, not as burdens. What is a psychic impression? This is energy when personality creates an energetic impression around itself, intending to delude surrounding personalities. Sometimes it is called fake it till you make it. What is a psychic illusion? A psychic illusion is created when a false idea is implanted into someone's mind by another or by oneself about what reality is. What is a psychic value? A psychic value is a fake value, falsely created by convincing others that something is valuable, like art, fashion, or personality. What is the psychic contract? The psychic contract is a process when the personality engages in a specific process, organization, or relationship. From a psychological or social perspective, it might seem like there is no direct benefit, yet it might be beneficial for the soul's spiritual growth. What is psychic influence? Psychic influence is energy when a personality recommends and offers energy without forcing others to accept it, allowing them to choose for themselves. What is psychic control? Psychic control is energy when a person can control another person by their psychic power. This power is possible only if a person is dependent on another person. What is psychic dependence? Psychic dependence is energy when a person becomes dependent on another person, object, or situation. This dependence can create suffering if, for example, losing access to it, not being able to achieve it, or being unable to lose dependence. The only way to lose dependence is to find a way to break the connection or exchange it for something else. What is psychic possession? Psychic possession is energy that can come from another personality or entity, influencing the possessed individual and motivating them to act according to its wishes. What is the psychic boundary? The psychic boundary is a purposely stopped energy to stop oneself or others from energy exchange. What is psychic trauma? Psychic trauma is closed energy in which consciousness closes it into the subconscious because it is unable to integrate the energy created by a certain experience. Therefore, it puts it off into the subconscious with the purpose of reintegrating it later when it is more ready. Trauma is always closed with a symbolic key. How to heal psychic trauma. Active psychic trauma can be healed with love and light. But if trauma is very deep and becomes passive, forming into a scar, it is possible to turn that memory into humor through caricature and by that joke cracking and bursting that scar through laughter. What is a psychic drama? Psychic drama is an effort to energize a situation, giving it overvalue. What is a psychic battle? A psychic battle is when individuals fight between themselves, and the individual who creates a bigger psychic pressure wins the argument. The winner gets the energy generated by the argument, but only temporarily because others can take it back during the next argument. An argument can also be won by correctly expressing the truth. Energy won by expressing the truth can be held permanently because the truth never changes. What is the forceful taking of psychic energy? To take psychic energy forcefully from another individual, they need to be humiliated so that they feel inferior. If an individual's life is taken away, then their whole psychic energy is taken on by the killer. Yet, it is not advisable to live by this creed because this kind of act creates a karmic debt, which later on will have to be paid in full plus interest. What is psychic hierarchy? Psychic hierarchy is energy when someone is psychically higher than others and therefore can command others, or if they are in a lower hierarchy, they have to listen to others. This hierarchy is not determined by the individual, but by social, work, religious, family clans, or other systems. An individual who follows these systems is willing to be an opportunist in these systems and to compete for a higher position. There can be conflicting energies, so an individual in a high position can fall low, and an individual in a low position can rise high. What is psychic position? A psychic position is a mental state either imposed by others or chosen by oneself, in which one remains steadfast. What is psychic protection? Psychic protection is a protective energy barrier formed when the individual learns to protect themselves from others' energetic attacks by stating the truth, doing it with respect. This way, the individual authorizes their guardian angels to protect them. Now we're going to learn about the mind. What is thinking? Thoughts are electromagnetic waves that go through the brain and affect our mind, creating our thoughts, which can express themselves as images, sounds, or feelings. How is the mind created? The mind is formed by current circumstances. Then it automatically accepts the role projected upon it through influential circumstances. How to free the mind of programs. A person willing to free their mind from installed beliefs must first recognize them and then drop those beliefs by learning to think independently. How to use the mind. For proper usage of the mind, a person needs to set aside other influencing factors and learn to concentrate on a certain mental task until a desired goal is met. Sometimes life sets aside other factors by itself, so a person can concentrate on the mind automatically. What is intelligence? Intelligence is the cultivation of the human mind with the aim of learning something. Now we're going to learn about the processes of the mind. What is logic? Logic is the ability of the mind to connect different ideas and reach a desired goal by making sense of them. What is intuition? Intuition is the ability to sense incoming energy before the mind can recognize it. What is memory? Memory is the mind's ability to store and recreate information. What is imagination? Imagination is the ability to project a new reality into this world or to transition into another, created by one's own creative vision. What is psychology? If a person begins to go out of 3D matrix, psychology's purpose is to return and keep individuals in 3D matrix. What is psychiatry? If a person is not able to return to 3D matrix through psychology, then psychiatry tries to do it with drugs and electroshock therapy. What is spiritual development? Spiritual development is the ability to recognize life's lessons and learn them by stopping making life mistakes. Now we're going to learn about the concepts of the mind. How to align heart and mind. The heart needs to lead the way. The mind needs to learn the technique on how to go that way. How to make a decision. To make a decision, you need to have complete information about the current situation. Once you acquire all the information, the correct answer will become obvious. What is morality? Morality is a collective energy that determines individuals and societal thinking models. What is etiquette? Etiquette is a forming mental energy that shapes individuals' thinking towards high moral principles. What is discipline? Discipline is a conscious energy sustaining an intention to do a desired action, despite any kind of circumstances. What is a problem and how to solve it? A problem is stuck energy that needs a solution to resolve. All problems are solvable, yet some solutions are temporary and some are permanent. What is philosophy? Philosophy is abstract inner thinking that is usually difficult to use practically. What is a theory? A theory is an abstract philosophy concentrated into something understandable and explainable to the mind, but it does not mean the theory is true. What is practice? Practice is the ability to take a philosophical idea, construct it into a theory, and turn it into a real practical application that works. What is action? Action is the ability to control your energy flow to achieve a result. The more subtly energy is controlled, the more precise the result can be. What is realization? Realization is the ability to understand the existing situation and yourself in it. What is awakening? Awakening is an individual's process of exiting social hypnosis. This process can have different stages. What is meaning? Meaning is a person's ability to understand why events occur in their life. What is strategy? Strategy is a long-term plan for achieving a goal, even when the odds are against you. What is a technique? A technique is the systematic mastery of a sequence of actions with the goal of performing a specific task or achieving a defined result. What is creativity? Creativity is the process of a person discovering their inner creative powers. What is inspiration? Inspiration is when a person or a source of information transfers a part of their energy, thereby creating motivation in the recipient. What is a vision? A vision is the process of a person seeing a clear goal in their life and pursuing it until it is achieved. What is positive motivation? Positive motivation is when a person is encouraged by external factors to start changing their life in a desired direction. What is negative motivation? Negative motivation is when a person encounters unpleasant circumstances they don't want in their life, and the desire to no longer have them drives action to become a person unaffected by those circumstances. What are instructions? Instructions are guidelines or directions that, when followed, allow one to achieve a desired goal. What are rules? Rules are the boundaries in some game. If you follow them and learn how to use them creatively, you can be successful, but if you don't follow them, you cannot play that game. What is preparation? Preparation is when a person tests all possible scenarios to the maximum extent to be as ready as possible for an upcoming situation. What is success? Success is a strategic process where talent, knowledge, and experience are used correctly in the right place. What is failure? Failure is when the process being performed does not meet the expectations held. What is gambling? Gambling is an attempt to guess future random events. What is statistic? Statistic is the ability to notice recurring events and then predict them. What is freedom? Freedom is the ability to move without restriction. What is captivity? Captivity is the limitation of the ability to move. What is polarization? Polarization occurs when there are two opposite energies, which can become opposing and create conflict. What is creation? Creation is an action form in which some sort of structure is formed. Creation can be used negatively, like creating mass destruction weapons, or positively, like creating free energy. What is a mistake? A mistake is the incorrect interpretation of a current situation, which leads to incorrect actions regarding it. What is destruction? Destruction is a transformative action that alters something. It can be positive when used to remove what is no longer needed, such as turning an old, structurally compromised house into rubble. However, it can also be negative when unnecessary changes occur, like the devastation of a city during a political war. What is repairing? Repairing is the ability to identify an unbalanced position, whether inside or outside a person. By identifying it, a person can balance the situation and repair the condition. What is truth? Truth is alignment with your center channel energy, embodying the higher plan of the universe. What is perspective? Perspective is a mental position towards the current situation, often bending the truth to interpret it. What is perception? Perception is how we see the world, influenced by our position within it. What is a situation? A situation is created by intersecting different energies, which, as they pass through a person's energy field, create a physical circumstance. What are circumstances? Circumstances are a process beyond a person's control that dictates how they will have to act in their life. What is an attempt to change one's life? An attempt to change one's life is a choice made after realizing that current life conditions do not match one's expectations, so action is taken to change it. What is reconciliation with the current situation? Reconciliation with the current situation arises when a person who understands the existing life situation finds peace with what is and does nothing about it. What is untruth? Untruth is a distortion of the center line of truth. If untruth is created intentionally, it is called a lie. For it to be successful, it needs to go parallel to the truth, so it seems truthful. What is humor? Humor is the ability to portray energy consciously incorrectly and then inflate it, causing another person to laugh upon realizing it. What are natural reactions? Common natural human reactions are laughing, crying, and shouting. Their purpose is to cleanse negative feelings. Laughing creates spasmodic abdomen contractions, which can be painful, but are a positive emotional cleansing process. Crying releases toxins through tears. Shouting releases inner emotional pressure. Now we're going to learn about emotions. What are emotions? Emotions are electromagnetic waves, energies in motion, that affect a person's subconscious and manifest as feelings. What happens during feeling? Emotions affect existing programs in a person's subconsciousness, creating a sense of inner touching feeling, which provokes physical action. How to learn to feel. To feel, a person needs to overcome ignorance. How to use feelings. Feelings should be used to create harmony. What are layered emotions? Layered emotions are feelings that cover one another. For example, a happy face might be hiding great pain, or displayed anger might simply cover a lack of self-confidence. There could be multiple layers of that. What are emotional outbursts? Emotional outbursts happen when emotions that have been building up and ignored for a long time suddenly erupt. What is emotional thinking? Emotional thinking is when a sober mind is taken over by emotions and they begin to dictate to it how to think. What is emotional grounding? Emotional grounding is a technique where a person learns to ground their emotions into the physical body. Now, we're going to learn about energy centers, chakras. What is energy center, chakra, balancing? A disbalanced energy center has too much or too little energy, creating negative feelings. To balance this negative feeling, a person needs to find an opposite balancing feeling and lead a centered balancing feeling towards that state. Every center is made of 4 balancing states, which, when all balanced, lead to a centered, balanced feeling. How to balance energy centers. Energy centers are balanced from bottom to top by activating each one in a row. What are energy center implants? Energy center implants are negative vortexes that twist energy flow in the energy center, distorting energy flow and creating a suction portal, which a person feels as a negative emotion that negative beings can feed upon. Zero center is the earthing center located below the human being in the ground. The first center's balancing position is grounding. If this position is overactive, the person is frivolous. If underactive, the person cannot find a place in the world. When balanced, the person finds grounding in life. The second earthing center is physical energy. If this position is overactive, the person cannot stay still. If underactive, the person is sluggish. When balanced, the person learns to control their energy. The third earthing center position is physical strength. If this position is overactive, the person cannot control their physical power. If underactive, the person is physically weak. When balanced, the person learns to control their physical strength. The fourth earthing center balancing position is material wealth. If this position is overactive, the person can be addicted to wealth. If underactive, the person is materially poor. When balanced, the person is materially balanced. The fifth centering earthing center position is reached by balancing all 4 supportive positions, and it is stability. If this position is overactive, the person does not like changes in life. If underactive, the person does not take anything seriously. When balanced, the person becomes stable. The first center is the life center, found by the sexual organs. The first life center balancing position is courage. If this position is overactive, the person can be aggressive. If underactive, the person lives in constant fear. When balanced, the person becomes courageous. The second life center balancing position is security. If this position is overactive, the person can be paranoid about their security. If underactive, the person lives in constant danger. When balanced, the person becomes secure. The third life center balancing position is psychological strength to overcome life's challenges. If this position is overactive, the person can be overconfident in their psychological strength. If underactive, the person can be psychologically weak. When balanced, the person becomes psychologically strong. The fourth life center balancing position is psychological will to reach your goals. If this position is overactive, the person can be over-obsessed with their goals. If underactive, the person is psychologically too weak to have a goal. When balanced, the person is psychologically strong to reach their goal. The centering life, center balancing position is self-respect. If this position is overactive, the person can be over self-important. If underactive, the person does not have self-respect. When balanced, the person has self-respect. The second center is the nurturing center, found along the person's umbilical cord. The first balancing position is sharing. If this position is overactive, the person can give away too much, having not enough for themselves. If underactive, the person can be greedy. When balanced, the person learns to share. The second nurturing center balancing position is support. If this position is overactive, the person can be strict. If underactive, the person can be unsupportive. When balanced, the person becomes supportive of others. The third nurturing center balancing position is caring/responsibility. If this position is overactive, the person can be willing to control others. If underactive, the person does not care or willing to take on responsibilities. When balanced, the person becomes caring/responsible. The fourth nurturing center is attractiveness. If this position is overactive, the person puts too much emphasis on sexuality. If underactive, the person is unattractive. When balanced, the person becomes attractive. The centering nurturing center balancing position is reliability. If this position is overactive, the person can become selfless. If underactive, the person is unreliable. When balanced, the person becomes reliable. The third center is the solar plexus center, located by the solar plexus. The first solar plexus balancing position is relaxation. If this position is overactive, the person can be grouchy. If underactive, the person can be passive. When balanced, the person learns to relax. The second solar plexus balancing position is wanting. If this position is overactive, the person can become craving. If underactive, the person loses desires. When balanced, the person knows what they want. The third solar plexus balancing position is understanding. If this position is overactive, the person is overanalytical. If underactive, the person does not understand others. When balanced, the person becomes understanding. The fourth solar plexus balancing position is happiness. If this position is overactive, the person seeks short-term, easily reachable satisfaction. If underactive, the person cannot find happiness. When balanced, the person becomes happy. The centering solar plexus balancing position is honor. If this position is overactive, the person becomes a strict rule follower. If underactive, the person has no honor. When balanced, the person becomes honorable. The fourth center is the heart center, found by the heart. The first heart center balancing position is compassion. If this position is overactive, the person can be oversensitive. If underactive, the person is not sensitive. When balanced, the person is compassionate. The second heart center balancing position is love. If this position is overactive, the person can be self-loving and want to manipulate others by love. If underactive, the person cannot love and can be stone-hearted. When balanced, the person becomes loving. The third heart center balancing position is conscience. If this position is overactive, the person can manipulate others' consciences. If underactive, the person does not feel their conscience. When balanced, the person becomes conscientious. The fourth heart center balancing position is forgiveness. If this position is overactive, the person cannot forgive and blames others. If underactive, the person can easily be emotionally hurt. When balanced, the person can easily forgive. The centering heart center position is kindness. If this position is overactive, the person can be overly kind by trying to fit in with others. If underactive, the person is unkind. When balanced, the person becomes kind. The fifth center is the throat center, found by the throat. The first throat center balancing position is gratefulness. If this position is overactive, the person is overly grateful to the point of being annoying. If underactive, the person cannot feel gratefulness for anything. When balanced, the person becomes grateful. The second throat center balancing position is self-expression. If this position is overactive, the person can seek too much attention from others. If underactive, the person is shy. When balanced, the person learns to express themselves. The third throat center balancing position is eloquence. If this position is overactive, the person cannot stop speaking. If underactive, the person is speechless. When balanced, the person learns how to express themselves through speech. The fourth throat center balancing position is purity. If this position is overactive, the person is a martyr. If underactive, the person is impure. When balanced, the person becomes pure. The centering throat center balancing position is being yourself. If this position is overactive, the person is self-centered. If underactive, the person is afraid of being themselves. When balanced, the person learns to be themselves. The sixth center is the third eye center. The first third eye center balancing position is remembering. If this position is overactive, the person is unable to differentiate between fantasy and memory. If underactive, the person is unable to recall memories, especially from past lives. When balanced, the person can recall memories clearly. The second third eye center balancing position is imagination. If this position is overactive, the person is unable to differentiate between imagination and reality. If underactive, the person is unable to imagine. When balanced, the person can imagine clearly. The third eye center balancing position is future seeing. If this position is overactive, the person is unable to differentiate between potentials and probabilities. If underactive, the person cannot see the future. When balanced, the person can clearly see the future. The fourth third eye center balancing position is clairvoyance. If overactive, the person is unable to deal with incoming visions. If underactive, the person is unable to have visions. When balanced, the person is able to see clearly. The centering third eye center balancing position is magnetic. If this position is overactive, the person can be willing to manipulate through magic to gain power. If underactive, the person has no magical powers. When balanced, the person learns to control their magic. The seventh center is the crown center. The first crown center balancing position is enthusiasm. If this position is overactive, the person becomes possessed by enthusiasm. If underactive, the person has no enthusiasm. When balanced, the person has balanced enthusiasm. The second crown center balancing position is trust in higher power. If this position is overactive, the person can leave their destiny in the hands of fate. If underactive, the person is unable to trust the higher force. When balanced, the person learns how to trust in a higher force. The third crown center balancing position is being an observer. If this position is overactive, the person can intentionally be non-responsive. If underactive, the person can be overreactive. When balanced, the person learns to observe. The fourth crown center balancing position is spirituality. If this position is overactive, the person is overly concentrated on spirituality, losing connection with reality. If underactive, the person is not spiritual. When balanced, the person is spiritual. The centering crown, center balancing position, is godliness. If this position is overactive, the person can be conceited as a god. If underactive, the person has no connection to God. When balanced, the person finds their inner godliness. The eighth center is the cosmic center. The first cosmic center balancing position is respect. If this position is overactive, the person can be overly respectful, unable to come into contact with anyone. If underactive, the person has no respect for others. When balanced, the person learns to have respect. The second cosmic center balancing position is peace. If this position is overactive, the person cannot find peace in the outside world. If underactive, the person is unable to find peace inside themselves. When balanced, the person finds peace both inside and outside. The third cosmic center balancing position is responsibility. If this position is overactive, the person can be controlling. If underactive, the person is irresponsible. When balanced, the person learns to take responsibility. The fourth cosmic center balancing position is humbleness. If this position is overactive, the person is egotistical. If underactive, the person is a pushover. When balanced, the person learns to be humble. The centering cosmic center balancing position is servitude. If this position is overactive, the person can be arrogant. If underactive, the person allows others to take advantage of them. When balanced, the person learns to be of service to others. Additionally, to balanced energy centers, it is also necessary to activate head beams. The first beam is called the concentration beam. It goes through the third eye channel from the back of the head to the forehead. If this beam is not active, the person is unable to see a goal in their life. If active, the person can see a goal in their life. The second beam is the wisdom beam. It goes at a 45-degree angle from the zone between the top of the head and the back of the head to the chin. If this beam is not active, the person is unable to convert experience into wisdom. When activated, the person is able to use experience as wisdom. The third beam is the discover beam. It goes at a 45-degree angle from the zone between the back of the head and the spinal brain to the zone between the forehead and the top of the head. If this beam is inactive, the person is unable to discover anything. When activated, the person can make constant discoveries through wondering. The fourth beam is the balancing beam, found in the zone between the ears and the top of the head. If this position is not active, the person is unable to find balance in life. When activated, the person can find balance in life. When the earth, life, and nurturing centers are activated together, they form the lower energy sphere, which activates a feeling of self-confidence. When the solar plexus, heart, and throat centers are activated together, they form the middle energy sphere, which activates a feeling of unconditional love. When the third eye, crown, and cosmic centers are activated together, they form the top energy sphere, Dantian, which activates a feeling of enlightenment. When the lower, middle, and top spheres are activated together, this forms the light body and activates a feeling of completeness. Now we're going to learn about the physical body. What is the physical body? The physical body is a vehicle to transport the soul, consciousness, through the material realm. How to use the physical body? To use the body appropriately, a person needs to be conscious of their body in the present moment. For easy daily exercise, it is recommended to do the 5 Tibetan rites. What are the possibilities of the physical body? With proper training, the possibilities are very broad. What is grounding? Grounding is a state of mind and body when a person feels a stable ground beneath them and no one can move them. What is a balancing position? A person in a complete psychological and physical state of balance can balance all incoming energies and cannot be thrown out of balance. How to breathe. Breathing should be conscious and relaxed, not unconscious or forcibly controlled. How to take care of the physical body. It is important to stop using all toxic materials from food, beverages, cosmetics, home cleaning products, etc. All these can be exchanged for natural, ecological products. Before eating fruits and vegetables, they should be cleaned with water and sodium bicarbonate to remove as many outside toxins and bacteria as possible. If possible, it is recommended to peel fruits and vegetables because it is not possible to clean all the toxins. It is not recommended to use stimulants like caffeine. One should not even think about tobacco, alcohol, or other intoxicating substances. It is best to use natural healing herbal teas like thymus or tejibo, other names lapacho, pau d'arco, ibroxo, or other herbal teas. Water should only be used distilled or fully reverse osmosis filtered and then remineralized with electrolytes or powdered minerals. Ordinary filters do not clean water sufficiently unless it is an army-grade, full reverse osmosis 6+ filter cleaning system, which can clean chlorine and fluoride poison from water. People with strong depression can use cannabis oil, CBD, 1,500 milligrams. If there are digestion problems, it is recommended to use probiotics from broad-spectrum acidophilus culture or sauerkraut or fermented pickles. Instead of antibiotics and for outside disinfection, a person can use colloidal silver. If there are muscle pains or fatigue, it is recommended to try E8 essential amino acids and BCAA branch-chain amino acids, which are sold in training shops. For even better athletic performance, creatine is also recommended. For removing heavy metals from the body, it is recommended to use zeolite, but it has to be sold as cleaned and ionized. For healing sickness, it is recommended to use natural herbal medicine. What are clothes? Clothes have a few aspects. First, they protect and warm the physical body. Secondly, materials and colors affect our biofield. By choosing proper clothes, some energies can be amplified, some can be masked or even hidden. What is sickness? Sickness is a state where long-term imbalances, whether mental, emotional, etheric, or physical, eventually manifest as physical illness. What is psychic illness? Psychic illness occurs when a person becomes unwell due to an inability to process their own internal psychic energies. What is a psychosomatic illness? It is a type of mental disorder. Then person believes that he is sick, and that creates a true physical illness. What is sickness by magic? Sickness caused by magic occurs when a person falls ill due to another's ill wishes. What is physical illness? Physical illness occurs when a person becomes unwell due to a combination of factors, such as an unhealthy diet, negative thoughts, emotional imbalance, and lack of exercise. This results in a deficiency of healthy energy, manifesting as illness. Grounding can help restore balance by replenishing this energy through connection with the earth. What is energy healing? Energy healing is an energy exchange during which the healer takes sick energy from the client and gives their own clean energy, thus healing the person. The healer must afterward clean themselves of unclean energy. Otherwise, they will get sick with the sickness they were healing from the other person. What is proper nutrition for the body? Proper nutrition is ecological, organic, fresh, and vegan food. However, it is important to understand that this type of diet can be insufficient. So it is important to use a broad spectrum of vitamins, minerals, and other supplements. Supplements should be ecological, organic, and vegan. For example, algae is spirulina chlorella. Every day, a person has to receive a full dose of proteins, vitamins, with an additional dose of vitamin C and D, minerals, with an additional dose of calcium and magnesium, and omega-3. It is recommended to perform blood or hair analysis from time to time to identify what substances are too little or too much, so it will be possible to adjust the doses. Those who are not comfortable with the idea of stopping eating animal products can eat eggs. Eggs contain full-spectrum supplements for daily needs, and this way, no killing is involved because technically, no one was born from it yet. Still, neither eggs nor milk products are recommended, but are tolerable during the transitional period. Eating animals is possible only if a person can have direct telepathic communication with the animal that is going to be eaten, so it would be possible to agree with the animal that is willing to die and be eaten, thus connecting your souls together. When eating vegan, it is also important to thank the plants for sacrificing their life, so that you could live and they became a part of you. When eating, it is important to choose food that is alkaline instead of acidic. What is the full-spectrum diet? The full-spectrum diet is a diet that athletes are involved with. It involves full daily doses of protein, vitamins, minerals, BCA, EAA collagen, MCT, and C8 form for glucose, hemp protein, flax, and chia seeds for omega-3. What are eating disorders? Eating disorders are manifestation of psychic disorders, manifesting as desire to numb emotions through overeating or to punish oneself by restricting food. Now we're going to learn about physical sensations. What are physical sensations? Physical sensations are the ability to interact with surroundings through the electromagnetic field. This interaction is felt as sensing. Some people do not recognize it until it is lost. What is the sense of touch? The sense of touch is the interaction of surrounding electromagnetic fields through the body's outer electromagnetic energy barrier, the skin. This process can be physical or not. What is the sense of taste? Taste comes through the inner electromagnetic interaction barrier, the mouth. This process is usually physical, but a person also can influence food's electromagnetic state with their feelings, thus influencing the food or sensing it. What is the sense of smell? Smell is the ability to sense electromagnetic waves through the nose channel. What is the sense of hearing? Hearing is the ability to sense electromagnetic vibrations in physical form. Hearing can be done physically and not. What is sight? Sight is the ability to consciously register vibrational frequencies expressed through the visible electromagnetic color field. It is possible to broaden this field and see non-physical fields, beginning with infrared and going to ultraviolet fields. Now, we're going to learn about physical archetypes. What is a gender? Souls created in this universe usually split into two poles, male plus and female minus, which are called twin souls. One part of the soul usually goes on adventures, while the other waits for it to return to higher dimensions. This is the feeling we get when we feel the need to find our other side. If these two souls were to meet, they would recognize each other instantly, creating an immense power that even controlling forces could not stop. Therefore, controlling forces try to prevent this as much as possible. Therefore, it is almost impossible to meet your other side. However, it is possible to compensate for this feeling with a substitute relationship. Substitute relationships do not happen accidentally, but are arranged by higher forces because of karma or to learn life lessons. What is the male pole plus? The male pole is the giver and creator of truthful limits for other forces, like a bowl for water or a fireplace for fire. What is the female pole minus? The female pole is pure acceptance, life, and nurturing embodiment, like water in a bowl or fire in a fireplace. What happens when there is an exchange of gender poles? If a soul spends many lives in one gender and then suddenly changes to a different gender, it can be difficult to adjust, and the person can feel as if they are not in their proper gender. It is important to learn to balance this energy by accepting your current gender and not trying to revert to your former gender. What is sexual energy? Sexual energy is the will to exchange energy with the opposite pole. It can be expressed in different modes, such as through touching. It can be experienced with another person, life, or the universal creating force. What is sex anatomy? Sex anatomy is understanding how a man's penis can stimulate a woman's G-spot, which is a few centimeters inside the vagina on the belly side. What is sexual perversion? Sexual perversion happens when dark forces begin to influence the energy exchange, causing harm to one or both participants. It can be expressed as violence in a sexual act. Now, we're going to learn about the soul. What is a soul? The soul is the immortal part of personality, experienced as consciousness in a physical body. What is a soul family? When souls are formed by the universal creating force, some of them are formed through the same beaming process. These kinds of souls are called a soul family. If these souls meet, because of their vibrational similarity, they can form a strong team. This way, people of light can much faster regain their powers and discover their inner mission, which sits deep inside the tiny space of their heart, within the conscience center. This power can awaken only because of pure intentions. What is a soul contract? A soul contract is an agreement between souls, usually made between lives, that during life they will meet and help each other solve some sort of situation or create a project. What is a starseed? A starseed is a soul that came to Earth with a mission to help the souls living here. What is a walk-in? A walk-in is a soul that enters another soul's body with the purpose of advancing its mission faster, thus skipping the process of birth and reincarnation. This is possible only if there is a soul agreement and the soul owning the body decides to leave it. Sometimes this happens because the soul experiences trauma and does not want to proceed with its life. What is the life of the soul after death? Life after death is the ability to have a non-physical experience based on your emotional state during death, which was influenced by the lifestyle you had during your life. This is where the soul spends its time until the next incarnation. How does soul reincarnation happen? The soul reincarnates according to its current emotional state and the lessons needed to learn based on its beliefs and desires. How is the soul's life controlled during a physical lifetime? The soul's life during a physical lifetime is not a chain of coincidences, but a theatrically controlled process. Now, we're going to learn about the Creator. What is a creator? The Creator, or God, is a collection of universal creative principles, according to which the universe is created every moment. How is creation performed? Everything in this universe is created by the universal creating force through the interaction of light as consciousness with dark as unconsciousness. What are dimensions? A dimension is like a floor of consciousness, and these different floors exist everywhere in this universe, inhabited by different beings and expressing different realities. The first dimension is the elemental consciousness kingdom made of earth, water, air, and fire. It has very little individual consciousness and is mostly made of collective unconsciousness. The second dimension is the animal kingdom made of animal consciousness. In this dimension, there is some individual consciousness, but it is also greatly affected by herd mentality. The third dimension is the human physical level. The fourth dimension is the human emotional level and the astral world. The fifth dimension is the human mental level and the lucid dreaming world. The sixth dimension is where individuality ends and the collective higher mind starts, composed of many parallel lives of one soul. This is where the individual soul's destiny is decided. The seventh dimension is the planet-level collective consciousness as the planetary spirit, where the planet's destiny is decided. The eighth dimension is the star system collective consciousness, where the collective star system's destiny is decided. The ninth dimension is the star cluster collective consciousness, where the star cluster's collective destiny is decided. The 10th dimension is the galaxy collective consciousness, where individual galaxies' collective destiny is decided. The 11th dimension is the galaxy cluster collective consciousness, where the galaxy cluster's collective destiny is decided. The 12th dimension is the universe's collective consciousness, where the universe's destiny is decided. The 13th dimension is the collective of all universal creators' collective consciousness, where the destiny of the whole creation is decided. The 14th dimension is where the source resides. This is where everything begins and eventually returns. How was life in the universe before the invasion of darkness, and how did it change afterward? Before the invasion of darkness, our universe was living in heaven. Now, it is our mission to clear this darkness so we can return to living in heaven. What is happening on the planet Earth at this moment? Currently, we are in intense battles between light and dark, and light is going to disclose all the truth, this way obliterating the dark. Now, we're going to learn about power. Why do people seek power? They pursue it out of fear, believing that without power, unpredictable events beyond their control may arise and cause harm. Thus, power becomes synonymous with security. What is power from light? Power from light manifests as the ability to bring balance to the world. What is power from ego? Power driven by ego manifests as the desire to act in order to prove superiority over others. What is power from a desire for recognition? Power from a desire for recognition is when a person tries to attract the attention of others in every way they can to gain their support. What is power from survival? Power driven by survival is the relentless desire to endure in the world at any cost, even at the expense of others' lives. What is power from anger? Power from anger arises when a person has uncontrollable anger, but instead of squandering it in all directions, they or someone else helps to direct it toward achieving a certain goal. What is power from love? Power from love is the state in which a person loves something so intensely that they lose their rational judgment, leading them to perform impulsive and often unbalanced actions. What is power for self-defense? Power for self-defense is attained when a person, unwilling to be harmed themselves or see others harmed, seeks to become a stronger version of themselves. What is power from revenge? Power driven by revenge is the motivation to surpass those who have wronged you in the past. What is power from a desire for control? This is a form of power that arises when a person wants to manage a process or control other people. What is power from domination? Power driven by domination is the determination to surpass competitors and establish absolute leadership in one's field. Now, we're going to learn about the light. What is light and dark? Light is everything that leads towards higher consciousness and freedom, while darkness is everything that leads towards lower consciousness and restrictions. What is the justice of light? The justice of light is achieved when light restores souls' right to freedom. How do the light forces look? Part of the light forces are located in the planet's atmosphere, working to dissolve the parasitical karma system, while another part is inside the earth at the bottoms of oceans, fighting against darkness within the earth. How does the Galactic Confederation look? It is composed of different races united to fight against the dark forces that want to control our galaxy. Do the forces of light have internal problems? Yes, it happens when forces of darkness infiltrate the forces of light through various means, causing internal problems. What is the resistance movement and positive military? This organization is based on individuals who turned away from the dark forces and chose the light, now fighting against them. The positive military is their branch in the outside world, composed of people who support the resistance movement. How do the technologies of the light forces look? The light forces have very advanced technologies that could immensely help our world. These include the ability to travel through the universe, healing technologies, free energy, materializing technologies, light projection technologies, magnetic trains, super protective costumes, etc. What are guardian angels? Guardian angels are energetic entities that help humans living on the physical plane. What is a light worker? A light worker is a person who, consciously or not, does the work of light through small, everyday actions. What is a light warrior? A light warrior is a person who is not afraid to look into the darkness and stand up to it if needed. What is a light agent? A light agent is a person who infiltrates a community of darkness with the purpose of performing a special mission and disclosing the secrets of that community. To perform this mission, the person usually needs to agree to certain rules of that community. What is a light leader? A light leader is a person who comes to this world with the mission to lead it towards the light. What is a light community? A light community is a community that advocates ethics and overall respect, seeking worldly goodness without compromises or secret agendas. What is a light teacher? A light teacher is an entity that can deliver light to the masses of people. What is a white mage? A white mage is a person who, by mastering the force of light, learns to control their reality. What is a master of light? A master of light is the physical embodiment of light, through which the will of the light is carried out. Now, we're going to learn about the techniques of light. How should a light warrior fight? A light warrior should never initiate conflict first. But if conflict arises, it is their job to try to pacify it by directing the attacker's energy in such a manner that it does not hurt them, others, or the attacker themselves. What is Kundalini activation? Kundalini activation occurs when a person is desperate to overcome an obstacle in their life, but their physical strength is not enough, so they awaken their inner spiritual potential, which is usually dormant. What is seeing with light vision? Seeing with light is the ability to perceive non-physical beings and discern which of them are from the light and wish to help us, and which are from the darkness and wish to harm us. What is cleansing with light? Cleansing with light is performed when a strong current of light is used to wash away existing energetic impurities. What is armor of light? The armor of light is a technique where light is used to form strong, impenetrable armor around the body. What is an inner light protection? A person imagines a bubble of light around themselves, which feels like armor and protects them from dark energies like bad thoughts and feelings. What is an outer light protection? Outer light protection is when the inner Merkaba sphere of light expands into the outer Merkaba sphere of light. What is a sword of light, and how is it used? A sword of light is a strongly concentrated beam of light that, like a laser, can go straight through darkness, neutralizing it. What is a light cannon? A light cannon is a technique in which a person focuses their mental energy into a powerful beam of light that melts all darkness in its path. What is a galactic light bomb? A galactic light bomb is a technique when light is collected from the entire galaxy with the goal of defeating darkness in one place. What is a light cage? A light cage is a technique that forms a closed insulator of light. This insulator isolates a dark entity from its surroundings, preventing it from causing harm to the environment. What is guardian angel protection? Guardian angels are beings from another dimension who protect those who believe in them from beings of darkness. What is a toroidal hammer? A toroidal hammer is the connection of light, vertical, radiant energy, and love, horizontal, magnetic energy, power together to form an energy vortex, the most powerful weapon in a light warrior's arsenal in the fight against darkness. Because this technique involves only pure energies like light and love, only a pure-hearted person can use it. Otherwise, it is not liftable for others. What is light body activation? Light body activation is a process in which a person's physical body becomes oversaturated with light photons, causing it to begin transforming into light. Now, we're going to learn about the darkness. What are the forces of darkness? In our culture, the forces of darkness are known as demons, which are actually sick alien races from other planets contaminated by controlling nanotechnology through vaccines. Can dark forces pretend to be light forces? It is common for dark forces to pretend to be light forces, tricking people into believing they are here to save you, yet instead, they may abduct you for their own needs. This is possible because they have outlook-changing abilities/technologies. However, these tricks only work on confused people, as those who stand clear with light can see through them. What is a psychic vampire/parasite? It is a type of person who likes to persecute others with the motive of supposedly being their friend, yet actually, all they seek is their attention, which is psychic energy. What is a dark worker? A dark worker is a person who goes against worldly morality for egoistical causes, thus entering into a contract with the dark forces. What is a deceiver? A deceiver is a person who pretends to be someone else with the goal of tricking an unsuspecting victim and gaining benefits from them. What is a thief? A thief is a person who takes from others what does not rightfully belong to them. What is a robber? A robber is a person who physically takes from another person what does not rightfully belong to them. What is the practice of magic? Black magic is the practice of magic for self-gain at the expense of others, creating bad karma that ultimately destroys the dark magician. Gray magic involves helping others and oneself, balancing these energies. White magic involves helping others at the expense of oneself, creating positive karma for which the white magician is rewarded, unless they first have to pay some karmic debts with selfless work. What is a dark warrior? A dark warrior is a person controlled by the dark forces through voices in their head. This person is persuaded with logical arguments, making them believe they are thinking correctly in their dark actions. What is a narcissist/sociopath? A narcissist is a personality overly concentrated on itself. A sociopath is a personality that seeks its goals no matter the cost. What is a sociopath/psychopath? These personalities are often reincarnated dark souls who do not care about other people and seek only to benefit themselves, exploiting others at any cost. A sociopath uses psychological manipulation, while a psychopath uses physical action for that gain. Can a person be possessed by dark forces? In rare cases, mostly karmically, if a person worked with dark forces in past lives, it is possible that dark forces can claim their body in this lifetime based on a past life contract, unless the person removes themselves from that contract by making a contract with light forces. We're demons. Demons are crooked souls that do not have their own body and therefore look for other bodies to occupy. Now we're going to explore demonic forces, which humans experience as negative feelings. This table represents inverted feelings of balanced feelings, which were explored in the section on emotions. Demons of the Earth Center. Demon of negligence. The demon of negligence tempts people into careless and negligent acts, causing them to get into trouble and feel bad about their mistakes. After that, the demon feeds on their negative feelings like guilt and shame, which arises from those negligent acts. Demon of immobility. The demon of immobility uses immense psychic power to paralyze a person's physical body. The demon later feeds on the panic and anxiety that the feeling of helplessness creates. Demon of physical weakness. The demon of physical weakness absorbs a person's vital strength, leaving them physically weak and vulnerable. The demon then feeds on this feeling of feebleness. Demon of lack/deprivation. The demon of deprivation tricks people into losing their possessions. The demon then feeds on the negative feelings that come from loss or the fear of inevitable loss. Demon of instability. The demon of instability messes with a person's mind, making them chaotic and hectic. As the person becomes scatterbrained and unable to trust their own judgment, the demon then feeds on that feeling of inner chaos. Demons of the Life Center. Demon of fear. The demon of fear forces people into irrational fear, feeding on the terror it generates. Demon of danger. The demon of danger manipulates people into dangerous situations, feasting on the suffering of those involved, whether they are experiencing the pain themselves or just negativity by witnessing that. Demon of mental incapacity. The demon of mental incapacity robs people of their willpower. The demon feeds on the suffering they feel when they are unable to face life's challenges. Demon of mental weakness. The demon of mental weakness strips people of their motivation, leaving them without the will to strive for anything in life. The demon feeds on the ensuing sadness person are experiencing. Demon of lack of self-worth. The demon of lack of self-worth causes a person to lose their self-worth and feel bad about themselves. This depressive self-doubt feeling is what the demon is feeding on. Demons of the Sustenance Center. Demon of greed. The demon of greed makes people obsessively covet and protect wealth or obsessively seek wealth, even to the point of causing others to suffer. The demon feeds on the suffering of those whose life have been damaged by greed. Demon of criticism. The demon of criticism manifests as an inner voice, pushing people to constantly be better while at the same time giving conflicting idea that you are never feeling good enough. The demon feeds on the suffering that comes from perpetual feelings of failure. Demon of isolation. The demon of isolation forces people to separate from others. The demon feeding on the loneliness and suffering that result from that. Demon of sexual manipulation. The demon of sexual manipulation makes people addicted to sex, driving them to commit atrocious acts. The demon feeds on the suffering caused by these actions. Demon of deception. The demon of deception plants false thoughts in a person's mind, which leads to bad choices, which consequentially leads to suffering. The demon feeds on the resulting pain. Demons of the solar plexus center. Demon of tension. The demon of tension creates a state of constant stress, forcing people to live on edge and in a perpetual state of anxiety. The demon feeds on these emotions. Demon of desire. The demon of desire manipulates people through their deepest longings, luring them with false hope before crushing their dreams. The demon feeds on the suffering created by dashed hopes. Demon of envy. The demon of envy plants seed of jealousy in a person's mind, causing them to suffer from coveting the achievements or possessions of others. The demon feeds on this suffering. Demon of depression. The demon of depression strips people of their will to do anything with their lives. The demon is feeding on the suffering that this apathy creates. Demon of lying. The demon of lying tempts people into dishonesty. The demon feeds on the suffering that comes from a lie, whether it's the pain caused to others or the pain felt when the lie is exposed. Demons of the heart center. Demon of indifference. The demon of indifference makes people uncaring about what happens to themselves or others. The demon then feeds on the suffering of those who desperately want to be cared for. Demon of grief. The demon of grief makes people dwell on what has happened or what hasn't. The demon then feeds on the sorrow and pain that come from lingering grief. Demon of manipulation. The demon of manipulation twists a person's feelings toward others, such as making them fall in love with someone who will only cause heartbreak. The demon then feeds on the resulting suffering. Demon of anger. The demon of anger fills people with intense fury, whether at themselves or others. The demon then feeds on the pain that's caused when one person lashes out at another. Demon of evil. The demon of evil compels people to perform irrational and evil acts to hurt others or themselves. The demon then feeds on the suffering these acts create. Demons of the throat center. Demon of ungratefulness. The demon of ungratefulness makes people ungrateful for what they have or receive. The demon then feeds on the suffering of those who offered their best and were met with a lack of gratitude. Demon of shyness. The demon of shyness forces people to be shy and unable to express themselves. The demon then feeds on the inner suffering that comes from not being able to be yourself. Demon of shame. The demon of shame forces people to stuck in their emotions because they are unable to express them. The demon then feeds on the suffering caused by this inner struggle. Demon of guilt. The demon of guilt makes people feel guilty for every action or inaction in their lives. The demon then feeds on the suffering caused by guilt. Demon of egotism. The demon of egotism turns people into narcissists who care only about themselves. The demon then feeds on the suffering this selfishness inflicts on others. Demons of the third eye center. Demon of forgetfulness. The demon of forgetfulness strips a person of their ability to remember. The demon then feeds on the suffering that this disorientation creates. Demon of disorientation. The demon of disorientation confuses a person's sense of reality, blurring the lines between their imagination and the physical world. The demon then feeds on the suffering caused by this confusion. Demon of false prophecy. The demon of false prophecy gives people false visions of the future, creating a sense of security that eventually shatters after the prophesy turns out to be false. The demon then feeds on the suffering of those who feel misled and betrayed by the false prophesy. Demon of false clairvoyance. The demon of false clairvoyance provides false information about the present. The demon then feeds on the suffering of those who believe the lie and the pain that comes with realizing they've been deceived. Demon of helplessness. The demon of helplessness provides visions of a future filled with doom and gloom. The demon then feeds on the suffering of those who lose all hope and the will to live. Demons of the crown center. Demon of apathy. The demon of apathy steals a person's joy, making them miserable with life. The demon then feeds on the suffering this misery creates. Demon of doubt. The demon of doubt makes people question the existence of a higher power. The demon then feeds on the uncertainty and fear that comes with a loss of faith. Demon of reaction. The demon of reaction uses jump scares to trigger a primal, fear-based reactions in people. The demon then feeds on the terror of this immediate shock. Demon of materialism. The demon of materialism fixates people on the material world, causing them to ignore the spiritual. The demon then feeds on the suffering that comes from a lack of understanding of the spiritual world. Demon of egregore. The demon of egregore craves worship. The demon feeds on the power that people give it when they worship it as a god. Demons of the cosmic center. Demon of wickedness. The demon of wickedness persuades people to perform black magic. The demon then feeds on the suffering it inflicts on the victims and the karmic punishment that eventually befalls the perpetrator. Demon of conflict. The demon of conflict incites disagreements between people. The demon then feeding on the pain and suffering that results from these conflicts. Demon of retribution. The demon of retribution lures people into believing that they are here on earth to deliver divine justice by punishing people. The demon then feeds on the suffering of the receivers of punishment. Demon of meanness. The demon of meanness makes people unkind and critical, always looking for a reason to attack others. The demon then feeds on the suffering this cruelty inflicts on others. Demon of insignificance. The demon of insignificance tricks people into believing they are worthless and that their lives are meaningless. The demon then feeds on the deep suffering that results from that. Demons of the head race. Demon of distraction. The demon of distraction fills a person's mind with meaningless thoughts, causing them to jump from one idea to the next without accomplishing anything. The demon then feeds on the suffering that comes from this inability to achieve any life goals. Demon of stupidity. The demon of stupidity clouds a person's mind with useless thoughts, causing them to make poor decisions and mistakes. The demon then feeds on the suffering that results from these errors. Demon of limitation. The demon of limitation tells people they are limited and should not break their boundaries. The demon then feeds on the long-term suffering of those who become too afraid to step outside of their comfort zones. Demon of extremism. The demon of extremism pushes people to their breaking point, causing them to do something until they inflict damage on themselves or others. The demon then feeds on the suffering that results from going to the extreme. Demons of the combined centers. Demon of uncertainty. The demon of uncertainty makes people doubt themselves and their purpose. The demon then feeds on the suffering of those who are never sure of themselves or their actions. Demon of manipulation through love. The demon of manipulation through love gives a person a deceptive charm, allowing them to manipulate others to get what they want. The demon then feeds on the suffering this betrayal causes. Demon of conformity. The demon of conformity forces people to blend in and never stand out. The demon then feeds on the fear of being different and the depression that comes from not expressing your true self. Demon of inferiority. The demon of inferiority tells people they are not good enough, constantly reminding them of their perceived flaws. The demon then feeds on the suffering that comes from a lifelong inferiority complex. What is control of demonic forces? It is a form of black magic in which a person learns to make an agreement with demons to achieve common goals together. Can a person be programmed to become a dark warrior? In our society, some people carry subconscious programs installed by dark forces through implants, which can be activated with keywords, causing the person to perform acts of darkness. The person is not aware of this process. By using these controlling mechanisms, it is possible to create killers and terrorists. Other dark warriors are just people with strong chemical imbalances in their brain chemistry from developmental disorders or traumas, making them open to the influence of darkness. What is a dark agent? A dark agent is a person working for dark forces who infiltrates a light community with an agenda to sabotage their work. To get inside the light community, they lie about having a positive agenda and wanting to help. Once accepted into the society, they begin to secretly sabotage it. If found out, they act offended and innocent to maintain their disguise. However, in the end, the light reveals the truth. What is a dark leader? A dark leader is a person who leads groups of people into darkness. What is a dark community? A dark community pretends to be a good community, but takes away people's freedom and power in exchange for empty promises. Communities like these always end up in nothing good. Why does the elite practice ritual sacrifice? A ritual sacrifice is a dramatized murder, after which a portal is opened for the soul to leave. Through this portal, black magicians can summon demons from the fourth dimension and ask for their favors. Of course, demons later ask for the favors to be returned with interest. What is a dark master? A dark master is a personality who makes a contract with dark forces to achieve power and control over others. What is a black magician? A black magician is a person with a lot of light potential, who seeks maximum power and has the means to go all the distance for that, yet forgets about the light and the higher plan along the way. Now, we are going to learn about reality. What is a reality matrix? The reality matrix is a program by which the world is made and which we identify as real life. What is a creational blueprint? A creational blueprint is an automatic energy by which reality is created and accepted as it is. What is an energetic archetype? An energetic archetype is a characteristic blueprint that a soul can enter to receive the character of that blueprint. What is destiny? Destiny is when an individual chooses to follow some kind of energy that leads to the realization of that energy. What is a choice? A choice is an opportunity to select which parallel reality an individual wants to go to. What are parallel realities? Parallel realities are alternative realities that exist alongside the reality we are in at the moment. What are personal programs? Personal programs are programs by which a person is programmed to be a personality and have a character in the reality matrix, like characters in a plot. What are social programs? Social programs are created to control social systems in the reality matrix. In our world, these include money systems, wars, religions, industry, medication, education, etc., with the purpose of keeping people overoccupied with trying to survive, so they do not have time for spiritual development. What is a religious program? The world is controlled through different religions, which, in various forms, lead to the same program that states, if you follow this religion, you will be saved from this world, and sexual relations are a forbidden fruit, and therefore a religious sin. What is egregore? An egregore is an object of worship that influences the lives of its followers as they surrender their power by worshiping it. What are existential programs? Existential programs control your lifespan and extraordinary abilities. If you recognize them, you can learn to overcome them and wake up from this virtual reality. Now, we're going to learn about karma. What is energy balance, karma? Karma is repetitive energy in a person's life that keeps repeating until the person learns its lesson. What is a negative energy imbalance? Negative energy imbalance is created through negative thoughts, feelings, and actions. Any of these actions create a contract with dark forces, so these forces help achieve egoistic gains. However, this way, a person creates a negative energy imbalance, and later karmic forces punish them and triple the amount for the damage created. If there is repentance for the actions performed, the punishment can be lowered. What is a positive energy overbalance? Positive energy overbalance can be created if a person performs selfless deeds, balancing the negative energy imbalance. After that, if the person continues with selfless deeds, positive karma overbalance can be accumulated, and the person begins to receive gifts from life in triple the amount. However, if the person starts using this energy dishonestly, it can be taken away. Now, we're going to learn about life. What is time? Time is a flow of energy like a river, into which a person can step at different spots, known as time travel. What is present time? Present time is the only true moment, so it is important to learn to embrace it and go deep into this moment instead of thinking about the past, which has already passed, or the future, which has not yet come. What is the past? The past is an illusion created when a person does not want to accept the present moment as it is, because they are unwilling to let go of what has happened. If a person dies with this mindset, they become a ghost, clinging to this world and not wanting to go into the light. Clinging to this reality is one of the main reasons why souls return to reincarnate. What is the future? The future is an illusion to which a person can cling to escape this moment, hoping that the next moment will bring the desired change, because they do not want to accept this moment as it is. The lesson here is to work in this moment to create the future and not just sit and hope for the best. What is birth? Birth is a process through which the soul is able to incarnate. What is life? Life is a process through which the soul can experience its planned experiences. What is an earth-free, living human, also called aborigines? An earth human is an individual who does not have any kind of citizenship, therefore does not use privileges provided by citizenship, and is at the mercy of gods or their survival instincts. What is an earth country citizen? An earth country citizen is a person who has made a contract with a country that provides citizenship privileges. What is a sovereign person? A sovereign person is someone who has their own country and is therefore independent. What is a galactic human/citizen? A galactic human/citizen is a person who has recognized their galactic roots and begun to use galactic citizenship privileges provided by galactic institutions. What is death? Death is a process when the soul decides to depart from this reality. What is heaven? If a person has lived an honorable life, they can go to heaven after death by following the light. There, they receive healing to prepare for their next incarnation. What is purgatory? If a person has lived a questionable life or has died under circumstances that make it difficult to accept their death, they go to purgatory, a realm between heaven and hell. There, they process their psyche and determine whether they are drawn toward negative feelings, leading to hell, or positive feelings, guiding them to heaven. What is hell? If a person has lived a dishonorable life, then, after death, they do not see the light leading to heaven. Instead, they encounter a dark portal to hell, where they will face punishment for their dishonorable actions in life. What is money? Money is an artificial creation designed to mimic karma, yet it ultimately serves as a tool for manipulation. What is a share/currency market? A share/currency market is a system for profiting from the differences in the prices of company shares or currencies. How to make money? Money is the physical expression of karmic energy. When creating social value that can be valued by someone, this created value can be paid in money. For created value to be true, it has to be based on spiritual principles that come from life experience. When performing a duty, it has to be oriented towards the quality of the given service and not the payment for it. When performing successful personal service, income comes from the ability to give personal service to others. If it is turned into a business, the income ability expands. Trying to cheat in making money by not providing real service is always short-lived. How to use money? Money should be spent mindfully and used to create meaningful value in life. What is talent? Talent that arises at a young age usually comes from past lives, which can be on other planets as well, and it is just being further developed in this life. What is education? Education is the process through which a person is taught a skill, given knowledge, and is helped to reveal their innate talents. What is science? Science is the systematic process of observing and explaining the phenomena of the world. Its purpose is to rely on empirical observations to develop explanations for why things happen. What is work? Work is an agreed process by which a person performs an agreed service until the agreed work is fulfilled or the agreement is changed, for which the person receives agreed payment. The more a person performs that work, the more professional they become in that field. What is a work egregore? A work egregore is an entity created by employees when they feel pressure at work to work harder, even when it's not truly necessary. What is a profession? A profession is a person's ability to master a certain skill or technique and then turn it into a source of livelihood. What is free time? Free time is time off from agreed work, but that does not mean life lessons end as we begin learning other types of lessons. What is employer? An employer is someone who has used their skills to create a business and can now extend those skills to others, employing them to work for them. What is employee? An employee is someone who aligns their skills with an employer's vision, helping to expand and realize that vision. What is self-employment? Self-employment means working for oneself, making the individual solely responsible for their work. What is personal brand? A personal brand is when a person's personality serves as their own representative and promoter. What are work relations? Work relationships require communication, which should be based on mutual respect while acknowledging that people have lives outside of work. What is biological age? Biological age is a consequence of our personal electromagnetic field interacting with the planet's electromagnetic field. Due to various reasons, free radicals begin to build up in our body, corroding it, which we recognize as the process of aging. What is infancy? Infancy is a process during which a soul, after a long time in an adult body, must learn to live again in a new body. What is youth? Youth is a process when fresh electromagnetic energies begin to flow through the body, and the person has a lot of energy. During this period, it is important to have a good teacher who can teach you to direct those energies constructively. What is young adulthood? Young adulthood is a period when energies begin to concentrate, and the person realizes they want to try those energies. Unfortunately, some of these irresponsible actions create negative karma for which the person has to pay dearly. What is adulthood? Adulthood is when energies begin to ripen and the person understands they need to do something with those energies. If the person does not listen to their soul's mission, which is communicated through their heart, they begin to feel depressed until they start to listen and fulfill their mission. What is old age? Old age is a period when energies begin to fade, but gathered experience remains and can be transferred to the younger generation. Now, we have to learn about relationships. What is a true relationship? A true relationship is the ability to have a clear two-way love energy. What is a relationship with fields of consciousness? A soul can have a relationship with different fields, such as a personal field of consciousness when an individual has a relationship with another individual, a group field of consciousness when an individual feels like a member of a group, and a collective field of consciousness when an individual has a relationship with a collective field of consciousness. What is a relationship with surroundings? An individual can gain self-awareness by observing their surroundings, as their environment reflects who they are. What is energetic cleansing/balancing of surroundings? In the surroundings, there can be all kinds of unbalanced energies that can passively or actively affect a human's biofield. These energies need to be cleansed/balanced to find peace in that surrounding. What is communication? Our natural way of communicating is telepathy, which is the ability to exchange thoughts through emotional vibrational frequency between two minds, like a radio sender and receiver, but in biological form. What are subconscious symbols? Subconscious symbols are agreed energies through which people can exchange information through dreams and telepathy. What is sleep? Sleep is a way for the soul to leave the body and explore different non-physical realities. What are dream symbols? Dream symbols serve as a means for our subconscious to communicate with our conscious mind. What is astral travel? Astral travel is when the etheric body separates from the physical body, which is in the third dimension, and connects with the astral body, which is in the fourth dimension. What is lucid dreaming? Lucid dreaming is the ability to control oneself in the fifth dimension in the realm of dreams. To do this, an individual needs to learn to stay sharp-minded and not give in to the hypnosis of the dream. How to make contact with a higher self through lucid dreams. When we are in a lucid dream, by using prayer, it is possible to connect with a higher self and ask for assistance in solving your problem. What are life signs? The higher self communicates with a personality through life symbols. Yet recognizing those symbols is everyone's personal life journey. What is speaking? Speaking is the ability to express your inner energies verbally. It is important to express those energies truthfully by speaking the truth instead of crookedly, which means lying. What is body speech? The body is able to express energies physically, compensating for those energies that were not expressed verbally. What is a conflict? Conflict happens when dark forces influence different sides with the purpose of creating separating energies. How to balance a conflict? To balance a conflict, it is important to show that the existing conflicting energies are just not understood properly. If two conflicting sides fail to recognize this, then a third neutral side is needed to show it. How should we communicate with unknown people? Unknown people are those whom we do not understand. If we learn how to understand them, then we will get to know them. What is a biological family? The biological family is an energetic union formed through genetic blood lineage, connecting the soul to its physical ancestry and inheriting the karma of that bloodline. What is marriage? Marriage is the union of two individuals who merge their distinct worlds into one. What is a family-in-law? Family-in-law is an energy union of souls whose purpose is to help and support each other in every life situation. How should a correct mother be? A mother is the first human to make contact with a child, so she must teach the child how to relate to other personalities in the world. How should a correct father be? Once the child learns relational lessons from a mother, the child begins to learn from the father, whose job is to guide the child on how to live in this world and achieve their potential. How should a correct child be? A child's job is to explore the world and prepare for their life's purpose. How to parent children? Children are best led through imagination in a manner that allows them to find solutions themselves with only guidance from the parent, not control. How to communicate with non-physical entities? A person can have high sensitivity or a trained mind to contact the non-physical realm. However, in this realm, people usually contact dead lost souls, so-called astral ghosts. These kinds of contacts usually do not help for personal progress and are not recommended unless the person is specially prepared for that by the light forces. Now, we're going to learn about nature. How to communicate with nature. Nature's vibrational frequency is around 7.83 hertz. The human body is also part of this field, so 7.83 hertz is also healthy for humans. Being in nature is healthy. Electronics use a 50/60th hertz frequency, which is not compatible with humans. So, even if humans are used to living sterile lives, they should remember the importance of nature in their lives. Unfortunately, today's reality is that people have forgotten what it means to have a connection with nature. So going into nature becomes more about survival than connection. How to communicate with animals. To communicate with animals, a person needs to connect with them vibrationally by understanding them through full-fledged communication. What is a soul animal? A soul animal is the soul of an animal, which makes up part of a personality's subconscious and is responsible for the instinctive side. How to communicate with elemental forces. Elemental forces are earth, water, air, and fire. These forces are neutral, but a person who understands how to use them can use them for good or bad purposes. What are crystals? Crystals are the world's biocomputers, holding inside the natural frequencies of this world. Now, we're going to learn about planet Earth secrets. What is the size and shape of the Earth? Planet Earth is round, and its size is as measured by science. What inside secrets does our planet have? Inside Earth, there are many caves and caverns with the right climatic environment to support life. There are many stories of people who have been there and found life inside. At the inner Earth, there are many life forms living in fantastic underground civilizations. Evolved forms, which are helpful, are called elves in our culture. Degraded forms, which are dangerous, are called trolls. In the Arctic and Antarctic, there are frozen remnants from former civilizations, such as technologies and pyramids. Under the Atlantic Ocean, there is the sunken Atlantis civilization, where life forms still exist to this day. Under the Sahara Desert sand, there are buried ancient civilizations. In different places on Earth, There are portals to alternative fourth dimension realities, where there are no 3D laws of physics, space, and time. There are anomalous zones where third and fourth dimensional zones are mixed. Because of this, fourth dimensional entities can cross into the third dimension and materialize, and third dimensional beings can cross into the fourth, dematerializing from the physical realm. One such place is the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, USA. The Congo jungles in Africa are hiding undiscovered secrets and dangers. Egypt is hiding undiscovered secrets and dangers. The Amazon jungles in South America are hiding undiscovered secrets and dangers. Oceans conceal undiscovered islands. Moon is hiding undiscovered secrets. It is concealed that the mythology of gods is rooted in extraterrestrials. Now, we're going to learn about the history of the galaxy and Earth. There have been wars in the galaxy, and different races pushed by these wars began to colonize other planets, including this planet Earth. The history of the galaxy is a long process during which the forces of light learn how to resolve the disruptions caused by the forces of darkness. The story of the leader of the light forces, Ashta Sharon, is told in many folklore tales, such as Indra in India, Zeus in Greek mythology, and Thor in Norse mythology. Now, we're going to learn about technology. What is artificial technology? Artificial technology is an artificial way for physical beings to replicate nature. What is organic technology? Organic technology is the natural process through which nature evolves. What is conscious technology? Conscious technology is a way for technology to imitate consciousness. What is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is a way to imitate the human thinking process. Now, we're going to learn about secret technologies. Where did today's world technological innovations come from? Today's technological innovations began in Nazi Germany. These technologies were given to them by negative alien races because they had an agenda to rule over Earth through a fascistic regime. With these technologies, they had super soldier programs and advanced weapons programs. After space travel advanced enough, higher-ranking Nazis left the surface of Earth and left their lower-ranking soldiers to later be absorbed here on Earth through Operation Paperclip into the USA and USSR, pretending they had lost World War II. With these infiltrations, Nazis began secret programs in our world on secret islands. They began creating clones and doubles of people so that their agents could be easily replaceable. They established secret underwater bases. They started secret space programs. Through these programs, they developed space stations on the moon. They also established bases in the inner Earth through Antarctica. On Mars, they have super soldier programs where people serve in the military, and afterward, their memories are suppressed. In today's world, they have completely infiltrated governments and help them advance their technologies. Now, they have highly advanced space military programs in which they are fighting against other space races. In these programs, they have highly advanced space stations with healing chambers, where their breakaway civilization can live like in paradise. Under Earth, they have highly advanced underground military bases. In these bases, all sorts of technologies are being developed, such as viruses, mutants, and super soldiers. At this time, these bases are being cleaned by positive militaries. In those bases, genetic engineering is performed to create human and animal hybrids, and limb regrowing technologies are developed. People with extraordinary abilities are captured and taken to these bases, where they are made into genetic hybrid soldiers with even stronger abilities. Mind-controlled super soldiers enhanced by nanotechnologies are being created, allowing them to heal their wounds instantly. Experiments are being performed where human minds are connected with computers. Human robots, artificial intelligence, quantum computers, and smart glass electronics are being created. Special psychotropic substances are being created to enhance extraordinary mind capabilities. The world elite has access to these substances, which help them control the world more easily. They have also developed advanced technologies that allow them to see the past and spy on humans. They have developed the ability to see the future, smart glass technology, magnetic cars, magnetopulse weapons, and flying costumes. They have the ability to see and recreate past life memories. They have the ability to travel in time, allowing them to influence the past and future. They have developed stargates, which allow them to travel to different planets. They use ultrasound drills to drill through Earth and create underground tunnels. They have earthquake-creating technology and the ability to control Earth. They also manipulate the flow of information, ensuring that no one knows what they are doing. They have an underground bullet train system that allows them to travel from one side of the world to the other in a few hours. They have weather modification technologies. They have advanced weapons, technology to see through walls, and an illegal market for these technologies. They have advanced technologies such as costumes made of robotic, flight, and nanotechnologies. They have matter shrinking and expanding technologies. They have modified human clones, flying cars, holographic projections, artificial intelligence, virtual reality rooms, memory scanning/installing, and advanced rocket technologies. Major world governments, up to this day, through Nazis, are collaborating with negative aliens. Governments have a deal with negative aliens that they will allow them to abduct humans for genetic experiments and as a food source in exchange for further technological advancement. How are governments able to hide all this from people? Governments have full control of official mass media and use it to officially lie to people, covering everything up or destroying the evidence. Now, we are going to learn about the most common galactic races. We're galactic races. The universe has half of its population in human form. Other forms can be combinations of human and animal forms or something completely different and unique. Now, we're going to study the galactic races that represent light. Pleiadian people from the Pleiadian star cluster. In their original form, they look like healthy and beautiful humans. Pleiadian people are positive humans who want to help humanity heal their wounds and raise their consciousness to a higher level. Sirius humans are from the Sirius A-star system. In their original form, they look like mystical humans with blue skin. Sirius humans are geniuses of consciousness. Sirius has the most advanced school of spiritual development in our Milky Way galaxy. Lion humanoids are from the Lyra and Lion constellations and galaxy. In their original form, they look like a combination of humans and lions or other big cats. They are fighters who have learned to fight because their Lyra constellation has been attacked by reptilian races. White Draco humanoids from the Thuban star in the Draco constellation. In their original form, they look like a combination of humans and white dragons. White Draco are a royal dragon race that wants to restore a good name for Draco by fighting against negative Draco races. Andromeda humans from the Andromeda galaxy and constellation. In their original form, they look like humans usually with blue skin and mystical elements. This race watches over our galaxy from their Andromeda galaxy and constellation to ensure justice here. Wolf/dog humanoids from the Canis Major/minor star clusters. In their original form, they look like a combination of wolves/dogs and humans. These races are strong in politics and war. Initially, they were associated with reptilian races, but later broke free and started fighting against them. Arcturus humanoids from the Arcturus star. In their original form, they look like gray aliens, but have evolved into their light version. They are gray aliens who have evolved into light and now watch over gray aliens to help them evolve into light as well. They also help the Milky Way galaxy choose noble feelings through which they themselves have evolved into an advanced race of light. Vega humans from the Vega star in the Lyra constellation. In their original form, they look like humans with mystical elements. They are strong fighters who have learned to defend themselves after reptilian races attacked the Lyra constellation. Essassani humanoids from the Orion constellation, Shah star. In their original form, they look like a combination of gray aliens and humans. They are the offspring of a gray alien DNA crossbreed engineering program that mixed their DNA with Earth human DNA. This race had to be created because gray aliens were unable to advance spiritually. They chose not to embrace noble feelings and later lost the ability to choose them at all, leading to their decline as a race. Their only choice was to crossbreed with someone compatible on an emotional level and still capable of choosing noble feelings like humans. Orange-gray aliens from the Zeta Reticuli star cluster. In their natural state, they look like gray aliens but with orange skin. A true photo of the original race was taken by a man who worked in Area 51 in the USA. This race is a positive offshoot of gray aliens that wants to cooperate and help humanity, especially in areas where gray aliens have caused harm. Galactic Center race Elohim from the center of the galaxy. In their original form, they look like pure light's sacral geometrical forms. This is a race of creators who oversee the expansion of the Milky Way galaxy. Now, we're going to learn about neutral galactic races. Earthlings are evolving humans from planet Terra, Earth, in the solar system. They are caught between the fight of light and dark. This is possible because this planet long ago chose extreme polarity. At this moment, human beings are living on a battlefield where the fight is intensifying because the old cycle is ending and a new one is beginning. Many humans live in ignorance, thinking that the illusion created for them is all there is to life and nothing else is happening. Ape humanoids from the former big Earth between Mars and Jupiter in the solar system. In their original form, they resemble a fusion of apes and humans, similar to Neanderthals or Sasquatch people, who are simply evolved versions of them. They arrived here after the destruction of the big Earth. This race was an advanced, adventurous race that came to our solar system from a faraway galaxy. They settled on the big Earth, but conflict arose, and it was destroyed, leaving only the asteroid belt. They were then transferred to live on our planet, as we know them, as Neanderthals or Sasquatch, who were later genetically engineered by other races to become Earth humans. Aldebaran humans, from the Aldebaran star in the Taurus constellation. In their original form, they look like Earth humans or Pleiadians. This race had agreements with both the light and dark sides. Because of their human appearance, they could easily pretend to be humans or Pleiadians. Now, we are going to learn about the galactic races of darkness. Gray alien humanoids from the Zeta Reticuli star cluster. In their original form, they look like gray aliens. These entities made a contract with dark forces to take their feelings because they were unable to handle them properly. As a result, they became slaves to dark forces through implants and now work for them by abducting people. In our culture, they are known as demons. Some beings in this race have evolved and are good. Mantoid humanoids from the Antares star in the Scorpio constellation. In their original form, they look like a combination of praying mantis and humans. Most of these entities work together with gray aliens, overseeing abductions and managing other corrupt processes as managers for dark forces. Some beings in this race are good. Reptilian humanoids from the Orion constellation. In their original form, they look like a combination of humans and reptiles. This race has been programmed by dark forces as dark warriors. In our culture, they are known as devils. Black Draco humanoids from the Draco constellation. In their original form, they look like a combination of humans and dark dragons. They look very similar to reptilian humanoids because of the same genetic line, but there are some distinctive differences, such as size, as Dracos are much bigger. They can also have tails and wings. These are generals of the dark forces who command the dark armies, often made up of reptilian races. Tall gray aliens, archons, rulers, humanoids from the Orion constellation. In their original form, they look like a variant of gray aliens. These beings are negatively evolved gray aliens, who are rulers responsible for all negative politics and religions in our galaxy, and try to pretend that they are the creators of this galaxy. Arachnid chimeras, spider mutants from the Andromeda galaxy. In their original form, they look like a combination of humans and spiders. This is the original evil of this world, fallen angels, lords of karma, who are a mutated group. They mutated from interaction with darkness and became the concentration of evil in our galaxy. They can create energy spider webs in which they trap souls in reincarnation cycles. Now, we're going to learn about the dark forces' crimes against the human race. The world elite has a philanthropic, good-willing idea that Earth is overpopulated, and they would like to lessen that burden by reducing the population through different means such as destruction of the planet through industrial waste, human poisoning through industry, human poisoning through agricultural chemicals and criminally hiding these actions, earth and water poisoning through fracking. Big companies manipulate societies. The use of substances unknown to government regulatory bodies that are poisoning people. The meat industry is the most waste-producing industry in the world. In the meat industry, animals are often treated very cruelly, creating subconscious collective trauma. Control of the food industry to poison people. Manipulation of the pharmaceutical industry, preventing people from accessing good medicine that can truly help. This is to make money from the pharmaceutical industry, which is not interested in healing people, but only in making money by healing one part of the body at the expense of another. Problems in educational institutions where students are forced to follow the system instead of developing their own personal talents. Tricking people by hiding the truth about their galactic history. First through religious, godly creation stories, later through scientific evolution stories. The alcohol industry. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 3 million people die every year due to alcohol abuse. Alcohol is the cause of more than 200 illnesses and physical and psychological traumas. The tobacco industry creates many illnesses and covers them up, creating addiction to all kinds of stimulants like caffeine. Manipulation in jewels and valuable metals because they have true value compared to theoretical numbers in bank accounts. World currencies lost their value when they were disconnected from gold. This happened because during world wars, dark forces stole gold from all countries. In Europe, it was through the Nazis. In Asia, through Japan. In Africa, through Italy. In South America, through Argentina. And in North America, through the Rockefellers. There is an unofficial governmental drug market to poison and intoxicate people. Unofficial governmental war conflict arrangements create constant fear and suffering. Official wars to create suffering. Control of the human mind and information. Hiding information from people. Government-level organized financial crises. Unofficial governmental weapons market to inflict and prolong wars. Creation of weapons of mass destruction, claiming that killing many civilians at once allegedly saves future lives of soldiers. Officially declared wars to create suffering. Actors who portray themselves as terrorists by the decree of the dark forces, so that dark forces, through governments, can introduce iron control over humans. Former official human trafficking and slavery. Current United Nations organized human trafficking and slavery. Child trafficking. Human trafficking for organs. Growing humans for meat and organs. Political and war crimes, homicides to control the oil industry. Banking system criminal acts to stop anyone who challenges their system. Suppression and control of free/cheap energy sources. Manipulation in governments, as governments were created by dark forces to control people. If someone good comes to government, they are bribed or threatened to follow the dark agenda. If that doesn't work, dark forces use technologies/methods to create human clones/doubles and replace the unwanted person with a dark forces controlled double or clone. Purposeful lying to people in politics. Lying about official space missions outside of Earth. Manipulation in religions, as religions were created by dark forces to control people and lead them in circles in their spiritual development, so they never find themselves, remain psychologically confused, and therefore submissive. It is important to remember that crusaders, through the spread of Christianity, committed criminal acts against humanity, trying to destroy other religions. The Vatican created the history of Catholicism with an agenda to take control of humanity. The Vatican's secret library hides information. Officially created exotic technologies have the potential to be turned into weapons of mass destruction. Secret intrigues for power commence behind the closed doors of the Vatican. Manipulation in mass media to control the narrative and suppress important topics popular among the elite, Satanism and pedophilia. Surveillance of humans through computer technologies. Manipulation in medicine through pandemics. Hidden damage from vaccines. Manufacturing of governmental level produced nanoviruses and the tracking of people through injections. Now, we're going to learn about the Dark Forces' plans for humanity. Dark Forces have a plan to create a new world order. In this society, all humans would be controlled by the army, and human behavior would be controlled through surveillance and drugs/vaccines. Of course, light forces will never allow this to completely happen, but dark forces will try. If their new world order agenda is not successful, they will try to make human life so miserable that people will not want to live in the physical world and instead choose to exist only in virtual reality. To create this world, a huge disaster is needed, so the humans feel helpless and give their destiny into the hands of the elite. For dark forces, it is not very important which scenario achieves this, as they all lead to the same result, the New World Order. Here are the most popular possible disaster scenarios. Third World War. There are many possible ways this could happen. Worldwide pandemic. Worldwide cataclysmic catastrophe. There are many ways this can happen. Control of the world through infertility. Control of the world through food shortages. Control of the world through shortages of natural resources. Control of the world through radio signal technologies, which turn people into zombies. Artificial intelligence could take over the world, leading to a war with humans. Worldwide alien invasion, which could also be an advanced laser-projected virtual simulation. Now, we're going to learn about the process of becoming a teacher of light. What is a channel? A channel is a person who can send and receive information from higher dimensions and express it in a manner understandable to humans. What is hypnosis? Hypnosis is a guided meditation in which a person can change their life and help change others' lives if they have locked memories or abilities in their subconscious mind due to forgetfulness or trauma. However, hypnosis also has dangers. If the hypnotherapist is not honorable and has certain motivations, it can create unwanted influence and block memories about it. What is a teacher? A teacher is a person who has knowledge in a specific topic and can transfer this knowledge through the process of teaching. How to teach? The teaching process involves splitting the subject into small pieces that can be easily understood and then adapting those pieces individually to each student. How to study? To study, a person must be open to studying the desired field and fully accept the study material. What is the most common teaching/studying mistakes? The most common mistakes occur when too much pressure is put on the process and there is no mutual respect from both sides.
After these words, I began to feel my body spin and return to the portal. Everything happened so fast that I didn't have time to figure out how I ended up back in my room, in the same meditation pose with my old clothes. Opening my eyes, I saw my room, where everything looked the same. Nothing had changed except that the clock showed 22:22, meaning I had spent about 2 hours in meditation. Now, I realized that the repetitive numbers signify the compatibility of soul and mind, when the mind begins to follow the guidance of the soul through the heart. The only conclusion that came to my mind about this situation was that the Master of Light brought me back through the structure of time and space, so that I could write down this story and pass on the experience of this journey to others. The most important realization was that I finally understood what was meant by the statement, to discover what I am supposed to become. I am supposed to become a teacher of light for other destined teachers of light. Now, I see that there are still many adventures ahead of me on this planet, continuing on the path of light. There is nothing to wait for. It's time to start working with the light. Closing remarks. Everything I have written in this book or in my previous works is written from the heart. I draw on experiences in exploring my consciousness, the world around me, and the non-physical plane. This process takes a lot of time and has been ongoing for many years to accumulate this information, understand it, and convey it in a format that is understandable to the reader. Therefore, if this or any of my other works, which I share for free, were useful and interesting to you, there is information on my website about how you can express your gratitude by donating. If you want more of this type of information or would like to meet like-minded people, you can visit my website, where you will find a lot of useful information. School of the Way of Consciousness 2026, Book Version 3. Legal Notice. This work is copyrighted. It is illegal to distribute or edit this work without the author's agreement.